Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ECN and welcome to ECS Zurich, the penultimate day in the Series 2. So, Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you wherever you're watching from around the world. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're having a really magical Tuesday. We're having a great Tuesday. We've only just been at the ground for about an hour and a half, getting set up and ready for a huge day. And it is a very big day because we need to sort out who is going to play in the finals tomorrow. So this is the penultimate day, last day of the group stage. 4 group games coming your way today. And then we got finals tomorrow. Exciting finals prospects coming up tomorrow. So good morning to Christopher Ward. Good morning to everyone in the chat. Hello there to Chris Addison as well. I saw PK Palacampini in the chat. And everyone in the chat, wherever you're watching from the real, thank you for joining us. Exciting first up match. Swiss Dragons taking on Zurich Alpine Warriors. Huge game for the Swiss Dragons. I'll tell you why in just a moment. But firstly, let me just say thank you very much to Rado for the coin toss information. That is, the Swiss Dragons won the toss, have elected to bat first, basically putting destiny in their own hands here. Swiss Dragons, they're currently sitting third in the standings with 4 games, 1 win only, and 3 losses. They were absolutely gutted yesterday to not pick up a win. So their series is hanging in the balance today, but this is their last group game. They need to do themselves a huge favour by trying to knock off the Alpine Warriors. Anyway, we're going to start. Here we go. Cracking start there. Maximo off the first ball. Wide. Just a bit of a loosener. Too much width in the slot and capitalised with a huge strike. Rahi Khan opening the batting with Isaac Stewart. That worked for them yesterday. I thought they got off to a really good start in the game yesterday against Alton. Unfortunately, they just couldn't hold it together. And Alton got the win over them in the end. Bowler just getting a bit keen there is Shinwari, but player is back on the ground now from retrieving the pill. And here we go, second ball of the innings. Real aggression shown here. That has been a hit for another 6 straight down the ground. Probably about as straight as you can get. Deep fielders. Well, you've got a long on who just craned his neck watching that one sail way past him. And it looks like you've got a deep square, slightly backward of square as well, I'd say. Just hovering there in the distance. Apart from that, pretty regular sort of field. Mid-off, cover, point. Third, up inside the circle. Ooh, there were shouts and appeals and all sorts of things and juggled by the keeper who puts it down to the ground. Possibly could have got something there, possibly. Morning to Rob Thompson as well. Rob Thompson reporting in that he's got snow for the first time in 15 years. Well, we're in the middle of Switzerland and we're already absolutely baking in about 26, 27 degrees heat here. Snow seems like a long way away. And that's been mishit away for a single. Turns to strike over though, that's important. Good morning to Sunny Yadav as well. Good to see you back in the chat. And good to see everyone in the chat too. Good numbers there. Welcome to ECS Zurich. We've got a huge day for you today. This is the day where we sort out who's going to play in the finals, and Swiss Dragons could be one of those teams. Alpine Warriors would hope to be one of those teams as well. They've got 3 games today. Swiss Dragons, however, have only got just the 1 game, and that is the concern for them. They've really got to win this to have a chance at playing tomorrow. If they don't get a win here against the Zurich Alpine Warriors, there's every chance that they will be knocked out of finals contention. Remember, 6 teams in the tournament, 2 teams will not make it through to tomorrow's finals action. Only 4 teams we can take through to tomorrow's action. So Alton are playing a couple of games today. Sports Club Rocher are in today. Now, Sports Club Rocher are a funny one as well. They've played 3 games, lost 3. They need to win a couple of games to try to have a say in the finals action. Cracking delivery. Good pace. Shinwari has had his breakfast, and he had a good breakfast too because he's really on here. Got hit for 6 on the first ball of the match. But he's really come back really well there. I got his hits for 6 the first 2 balls of the match. But he's managed to sort of sort himself out now. He's applying himself with some good pace. It's a good bit of noise out there in the field as well. Wonderful stuff. Looking forward to a really good day today. Sounded good. Looked good. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and across the rope for 4 runs. Isaac Stewart opens his account with a boundary. Hello to Kev. Good to see you in the chat as well. Good to see a lot of familiar faces, familiar names as well. Not just the guys with the names in blue, but also a few of the others as well. Wonderful to have your company this morning. Hope you're doing really well. And let us know who you're supporting, because Swiss Dragons and the Zurich Alpine Warriors, both teams have got a bit to prove here. In the standings, the Zurich Alpine Warriors have only played 2 games. That's all, just the 2 games. So they've got a chance here playing 3 games to make sure that they're going to be involved in the finals with a win or a couple of wins. They've got 1 win and 1 loss. I reckon you probably have to have at least 2 wins to be part of the conversation of finals action. First over gone, 17 off the first over. A brisk start with a couple of Maximos. Then it finished with that boundary of Stewart's bat. Good start there for Swiss Dragons. They will really want to have a big score on the board. Try and upset things for the Zurich Alpine Warriors, who, as I said, got 3 games. This one, they'll have the next game against Alton. They'll take a break, and they're back to play the last game today against Sports Club Rocher. Fletcher on to bowl. Generating a bit of Calypso heat here this morning. Sports Club Rocher have got the 2 afternoon games, one against Alton and one against Zurich Alpine Warriors. That's the team that you kind of feel is right up against it. That's the team that hasn't had a win yet. The only team that doesn't have anything in the win column. You sort of feel that coming up against Alton and then up against the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they may go 5 games and 5 losses through this series. They're going to have to really dig deep to try to find a win. We'll see if they can. Like I said, they've got the 3rd and the 4th match this afternoon, and they've got all to play for if they want to play on finals day on Wednesday. Swiss Dragons definitely want to win here to play tomorrow. So we continue then with the second. A few field changes. Now we're good to go. Dot ball. Goes to play a bit of an uppercut there. There is a player who's at deep point, and deep point would have loved to have getting involved in that one. However, I've seen the uppercut play a few times. We've all seen the uppercut played, and I know you have as well here at the ground. And the ball has landed on that grassy knoll and smacked into the little forest, the mini forest that we've got there as well, around that sort of backward point area. Haven't lost too many balls in that area, which is good. Got him. Stumps akimbo. Chris Smith, if you're listening, you'll love that, because I know that's your phrase. But this is a huge wicket. Khan, he goes to play a pretty agricultural shot, looking to just keep the pressure on the bowler by swatting it out of the ground. And he's got himself out, and he has to leave. He's looking a bit forlorn as well, as he sort of bows his head and realises that wasn't according to what they wanted. And look at poor old Isaac Stewart, the non-striker's end. He's already looking a bit shell-shocked by that one. Captain Omar Shinwari's got to come in and try to hold the ship together here. Good start, though. Fletcher gets a wicket. It's been a great over so far. A couple of dots in that wicket, bowling some really good pace. And he's hit the timber. So Swiss Dragons, in case you missed it, Swiss Dragons won the toss. Thanks to Rado for the toss news as well. They win the toss, and they elected to bat first. As I said at the top of the innings, pretty much saying, well, look, we need to make a real fist of this. We need to put a big score on the board, and then we have to bowl tight. I feel that was the best way to do it. Be aggressive from the get-go. 2 sixes off the first 2 deliveries of the innings. And then it sort of has calmed down a bit now. Alpine Warriors have dug in with a wicket. Captain facing up. First ball. Oh, hello, Captain. Welcome to the crease. And Fletcher continues a little trot down the crease. Love it. He's generating some fantastic West Indian talent there as he continues down and tries to make some eye contact with the opposition captain, who's just still trying to pick himself up from the deck, ducking out of the way of that one. Ferocious delivery. Great ball. It's been some absolutely fantastic cricket here in Switzerland the last couple of days for this ECS. On the back of last week's T20Is with the women in action. It's actually we've been really spoilt for some wonderful cricket. And, of course, Kosane before that as well. Driven nicely all the way along the ground. That's going to get to the boundary for 4 runs. And expertly fielded there by Marzi just in front of me here. He's done a fantastic job PMing the this series. And of course, Al, who's looking after all the production as well. Brilliant stuff. Bit of love in the chat for Fletcher as well, quite rightly so. So 21 for 1. One more to come to complete the over. I want to state the obvious. Swiss Dragons do not want to lose a wicket now. Once again, really good pace off the deck. And that is the end of a very good over from Fletcher. He does get hit for one boundary, but that was a terrific over. Just the 4 from it, including a wicket as well. And that's why the win indicator is heavily in favour of the Alpine Warriors. 2 overs gone, 21 on the board. Exciting game, this one. Exciting game. Pretty much because of the actual result. So if the Alpine Warriors can get a win here, they'll suddenly have 2 wins and they'll still have 2 more games to play. And that puts them in a situation where they possibly, depending on how things go in the afternoon games, they may actually get to knock out Basil Afghan out of second place and they could get into qualifier 1. So at the top of the standings, and the standings are all at ecn.cricket, go to the events menu, and you will find this ECS. Have a look at the standings. It's all there for you to see, as the Zurich Mavericks sitting on top with 5 out of 5. New over starts. Just chipped up, and the one hand, that was desperate stuff, just trying to pop it in the air, was Fletcher, and unfortunately it's gone to ground. Had a little bit of an assist come in, but assist came in a little bit too late. That was close to another wicket. Just not hit very well at all. Isaac Stewart just looking a little bit nervy there. Alpine Warriors look very fired up in the field. We had yesterday, a couple of teams with a bit of blue on blue action. Well, this is red on red. Straight down the ground. Oh no, it's gotten through mid-off, but luckily long on has to do the big run around and do the backup. Just the one, though. It doesn't yield an extra run. I think they were always going to put their heads down and go for that one. 22 for 1, just inside the third. This power play not really working out for Swiss Dragons, unfortunately. That run rate still below 10. Isaac Stewart, what can he do about that run rate? We can do that. Has it got the legs to get across? No, bounces inside. And just for a moment there, I thought maybe the player's going to get a chance to give the old backhander and knock it back into play. Doesn't quite get to it. That was Quatil Zabiula almost reels it in. So once again, without trying to sound like a broken record, just get the feeling that Isaac Stewart's just slightly out of touch here. And they're going to leave that a boundary rider square on the leg side for him now. And the other deep fielder remains in the long off area. And also putting a regulation square leg in place as well inside the circle. Well, that one is way better. Smacked, absolutely smacked. Beautifully middled and over the mid-wicket boundary for a Maximo. Well, that's going to help things. It's going to settle him down as well. A lot on his shoulders at the top order there. Sort of feel that the Swiss Dragons middle order starts to sort of fall away a bit quicker than maybe some of the other teams. And they really need him to fire. If he can fire up and put a big score on the board, you kind of feel that the Swiss Dragons will just gain confidence, and that will lend them to be very competitive in the defence of whatever total they can muster. This is coming down towards us. Heads up. Oh, Marzi almost wanted to get the catch there, but just goes over our heads. For a big 6, that sounded really nicely middled. So a couple of runs now starting to flow from the bat of Isaac Stewart. He'll be very happy about that. So those last 3 balls, 16 runs. Shinwari, who bowled not a bad first over. He got hit for a couple of 6s off his first 2 deliveries. Came back well after that. He's getting some treatment here. Oh, now that has been hit straight into the left hand of the bowler, and he's going to feel that one for a couple of hours, I reckon. Have a look at the replay. Watch the left hand of the bowler. Oh, he's just on the wrist. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to request some of the magic spray. He's still hopping around, and that really would have hurt. That has slammed on the full into the wrist. I think he's going off for a spell, get some treatment. He is indeed. I hope he's okay, because that did get hit absolutely full-blooded, slammed into his wrist. I hope he's all right. We'll try and get a report, make sure he's okay. So I'm just keeping an eye on him as he gets into the dugout there. So sub-fielder comes on. Try and see who that is. Sorry, don't have the name of the sub-fielder, but he's on. Well, Shinwari goes off and gets a little bit of attention. That would have absolutely stung. In anyone's language, that was ouch. It was instinctive that he left the left arm out there as the ball was hit back at about chest height, and on his follow-through, you could just see in that replay on the follow-through, he sort of left the left arm out just in the hope that he could maybe sort of deflect it. Well, it deflected. He saved runs, but ouch. Lofted, 6 runs. That's a big Maximo. Shinwari just swings through the line of the ball and puts Kasi way over the boundary rope with the big 6. So the power play for the Swiss Dragons end up being 39 runs, which is going at 13 over. Not bad platform. They have lost one of their openers, Rahid Khan. These two, if they can settle into a rhythm, into a routine, keep that scoring going, keep the run rate around about 15, and sort of power up in those last 2 or 3 overs, could be a big score coming. A lot of ifs and buts. Let's see what they can do. Nice hit. Really good hit. Over the top of the fence as well. Good shot. As I said at the top, all to play for Swiss Dragons. This is the last of their group games. This is the only game they have today. And they will do themselves every bit of favour if they can find a way to get a win here against Alpine Warriors. For the Zurich Alpine Warriors, if they can get a win here, then suddenly that they will start thinking we've got a red-hot chance to jump into second. We could knock Basil Afghan out of second place with 3 good performances here today. Then they would get the double chance tomorrow in the finals. Zurich Mavericks Garwal have already booked themselves into qualifier 1 tomorrow. They've already got the double chance. Kazi in again. Well, it was a slower ball, but unfortunately he's drifted that onto the pads, and that has been worked really beautifully for a Maximo out towards the car park. Fine off the pads. Nice shot. Really good shot, that. Definitely took pace off just as the arm came over. Now there's a bit of a conversation. Looks like Fletcher's just gone across to just give a couple of words of encouragement and maybe a few little tips as well. Let's see if he can chime in with an assist here. Let's have a look and see how the field is settled. After this delivery, I'll describe the outfielders for you. Shot. And, just really close there, but unfortunately under close attention from the fielder rushing in, almost gets to it, but unfortunately doesn't get to it. And so it goes 1 bounce and 4 runs. There was Kanchik Shah who almost cut that off. He's fielding in the long off area, almost got around to it. Didn't have to move too far, just a good hit. It's a fairly high ball, placed nicely. Doesn't try to overhit it. He guides the wide outside the off and says, I'll take a 4 there. And there's no one back there at deep point. There is a deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and then you've got a boundary right at that deep square leg. But the fielder's inside the circle. On the offside is a point and third. And point and third aren't that far apart. Third could probably afford to go a bit finer there. Well, it doesn't matter if third goes finer when you're going to bowl it there. Bang, out of the ground and then some. There are a flurry of Maximos in the innings this morning. Swiss Dragons are really taking it up to the Alpine Warriors here. Very encouraging signs for them. That score is muscled up now to 71 for 1. That's astonishing, isn't it? 32 off the over. Yeah, have a look at the the little ticker there at the bottom of your screen. Nothing but blues and numbers of 6 or 4. That is astonishing. The over goes supersonic. So despite the chat in the ear from Fletcher, unfortunately, it's getting blown out of proportion here. That is a massive, massive over. 32 runs. Goodness me. So Tan Makasi, I'm not sure we'll see Tan Makasi back to bowl another over after that. Or if they do, I probably just hope that they've got a few wickets down and there's a change of the batters. Already very, very successful, very fruitful. Came together the score on 17. So that has muscled up very quickly with 54 runs in really quick time. 2.5 overs. 2.5 overs. And they've already put on a 50-plus run partnership. Excellent striking. What an over that was, though. I think there was a feather edge. Umpire concurs. It was definitely an edge. Well, unfortunately for Isaac Stewart, he has to go. He's got himself 21 from 8, but unfortunately he's unable to continue. Just looks a bit sort of hot and cold at the moment when he's batting. Just occasionally he'll play some amazing crisp shots. Then sometimes he'll just get himself in a bit of a muddle, maybe in 2 frames of mind sometimes. And maybe that's all it is. But gets a feather edge, reaches for a ball he doesn't really step out to. And that is another breakthrough just at the start of the 5th. After that 4th over was absolute carnage from Shinwari. It's going to bring Acton out to the crease now. See if Acton can entertain the scorers and entertain us with some sweet hitting. Good wicket. Sharp with a breakthrough on the first ball of his over. Well done. Hello to Crushmaster. Good to see you. Hello to Paul as well. PK, Rob Thompson still there. Good to see all the chatters in there, keeping positive comments coming. Remember, we have the moderators there to make sure that the chat is always friendly and engaging. So I would just suggest be friendly and engaging with the mods. They do a great job. Oh, straight up in the air. Now, boundary line versus player. Player takes the catch, and that is a really well-judged catch. Probably a couple of centimetres from boot to rope, but we saw it right in front of the table here where the 3 of us are sitting. And that is an excellent, excellent catch. Well judged. Have a look at the replay one more time. Look at that. Aware of where the boundary rep was because he looked down before. Just watch that left foot. Just watch that left foot. And that little hop. But there is a little gap between there. Probably the width of a stump gap between boot and rope. And that's good enough. That's an excellent catch. So 2-2. Game-changing over this one. And unfortunately for Acton, he's gone for a golden duck. Oh, boy. Acton, unfortunately, he's I really feel for him because he's coming to the side. He was unavailable on the weekend, but yesterday played a couple of games and just wasn't able to get going. So once again, he's tried to get going here and probably just needed 1% more power in that shot. Could have got himself a Maximo. Hit down the ground on the hat-trick ball and good bit of work there. Actually dropped the ball because he knew his momentum was taking him over the rope. That is pretty clever. And now long off and long on having a conversation and then they smack hands and say, well done, as they should. Keep it positive. Watch this one more time. There it is. Tap. And the throw. Oh, it's all happening up there. This game's just gone up a notch. Oh, it's gotten through the keeper. And it's going to go all the way as well. So through the keeper for 4 byes. Literally cut him in half. The bowler hands to the head. He's a bit upset about that. Yeah, I can understand that too. Having just picked up 2 wickets at the start of the over, and then that happens. So we've had a couple of wickets, 2, which almost went to the boundary, apart from some very good fielding, and then the 4 byes, which cut the keeper in half. Shah, though, bowling with really good pace, really good line too. Now asking the question outside the line, and doesn't throw the stumps down, and fair enough too. There was no one backing up at the bowler's end. Never know where it could have gone. So it is all happening. Definitely gone up a little bit here. Which is always good to see. So last ball, the 5th coming up. Eventful over. 2. We've had 4 byes, but 4 leg byes. So only 2 runs off the bat. Couple of wickets. Exciting stuff. Both teams really keen for a win here. Swiss Dragons probably more so, just to make sure that they're still part of the conversation when we can talk about who's going to play in the finals tomorrow. They need a win here to be able to be part of that conversation. For the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they've still got 2 games after this one. But they would love a win here, just to give them the opportunity to maybe sneak into qualify 1 tomorrow, which of course is the big double chance match. Remember, the loser of that will play the winner of the eliminator. But right now, it's still too hard to say which teams can end up where, and it probably won't be until, probably at least until maybe the start of the 4th game. We probably can't really have anything confirmed. The only thing I can confirm for you is that Zurich, Mavericks, Garwal have definitely booked themselves into qualify 1 tomorrow. They cannot be dislodged from the top of the table, no matter what. Mathematically, that can't change. But everything else underneath can change. Basel Afghan have played all their games, but they're sitting 2nd on the standings, but that could change. Keeps having a bit of a nightmare as he spills a very straightforward take, but he does have some backup. And byes indicated. There was no edge. Hello to Wayne in the chat as well. Good to see you again as always. See Chris Addison's still there as well. Good to see you. I saw Wardy jumped in before too. Rob Thompson, ankle deep in snow over there in New Zealand. And of course, Paolo Campini, who's been keeping us all company throughout the whole time. Now, one fielder's very keen on a caught behind, but no one else is really lending any kind of support. I think that's Shah, who came charging in from mid-off, adamant that he heard something, but there was 0 support from around the ground, and the umpire turned him down pretty quickly. So Fletcher, who has bowled a terrific first over, is back on to bowl his 2nd. So far, he's dotting up, and he's looking pretty good. Nice hit. That's going to be across the boundary line rope for a Maximo. And that is a nice strike. Just goes against the runner play slightly. And so he's put it right in the spot, has Fletcher. And it's a good swing through the line there from Pradhan. Pradhan's pretty handy with the bat. He's played a couple of really good cameos for Swiss Dragons. They need something bigger than a cameo from him now in this innings. Shinwari's still out there, but I kind of feel he's been camped at the non-strikers end for probably a bit too long. He's come in and he's belted 38 off 12. I think they need the skipper to maybe do a little bit better than that. Get on strike, man. Ooh, that was so close. Umpire, sorry. Keeper goes up with one hand. It was all runs. He definitely got a little tickle on that one. Looking to play the hook shot. Keeper did well, actually, to even get the tip of the glove on that. It pretty much would have almost gone, well, would have gone all the way for a Baximo, but it would have probably a couple of bounces for. So well done. Desperate fielding there. 86 for 3, halfway through the 6th. Healthy run rate. It's currently at 15.6. Have a look at that massive 32 run over there, right in the middle, at the 4th over. Huge. Along the deck. Oh, little bit too tough there for the fielder, desperately diving across there. Shah can't knock it down, and it gets under him and across the boundary rate for 4 runs. So runs starting to come from Fletcher now. He was bowling so tight and so accurate at the very start. Now he's just struggling a bit. So 86 for 3, 2 to come. Pradhan and Shinwari looking to build a big partnership here for the Swiss Dragons. Gives them the charge. And swing and a miss. Fletcher continues down the pitch and just has a couple of comments. I'm sure they were all very nice along the lines of, you missed that, didn't you? Did indeed. Hello to Wayne and Kev in the chat. Hello to everyone in the chat. Exciting day of cricket here in Switzerland. It's the penultimate day, just remember that. So it's also the 9th day of our time here in Zurich, having had a wonderful time with the T20Is last week. This is the 4th day of the ECS, and tomorrow is the final day, and it's finals. So at the end of the day today, we'll be able to tell you who's going to play in the Eliminator and who's going to play in Qualifier 1. 4 teams out of 6 will go through to tomorrow's action. 2 teams will not make it through, and we still won't know. Well, we still don't know now, and we probably won't know until, I would say, well, we may know. Look, if Swiss Dragons don't win this one, then we can pretty much say that they will not play tomorrow. Sports Club Rocher need to win their 2 games this afternoon, or else they will not play tomorrow. They're the 2 teams we've probably got our eyes most focused on. Kind of feel that Alton, who were looking pretty good yesterday, however, they've only got 1 win as well. If they lose their 2 matches, then they may not get through to finals tomorrow either. Every team only plays 5 matches. It's a very short, fast ECS, this one. It's not a case of teams playing each other's twice. Just play the once, only 5 matches. And when you get 6 teams playing 5 matches, it's only 15 games to sort out who's going to be a top 4. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot to play for, and that's why we probably won't be able to sort out who's going to play where tomorrow until late today. Looking forward to that. So we're just pausing for a second, making sure we've got all of our ducks in a row. But this is a exciting ECS. This one has been so much talked about already, about the scores, about the Maximos. I think I was checking the stats this morning for this ECS, and the Maximos, the number of balls per Maximo was less than 4. I think it was 3.8, and the average Maximos per innings was about 15.7. I should have probably tried to find out how many Maximos per innings it is for Stanixai. In fact, I could probably tell you, I think he's had 5 innings, and I think I saw 59 Maximos. So what's that? That's 12. 12 Maximos per innings average for Malio Stanixai from Zurich Maverick Scarwell. He's been an absolute machine when it comes to hitting the Maximos, but there's been so many hit. In fact, I can quickly sneak over now just while we're sorting things out and have a quick look. I can tell you some of the crazy information here. So 329 Maximos scored from, 11 matches. So that's up to date as of last night. So it doesn't include anything that's happened here today. Yeah, so 3,361 runs, 203 fours, but 329 Maximos. That's quite incredible. Yeah, balls per Maximo, 3.8. The Maximo rate is 15.7, which is astonishing. And the strike rate is 238. That's not bad. Not bad averages, really. Not bad at all. The runs in boundaries is 2,786 out of 3,361. That's 83%. 83% of the runs scored over the last 3 days has been all in boundaries, either 4s or 6s. That's quite amazing. The fours rate is 9.7, but the maximum rate of 15.7. That's worth a discussion point for sure. 34% of the deliveries have been dot balls. That seems quite high, actually. So maybe that's probably testament to some of the teams who struggle to get wins on the board, the fact that they have chewed up a lot of dots. players just enjoying a little bit of hydration as well right now, just while we're having just this moment of sorting a couple of things out. I think we're almost ready to go. Everyone's getting back to their positions. We are indeed ready to go. 91 for 3 after 6, confirmed. Cameron Tussle has got the ball. So don't forget, you can go to ecn.cricket and check out all those stats and numbers, and you could be as wowed as I was this morning on the way to the ground when I was reading those stats. We continue now with next over starting. Tussle almost throws himself into the ground by putting a bit of extra pace on that delivery as we start the 7th. Managed to keep himself upright, though. That's the most important thing. So a comment in the chat saying, hire me for the scoreboard update. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Smashed out towards us. That's going to go across the boundary by about a metre and just rolls to almost a stop at Alistair's foot. He does some good fielding and a good throw back as well. Bowler's already gone back to his mark without the pill. Good strike. Stand and deliver stuff. Not much footwork at all, but I've got to say, the ball was right there to be pummeled. Didn't have to do much footwork. Now, they've got three fielders deep down the ground, and so it's a very, very straight long on. Long off, not too far away from him, and then a second long off, a little bit squarer. But they don't have anyone at the point boundary to stop that. And that's what happens when you move the field to chase the ball around. It just opens up the field everywhere else, and that's a really good shot to a part of the ground where there was no one there. And now they're going to keep a fielder out there. So once again, it's just that interesting situation of the captain sort of chasing where the ball's going by putting the field after the fact has happened. Let's see if it's successful then. Hit straight down the ground. One of the deep fielders straight will get that one. Yes, he does. That's long on. With a very big underarm throw, that one. Nicely done. So as I said before, we've got a long on, or a very straight long on, also a very straight long off. And bowler in again. And that goes to deep mid-wicket and across the rope for 6 runs. Close attention from the deep mid-wicket. One of the other deep fielders out there. But yeah, I don't think I've seen that very often, having 3 fielders, long off, long on, and a second long off who's slightly pushed around a little bit to deep cover, but he's definitely not a deep cover. So they are expecting some big hits down the ground from Shinwari, who's muscled his way up to 48. Well, bang. That's a great way to bring up your half century. Shinwari take a bow. A 16-run half century. He gets himself up to 54. That's a lovely strike. Brought up the 100 just before with some of this big hitting, and he has entertained his dugout and the crowd with some very, very smart cricket here. Wonderful hitting from Captain Shinwari. And a thoroughly deserved half century. Came in at a bit of a tough time. They lost the wicket early. Rahid Khan went in the second over, and since he's been out there, he's really put the head down, and he's been responsible for a lot of those runs. That really large over, the 32-run over, all him, all Shinwari. Congratulations to him. He does really well there. 54 from 16 with 6 sixes and 4 boundaries, 4 fours, 23 off the over so far. Sorry, 23 off that over. 7 overs gone, 114 on the board for loss of 3 wickets. That run rate at 16, pretty healthy. They need a springboard here. Need to keep this momentum going. Pradhan and Shinwari putting together an excellent partnership. We start the 8th. Oh, that's going to fly away. Fortuitous, I'm not sure it's exactly where it meant to go, but it doesn't matter. Take it. That's gone to the boundary, heading out towards the car park. The ball is. Maybe the ball's had enough, trying to thumb a ride back into the city, possibly. Good strike. Bowler's coming with a bit of stick here. Kanishk Shah is the only one who hasn't really been gotten after, but he's bowling now. Had 2 for 3 in his first over. And he's just been hit for a 4, so now it's up to 2 for 7. So Zurich Alpine Warriors need to find a way to put the brakes on here, and this might be the man to do it. Yeah, call out of well bowled it was. Fine leg is almost up next to the wicketkeeper inside the rope there, inside the circle. The wicketkeeper's quite a fair way back to take the ball. He's had a couple of spills early on, but his glove work's gotten a bit better as the morning's gone on. Shah in again. Comes off the body. Fielded by that man at fine leg. So they scurry through for what will be indicated as leg byes. I don't think there was any bat on that. No, there was bat on that. There you go. Umpire detected a little feather edge. So 5 off the over, halfway through the 8th. Trying to think what score would be reasonable here. I think a 160 minimum has to be posted by Swiss Dragons. Anything over 165, I think, would be bonus runs. Good change of pace. Really thought about that delivery and changed it up. Well bowled. Shouts are well bowled from the outfield as well. Paul in the chat suggesting that possibly Shah should have bowled the 8th and the 10th. Well, he bowled the 6th, then he got a couple of wickets. So it depends. Break the momentum early or try to break it late. I think I'd rather break it early personally. But it's a fair point. It's a good discussion point too. Oh, the shot stumps. Kicked onto the stumps by the batter. As he puts his hand down to his just again to his left hamstring there. Just maybe had to take a few extra quick strides. It's Pradhan who was running to the danger end. Get through though. It's been a good over. A 4 at the very start of the over, but since then it's been very quiet this over. Only 7 runs coming from it. So still 2 to come. Put in a bit too short, miss hit straight down the throat of deep mid wicket, who I almost thought had stopped for the catch, maybe about a half a step shy of where he needed to be. And in the end, he just extends the arms a little bit further and accepts a pretty good catch. Well inside the boundary rope. That was probably at least about 15 metres inside the boundary rope, almost on the edge of the circle. So the miss hit is brought and the catch is taken. So Alpine Warriors do find a breakthrough and they get it at a good time in the 8th over. 121 for 4 now. That partnership was worth 50 runs. And they did that in 4 overs. So well done. So we've got 1 more to come. Aditya Bolter, who had a bit of an injury on Saturday. He's looking pretty fit now. Puts this one straight up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. It may land safe. It does. Well, 3 players rushing from the deep. The bowler's looking at him and saying, really? No one could get to that? And I got to say, I'm with the fielders on this. There's no way they were going to get to that. Well, Shah's going to finish with 3 for 10. He's been a bit of a star for the Zurich Alpine Warriors. And with his help, he's really put the brakes on. And that run rate has tumbled down from 16s down now to 15s. As it's now 15.3. 122 for 4. 2 overs to come. Big 2 overs coming now, though. So big decisions coming up for the skipper, for the Alpine Warriors. He has to try to think, okay, how do we try to contain in these dying stages here? As he himself has just bowled a terrific spell. Now, he's asking Ankush Lal to come on and bowl the 9th. I'm a little bit surprised that Lal's not getting 2 overs. He bowled on Saturday when Henry and I were commentating in one of the matches. I think the first match the Zurich Alpine Warriors played, and he picked himself up a fifer. He was really looking good. He was even on a hat-trick. Didn't get the hat-trick, but he got a fifer. So he's going to bowl the 9th, and he's going to get put out of the park on the first delivery. Smacked nicely around the corner for a big 6. That's a good start for the Swiss Dragons. Got to be eyeing off a 150, minimum 150 for Swiss Dragons. I said in the last over, minimum 160, but just with that very tight over, the 8th over, which was excellently bowled by Shah. Just feel it maybe a 150 now on the cards. 128 on the board. Just doesn't quite get this one right. It's a bit straighter and tries to go cross bat, and it goes straight down the ground for just a single. Turns to strike over, though. That's the most important thing. Gets Shinwari back on strike. Because if anyone's looking likely to power up in these last couple of overs and try and find a good 30, 35 runs, he'd be the one for me. Nothing against Bolter, but Shinwari's already got the runs on the board. He's got 54 of them. Let's see how he goes now. Oh, it just made me eat my words. Thanks very much, Omar. Swing and a miss. And if Henry was here, he would have said that was an excellent delivery from Blue Suede Shoes. I'm pretty sure they're not suede, but we're going to go with the Blue Suede Shoes for Ankush. He really impressed Henry, I got to say. Henry Blofeld was very impressed with Ankush's fifer. Good variation, good short ball. Unable to get anything on that one. And really surprised Omar, who cannot get anything on that. Not a nick, nothing. Well bowled. Up in the air, catching opportunity, and to be honest, never really looked comfortable camped under that. Just one of those things. Sometimes you can see that, and it was Quatil Zabiola there. So for some reason, I'm getting a wasp buzzing around my ear very consistently the last 30 seconds. Did someone put some honey on this or something on my headset? I'm not sure. I know, don't. Alg's giving me a really weird look there. Tucked around the corner. Going to be just the one. Might take a second on the throw. They try for it. Throw's coming in, and stumps are broken. And the umpire says home. Umpire is happy that he's home. A few fielders cannot believe the decision, the incredulity being worn on the sleeves of some of these players. They're even turning to the standing umpire and saying, "Really, can you ever rule that? Have a look at that." But the square leg umpire was in the best position to call that, and call it he does. And Zurich Alpine Warriors, that's just the way it goes. It was not out. Good throw. Maybe the thrower just took a split second too long. Either way you cut it, doesn't matter. The umpire at square leg says, no, he's home. 9 overs gone, 132 for 4. Last over coming up. As that over only goes for 10 runs. Excellent bowling from Lal. He did get hit for just that one boundary. Everything else, though, was, well, to quote myself, it was all gravy. All right, here we go. Final over. Swiss Dragons, how can they muscle themselves up into the 150s? They've got to do exactly that. Get the feeling that Zurich Alpine Warriors will be feeling pretty good about this total so far. Short ball. Tussle bangs in a short one. And umpires indicating that is your short ball. Of course, if you spend it early in the over, the short ball, that means the umpires will be right onto that should you do it again. And that's something that also the batter will put into their minds as well, that there shouldn't be anything more like that. In again. Full. In the air. That's going to fly away towards the boundary over the covers. One bounce, and bounces then on the rope on the second bounce and across for 4. But it does go for 4. So it does help the cause, gets things moving along. Shinwari now, he's up to 59, striking at 268. 136 for 4, 4 deliveries to come. Tassel bowling with some real venom here. There's a few discussions going on with the senior players about the field placings. I think they kind of feel they might have missed the trick there, and maybe that should have been a hole that should have been plugged. They've actually put a fielder right there, right now. Just make sure that doesn't happen again. That's Tanmay Cussy, who's right where the ball crossed the line in front of us. This one's straight up in the air. Who wants this one? I'm not sure keeper's going to get to it. It's got such a long way to run. I mean, the keeper had to run a good 35, 40 metres to that one, and the ball had a bit of hang time, but not enough, and it drops out of the gloves just at the last second. Fair effort, though. Real fair effort. You can see there in the replay. Good vision on the replay there. Thank you, Nivi. Nivi, who is our camera operator today. Also did a great job yesterday. Great to have her back again. Tucked around the corner. That's a clever shot. That's going to beat the fielder over there in the square leg area. It goes backward a square for 4 runs. Clever shot. The ball that really should have been treated like that on the pads and whipped away nicely. Very good shot. Bowler in again. Tries a bit of a slow ball there. Just brought the arm over a bit slower. Fielded on the boundary rope with a back foot very, very close. Very close to the rope there, but I think he's okay. We'll see that again on the replay. Have a look at this. Watch the back foot of the fielder. Just hovered near the rope, but it's all safe. It's all good there. So we've got one more to come. 143 for 4 on the board, plus this. Smoked nicely. That should go for 6. Oh, that's bounced, I think, just over line. No, it's bounced just millimetre perfect in front of the line for 4 runs. So that is going to be the Swiss Dragons total. They don't get to the 150, let alone a 160, which I felt is what they needed. And it's going to end up on 147 for 4. Look, not a bad effort in the end. Shinwari there, unbeaten on 66 and 25. He was struck the ball beautifully, came out at the drop of the first wicket and really commanded and really drove that score along. Unfortunately, the support from the rest of his team wasn't quite there, and that's why they haven't hit the 160 mark. They were averaging around about, or looking for a score on about the 160s at one point. Have a quick look at the scorecard there. Let's go through it with you. So Omar Shinwari, 66 not out from 25 deliveries. And Kabir Pradhan, that 25 from 14. Nice cameo from him. Isaac Stewart sort of looked a bit hot and cold at the top of the order there. 21 from 8. Struck the ball a couple of times really nicely, but unfortunately couldn't put a really big innings together, which is what they needed. In the bowling department, well, shout out to Shah for the captain for 3 for 11. Excellent bowling spell from him. And that's why the total is a little bit less than what they would have wanted. Swiss Dragons then 147 for 4. Well, this is their series on the line right here. They need to defend that. And for the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they've got 2 games after this. So if they could pick up a win here, there's every chance they could even get a couple more wins and go into second place in the standings, get the double chance tomorrow. It's an exciting run chase coming up, and it's going to be with you in about 12 minutes' time. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, and I'll be back here at the MBRAC Cricket Ground in about 12 minutes' time for that run chase. Don't go too far. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, to the Emrach Cricket Ground here, just to the north of the city of Zurich. It is the Zurich ECS unfolding before your very eyes. This is the penultimate day of the series, the last day of the group games. And this is the first of those group games. This is match number 12, Swiss Dragons and Zurich Alpine Warriors. Swiss Dragons have posted 147 for 4 in their 10 overs. And just on the face of it, you sort of feel that 147 may not be a total that's going to be big enough for them to defend. They've got it all to do here. This is pretty much their series on the line here. They need to be able to defend this against a pretty rampant and powerful Zurich Alpine Warrior team. Also remember, though, the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they have still got 2 games after this match concludes. For the Swiss Dragons, this is it. This is their final group game. They've only got 1 win from 4. They need to try to find a way to get a second win. If you can't get a second win in the series, playing only 5 games, then it's likely you will not play in the finals. So out of 6 teams, 4 teams go through the finals, 2 teams will drop off. And I kind of just get the feel when you look at the maths of that if you can't get 2 wins, then you're probably not going to be part of that conversation about finals. We're going to find out soon. In about 40, 45 minutes time, I'll be able to tell you exactly what's going to happen with regards to Swiss Dragons. All to play for here for them. For the Zurich Alpine Warriors, it's all to play for them, but they have got 2 more bites of the cherry after this. They've also just got 1 win, but they have still got this plus 2 games in hand. And that's probably why you'd think that the Alpine Warriors probably should do well today and get themselves into finals action. Zurich Mavericks already have got themselves into the finals. They're going to play and qualify 1 tomorrow, sitting top of the standings. Basel Afghan also have booked themselves into action tomorrow. Just a small outside chance, though. They could get knocked out of second place with results today, but they have got themselves in tomorrow's finals action. So they were very happy last night when they got a big win. Really big win they scored over Alton last night, chasing down a huge total of 177 for the win, and they did it with just a couple of balls to spare, but they got it nonetheless. Fantastic game, probably the best game of the series so far. Definitely worth watching if you haven't seen that one. That was match 11 yesterday. This game, though, there's every bit of ingredients in this to make this the best game of the series too. It's a tasty little target. And on the face of it, you might say, well, this should be overhauled pretty easily, or a sub-150 score should be chased down. Well, I wouldn't say that necessarily. A couple of wickets, a bit of luck sometimes running your way is all you need. And so that can happen exactly the way you want it to go. Mohammadi's got the ball, and he starts us off with the run chase with a good delivery, good bit of pace. And Ahmad just goes to put the bat out and just a bit leisurely there. Doesn't try to play anything too aggressive. His batting partner at the non-striker's end, that is Ankash Lal. It looks like he's changed his boots. As Henry Blofeld will say, the blue suede boots are gone. I can see an orange and I can see a blue, actually. He's got a bit of this and a bit of that. Nice push. Defensive push down the ground. Just going to be one just to get the scoreboard ticking over. Yeah, it looks to me that Ankash Lal, he's got a blue boot and he's got an orange boot. So on his right foot, he's got the orange, and on his left foot, he's got the blue. Now, I'm not going to make any aspersions as to colour blindness or anything like that, but as long as they feel the same and it feels good, that's fine. One of my little curious idiosyncrasies that I do, which I'll talk about in just a moment without getting too carried away about myself, because it's all about the players. That's a leg side wide. We'll have that again. Mrs. G is always upset at me because I mix my socks up, but however, I don't go by colour, I'd go by thickness. And I find that my different sock colours don't matter. As long as they feel the same, that's all I'm worried about. So I think even right now, I think I've got a green and a red one on. Anyway, back to the game. Good start to this over. Exciting run chase coming up. 146 required off 58 deliveries. Mohammadi bowling with a bit of venom, bit of pace. Lofted down the ground. Now, that's going to fall just inside the field of play. Good work there from Isaac Stewart. He just watched the ball land, could see it was going to land inside the field of play, but unfortunately couldn't get hands to it. And also had some close attention of a fielder running back the other direction, straight towards him. That was Janzeb Shinwari. So between the two of them, they've managed to make sure that didn't cross the boundary rope. And just the one run as well. Thought they could probably try to scurry through for 2. Straight over the top That has gone a fair way back over the electronic scoreboards too. We've got two electronic scoreboards here, one for cricket and one for baseball. It's gone straight off the top of both of them. What a lovely strike for 6. So first boundary of the innings comes up. So it's 9 without loss, with 2 still to come. PK with a good comment there. The different coloured shoes, so he knows his left from his right. True. Blue is right and orange is left. Yeah, that or someone's pinched one of his boots and left him in a bit of a state, or pinched 2 of his boots and left him in a state. You never know. Paul in the chat saying, surely run 2. That was on that sky chance. I kind of feel the same, Paul. Kind of felt there was 2 there. Outside the line, slams into the pad. Big appeal from everybody except the bowler. Ahmad with a bit of a job here. He is a proper batter, though. Hassan Ahmad is very good. Crush Master has even just said those words too. So there you go, Crush Master. I'm pretty much channeling your thoughts as well on this one. Here's a bit of a key here. Swiss Dragons can dislodge Ahmad. Anything goes. Goes for a pull shot, misses the lot, and that's going to finish the over. A good start there for the Swiss Dragons, just 9 runs from it. And that's 9 for no loss after 1. Asking rate from here on in is 15.4. So still need a lot of runs. Without labouring the point, to say it one more time for Swiss Dragons here, they need a win. Otherwise, their series is pretty much done and dusted, unless a number of teams end up on 1 win, which I can't see happening. I think mathematically that can't happen. But 2 teams might end up on just 1 win. Remember, Sports Club Rocher are at the bottom of the standings with no wins at the moment, but they've got 2 games coming up this afternoon, but they're 2 very tough games. Firstly against Alton, then against this team, the Zurich Alpine Warriors. Lofted, and that should be out of the ground. Is it just across the boundary rope? It is. It's another Maximo. So the engine's starting to splutter and fire up here for the Alpine Warriors. That's a really good stroke. So Lau getting into the business of boundaries as well. And it was nice during the break. We had a little visit from Roger from the European Cricket Network office. Always good to see his smiling face, and that's a nice shot. And now, interesting enough, Isaac Stewart in 2 frames of mind whether to go for the dive. He took a fantastic diving catch yesterday, almost in that same position, and it pulled it off, and it was a great catch. You can see there, maybe he was just a couple of steps shy of that, and he didn't opt to do the dive. Yeah, I want to give Roger a shout out. He as soon as he got to the ground, he heard me say Embrach, and I thought, yeah, I need to say it properly like a Swiss person. That is Embrach. Get the proper going on there. So thank you, Roger. It's gone for wides. It's gone for a whole bunch of them as well. I think the umpire, well, he didn't indicate 4, but it's we know it's 4. So runs to the score. All good for the Alpine Warriors. They won't hesitate with taking that, the Minimo. So it's got to be bowled again, and it's 5 runs banked straight away. Boom. So Ahmad facing up. Swing and a miss. Every ball so vital to Swiss Dragons. Every dot ball is just another reason for them to just have a bit of a jump in their step in the field. And just encourage each other. You're only out there for a handful of deliveries. It's not a long time. The T10 matches, as you know, I know everyone watching are all fans of T10, but those 60 deliveries go so fast. We're halfway through the second. Every little bit counts. Short, and turns down the run as it gets hit straight to player who's just fielding in front of square there, ever so slightly. Keeps it to a dot ball. Another dot. Nicely balanced this game. Bowl it in again. And sent out of the park, right across the fence and into the protective area. that has gone a long way back. And that means that player's going to have to leap over the fence using the step ladder. Hopefully not the table, please. But that's a lovely strike. Rahid Khan is the bowler, and he's been sent straight back over his head with a lovely strike from Ahmad. You're just sort of waiting for Hassan Ahmad to really just fire up on all four cylinders here and just get stuck into the bowling. He's that sort of character. He's a very, very tall man as well. He's built for purpose, and he just looks like someone who can get into a bit of a mood and get after the bowlers very quickly. So it's I think it's well, Isaac Stewart's jumped the rope and he's gone off for, I can see him a long way back. He's right up against the buildings in that part of the fenced area. And he's found the pill, I think, so we're going to have it back in just a moment. So have a look at the ECN events. Up-and-coming events, ECS Estonia starting next week on Monday. And then we've got ECSW there in Estonia, which will be on the weekend after the conclusion of the men's European Cricket Series. We've then got a Belgium Challenger Series from mid-August, 17th of August through to the 21st of August. That's a Monday through to Friday. And then the Premier will start the following week from the Monday through to the Friday. So ECS Belgium, 2 weeks in a row with the weekend breaking up there. It's going to be fantastic. ECS Portugal, Battleborn Cup from the 31st of August through to Friday, the 4th of September. And then back to Belgium in Westland in September. So August and September are already locked and loaded with some big events coming your way on the European Cricket Network. Make sure you have got the nice comfy chair and the cool drink of something to keep you occupied during that. Well-directed bouncer there. Batter's asking the question of the umpire, saying, why don't you call that one a wide? It's because you're a tall fella and it went straight over your shoulders. That's probably why. So 2 overs are gone now, and it's going to be 27 for no loss after those 2 overs. Yeah, if you want to have a look at the up-and-coming events, don't forget, check out all the information at ecn.cricket for the up-and-coming events. You see there on we had on the graphic on the side of the page with all the information that's coming up on the European Cricket Network this month and into September. Next week, ECS Estonia. That's Monday through to Friday. Then a women's ECS on the Saturday and the Sunday. Belgium doing a Challenger and a Premier Division. That's exciting stuff too. We all know what Belgian cricket's like. That's lightning fast. A lot of Maximos. Can't wait for that one as well. Lofted in the air, and that's going to find the boundary. Just waiting for confirmation. That might have gone just bounced inside the rope. Only just. Really close there. Umpire had a bit of a look there. But yeah, very close. 31 for no loss. Still inside the power play. This is the last over of the power play coming up. Hello to Brendan in the chat as well. Good to see you again, Brendan. Pulled around the corner. Doesn't go all that square, but it's effective. Doesn't matter. Bounces along the deck for 4. Nice shot. Lowell picking up runs here. Run rate required. Ticks under 15 now. Swiss Dragons need a breakthrough. Probably need a double breakthrough now just to try to get their noses back in front. But for Mohammadi, needs to find some dots or a wicket. Tries the slow ball, goes leg side. It's ill-directed. That's a shame. It was the right idea, change of pace. His slow ball isn't the best disguise, but it also depends on the batter as well. As what he does, he just brings the arm over probably a little bit too early, and it's a slow delivery that he does. It's no back of the hand. It's simply just slowing down the arm, and it can be seen pretty quickly, especially if you're a quality batter. And that's Ankush Lal. There's the quality right there. Gets that one on the full and punches that one down the ground. And for a flat 6. So runs coming pretty far freely now at the moment. Swiss Dragons need to find something. Yeah, thanks for that comment, Brandon, saying the Swiss and Hornchurch legs have showcased some pretty serious talent. They have, haven't they? Glad you've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun. Some of the big hitting here has been real amazing stuff. Sort of rub your eyes sort of moment and just check out what's going on. Been incredible. I'm glad you've enjoyed it though, Brendan. And the Hornchurch series, of course, amazing. And shout out to Rico Full, who's out there in Hornchurch doing a great job as well. He always does. Looking forward to when I can possibly commentate with Rico again sometime in the future. Had a great couple of series last year with him. And I hope he's doing well over there. In fact, he actually dropped me a message just before Roger came over to say hello. So I haven't had a chance to say anything back to Rico, but if he's listening, I saw your message. I'll get back to you. High in the air. There's nobody back there. It's still inside the power play. Doesn't matter. That has gone so far over the boundary rope. It's not funny, and it's bouncing towards the cars in the car park. And it's actually heading towards our car, Al. No, it's gone behind. It's actually gone behind our car. That's how far it's gone. I think it's gone under our car. It has. That has gone such a long way back. Look how far away the player is getting the ball. This is going to be a double relayed throw. Amazing. I think it's gone under our car, and we are parked pretty far away from the ground. So that has rolled a long way. That's how far it went. It was a great shot for 6. Runs coming from this over are plenty. 21 already. It's gone magical, and there's still 2 to come. Swiss Dragons here. This is not what they wanted. They needed something tight. They needed to find wickets. They have to try to find some dots at a bare minimum. Mohammadi in again. Coming out towards us. I think we might be fielding that one just over the rope. Oh, I'll tell you what. Bounces inside the rope for 4. Just for a second, it looked like it was going to come all the way, but slightly mishit as I was watching the ball getting larger and larger coming towards us. But nope, doesn't go all the way across the rope for 6. It's for 4. 50 up as well. 52 for no loss with still 1 more to come. So good power play here for the Alpine Warriors. Very good power play. And it's a wide ball. We'll have to have that one again. Just get the feeling it's all starting to fall apart a little bit. I think the Swiss Dragons, they're still in the contest. But the asking rate from here on in is 13.3, which is very, very gettable. 26 off the over. It's a magic over. 1 more to come. Here we go. Tries the slow ball. And it's been mishit. It may get to the boundary. Oh, desperation. Doesn't cut it off. And it goes for 30 the over. So it has gone supersonic. And that's going to sting. That's going to sting the Dragons. You can see there, Isaac Stewart threw himself full length. Can't get fingertips on the ball. And he looks absolutely gutted. He kind of feels that over has blown things apart for the Swiss Dragons. Goes for 30. 57 on the board after 3. A terrific power play. Now 91 needed from 42. I would say that unless they can find a couple of wickets, and I'm not talking 1 wicket, I'm talking about 2 or even 3 wickets in the next 2 overs, I think Swiss Dragons may be bowing out of the competition. Zurich Alpine Warriors looking strong, looking really, really strong. Hello to Alan, who joins us in the chat. Good to see you. Laying down the law as our mods do. Just reminding some of the chatters about the repeat messages. Thanks very much for that, Alan. And also to you too, PK. Thank you. Love your work, guys. So, a supersonic over. Let's see how Carsey can try to follow up now. He's got a lot of pressure on him as the bowler to sort of try to stem the flow. And it's Ankush Lal who's taken the lead here in the batting. And not out is a decision from the umpire. Loan from the wicketkeeper. Although, to be fair, deep mid wicket did also join in. Hello to Paul Horn, who also joins us. Hello there, Paul. Wow, there you go, Paul. That's just for you to say good morning. Bang, crashed out of the ground for a big 6. Zurich Alpine Warriors just starting to put the foot down and drawing away ever so slowly from the Swiss Dragons here in this chase. And this defence is falling apart. They need wickets. Need a lot of them. They're getting slain of the Dragons. That's the Alpine Warriors, who are standing tall right now, looking really good. Have to be firm favourites from here on in. 85 from 40 is what's asked. Good Yorker. Digs it out and pushed down the ground for a single. It's not about that man, Ahmad. He's I mentioned before, he's quite a big framed man, and when he hits the ball, it really does stay hit. It's a good ball. It's a really good delivery, that. It's a Yorker, and it's a slightly pace off. And all Lull can do is just push it into the midwick area where it's fielded well. Paul in the chat makes a good comment there about Isaac Stewart. That's a really good point there. He takes a 5 for on debut for Switzerland and regularly chipped in. But here, just seems out of sorts. Just hasn't even come close to hitting his strides. Well, keeper was absolutely adamant that there was an edge there, and so was the umpire. So well taken by the keeper, takes a feather edge, and that is the breakthrough that they so needed. And it's Lull who manages to just get the faintest of touches that was heard around the ground, around the Embra cricket ground. And he has to go. First wicket falls on 64, and that breakthrough, well, that was a long time coming. But Swiss Dragons now, they're getting together in huddle. All the players have gotten over into the huddle, and the conversation is, well, you know what it's going to be. It's going to be, look, keep our heads up. We're still in this. We're in this all the way to the end. Hold the catches, save the boundaries, bowl tight. Look what the full deliveries do. I've been saying this all week and all last week as well. Watch what the full delivery does. The short ball here doesn't bring reward. If you're trying to get a batter out by making him do a miss hit, then I kind of figure it's the wrong mindset. So the full ball does bring the wicket because it just confuses the batter a little bit, makes him a little bit edgy. He gets a feather edge on the next ball, and the wicketkeeper takes a good catch. So big breakthrough. Zabiul comes to the crease. Let's see if he and Hamid Ahmad can put together a good partnership. They do indeed need to follow up on that wicket. You are indeed correct there, Paul Horn. Good comment. I agree 100%. Try to keep the fresh batter on strike. Try to just cramp him up. Get some pressure on him somehow. Got to find a way to do this. It is the end of the over, though. It's successful over as well. 64 for 1. 7 runs from the over, including a wicket. So Swiss Dragons still in this. They're just hanging on. Their claws are stuck into the backsides of the Zurich Alpine Warriors as they're climbing away from them. So the Dragons just hanging on for dear life here. Need to find another wicket, though. And Zahir Hotak is going to bowl the 5th. I don't mind that. I think it's a pretty good move. Get him on a bit earlier. They brought him on later yesterday. And I kind of like him bowling in the middle overs. So this is a good move from the captain. It's also rolling the dice, but you've got to roll the dice. It's pretty much all or nothing for the Swiss Dragons. If they lose here, well, then the series is done. If they can get the win, it keeps their hopes alive to play in finals tomorrow. And once you get into finals, doesn't matter what happened in the group stages, you're in the finals, and that's what matters. So Hotak bowling to Hamid, puts him out of the park. Or does he? Does, yeah. I think the bowler was gesturing, saying, come on, try and knock it back in. It was so far over the head of the fielder. There was no chance to knock it back in. It was actually placed really, really well. Ends up landing on the rope, probably about 4 metres over the line, and there was no chance for a leap and tap back into the field of play. None whatsoever. I think Hotak was getting a little bit keen there, hoping that Pradhan could do something magical. Need a step ladder for that. Not a good ball. That is pummeled up onto the grassy knoll, square of the wicket on the leg side. Just not a good follow-up delivery. Well, I said bringing Hotak on early is a good move, but that was based on the previous games I've seen him bowl, and this one is not too good. And Ahmad has just gone bang twice. I thought pace off was not a bad ploy, but you can't bowl that length. Hassan Ahmad, he's too strong for that. He will do whatever he wants to a short ball. Got to get fuller. Yep, that's in the slot, and that's another 6. It's not good bowling. It sort of makes me think. It looks like tired bowling is what it looks like. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It just looks like a tired bowler who's just going through the motions of putting the ball in the spot. And this is nothing but batting practice for Hassan. Hits 3 6s in a row. So that's 18 off the over already. And with the current run rate at 12 required per over, you kind of feel that hope is slipping away for the Dragons. But you still got to be a talented batter to put the ball away. And that's who that man is. Hassan Ahmad helping himself to a good score here. Well, this time brings a false shot. It's going to land safe in the Bermuda Triangle with 3 fielders coming in. One player overruns it, and it's going to allow them to get back for 2. So he's back on strike. Over goes Magical with that 2. Just a moment there for him when he realised, he tried to elevate, did not get anywhere near enough on that one. So maybe something the bowler's going to put in the back of his head. All right, that brought a false shot. He moves up to 40 now. All the way along the deck and coming right down to our feet and clutters into the foot of Al. And that is a nice shot though. 24 off the over so far, still 1 to come. And this game is running away from the Swiss Dragons. They need to capitalise on that wicket that fell not too long ago. In fact, it fell 7 deliveries ago, but this over is put paid to that, as it's now 24 off the over plus this to complete. Hassan Ahmad goes bang again towards the deep mid-wicket area. Pretty much more sort of a long on for another Maximo. Can you believe it? It's another 30-run over. It's another supersonic over. Oh, Swiss Dragons. I think they may have gone early. It may be trouble. I don't want to say it too early because in a game of cricket, it's not over until it's over. Not over until the umpires flick the bails off the wickets and say game. But they don't have a lot of runs to play with. That's the problem. They only put 140 odd on the board, 147 on the board. So that's the problem. 148, the target, is not a big enough target. I said at one point that need to be thinking about a 160 plus. And I still stand by that. That's the kind of target you need to find in order to win a game, literally. There's pass scores, and then there's scores that you can make as a team to try to, that can pretty much say you're going to get a win or gives you the better chance for a win than simply a pass score. I just don't think they got the runs on the board. 54 off 30 is the equation. They've already got 94 off the first 30 deliveries. As Quatil pushes that down the ground for a single and gets Hassan Ahmad on strike. He also brought up his 50 with that last 6. Apologies for that one. He did indeed. I wasn't worried about where the ball had gone. But, 50 off 18 with 7 6s and 1 4. As Ahmad took a little while to get going. But he's done pretty well. Well, he's done very well, to be perfectly honest. We're okay. Big shout given. Well, there you go. There you go. Massive, massive wicket, that. Huge wicket. That is going to put a spring in the step of the Swiss Dragons. But is it too little too late? You tell me. It's 50 now for Hassan Ahmad. He has to go now. Oh, the Swiss Dragons having a bit of a get around. But is it too little too late? 95 for 2. It's still 53 required from 28. But it's been done leg before wicket. Good delivery, that. Really good ball. Just want to give a shout out quickly to our host, Cricket Switzerland. Just, one of their volunteers came down to check if we want some water. Very nice of him. It's already very warm here this morning. It's getting warm in the centre. Another wicket or 2, and it's going to get even warmer in the centre with the big hitting. Hassan Ahmad gone, leg before wicket. I think that was a pretty good decision and a very good delivery from Kasi. He's got 2 for 8. So The rush of blood in the last 2 overs from Hassan Ahmed comes to a screeching halt. He manages to get to his 50, but that's it though. 50 off 19 deliveries in the end. As we continue. Ooh, delicate stuff there. Plays an edge that just misses the glove of the keeper. Bowler's down on his haunches. Can't believe that didn't go into the glove. It went just off to the side of the glove with the delicatest of edges. That's one way for Kima to get off their mark. Gets Quatil back on strike. Let's see how this top order can hold together for the Zurich Alpine Warriors. After big hitting Hassan goes, it's now up to the rest of them. He's done everything he had to do though to get the score up and running. Muscled, but it goes straight to Isaac Stewart, who throws the ball back like a rocket. It can't stop the single. So I'm interested to see the approach now from the Alpine Warriors, needing 51 from 26. Pretty much 2 runs a ball from here on in. And goes again for a cut. Nicely taken by the keeper. Kasi bowling his absolute skin off here, trying to find another wicket for his team. He's only got 1 more delivery to go. How much would they love to get another wicket if they can? Shorter ball, played with a little bit of respect there. No run, dot ball to finish with, cracking over that. Really good over, 3 runs from it and a wicket as well. Score stays on 97 for 2 after 6. Still needing 51 from 24. Still a bit of work to do, but you still feel they got the noses well and truly in front, the Zurich Alpine Warriors. But a big wicket. Big wicket, that one. Another one would make this game very, very interesting indeed. So, not over yet. Not even close. Question from Uzzy. Uzzy 2917. Malia Stanikzai playing today or not? No, he's not playing today. The Zurich Mavericks Garwal team, they finished their group games yesterday, so they don't have any game today. They will be back in action tomorrow, and they'll play in Qualify 1. That'll be the second match tomorrow morning. We're not sure who their opposition will be, but we're pretty confident that the Zurich Mavericks will play, and hopefully, we haven't seen the team list yet, but hopefully Malia Stanikzai will be available for that. Isaac Stewart on to bowl now. Just lobs up on the onside. Quick single. So Uzzy. Yep, he's not playing because his team isn't playing. So you don't have to ask why. There's the answer. He's not playing because his team's not playing. Hopefully that's understood. Isaac Stewart. It's a good move bringing him on. Seeing the success of the previous over from Kasi, it's a good move from the captain to say, look, let's get a few of our spinners and slow bowlers on. Let's try and change things up a bit because the pace bowlers were getting absolutely monstered. Cut. And well fielded, really well fielded. That could affect a run out. Oh, that was close. That was super, super close. Great bit of fielding. Got the ball back really quick, smart. The keeper breaks the stumps, but square leg says, no, he's home okay. And he was indeed. Bat was down. Well run. But oh, that was good work. 99 for 2 on the board halfway through the 7th. Just a couple of overs. Couple of overs after this one. 3 overs after this one. And we're halfway there and only a couple of runs off the over as well. So with the dismissal of Hassan Ahmad, the boundaries are dried up. Although that's going to help. Well, I said that too soon because they found the boundary rope straight down the ground as Isaac Stewart puts it right in the slot and bang. Appreciated by the batter there as quite manages to open his boundary account with a big 6, a straight 6 as well. Oh, then he goes even bigger. Wow, that's huge. Well, anyone who was calling him a test player, have a think about your comment because he's put 2 big 6s out of the ground and he's started to accelerate now. Just took a few deliveries to get his eye in. Nothing wrong with that, especially when you're chasing a target which is very gettable. There's no rush. There's no need for them to have to get this done in 8 overs or even 7 overs. So they've got the entire 10 to chase this down. Plenty of time, and that is just clever batting. It's now 111 Lord Nelson for the loss of 2, 1 to come to complete the over, and those 2 sixes have, well, they're pretty much undone what was a pretty good over to start with. Let's see if Isaac Stewart can finish strong. It's not going to finish strong for him. It's going to finish strong, though, if you are behind the batting team because it's another boundary. So this over goes for 18, and the end is not far away for this match. It's 33 required from the next 3 overs, so it's not far to go. Mark Allen enjoyed that shot, calls it the shot of the day. It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Yeah, I think Brendan having a bit of a laugh at the people calling some of these players test players when Zabiola just goes crunch with a couple of big sixes. Indeed, that was a classy couple of sixes he hit there. Maybe he was reading some of the chat comments as well, and I thought, really? So anyway, I know it's a bit of a favourite that people like to say the, test player, things like that. It's a bit of a poke at the people playing T10, but I can tell you right now, there's nothing wrong with a player who takes a couple of deliveries to get in. They read the room and they see that they've got an opportunity just to play a couple of shots before they have to really put the foot down. And that's what's happened there. Plenty of time. They've still got 18 deliveries to chase down 33 runs, and that's why the Zurich Alpine Warriors are in the box seat, and that's why Swiss Dragons are trying to come up with the next answer to that question of what can they do. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough. What can the Swiss Dragons do? Well, I need to find basically a double wicket maiden over would help. That's probably one answer you could say. I'm not sure if they've got it though. As Janzeb Shinwari comes on to bowl, they've saved him towards the end, maybe as the death bowler. Short, cut away. That's not the right delivery at all, and it goes straight into the grassy knoll. So there's 6 of them. So 33 off 18 tumbles down to 27 off 17. Not a good start to the over. Not good at all. And see if you people in the chat posting in all caps. I would ask you not to post in all caps. That's the equivalent of shouting, which is not necessary. And our mods are all over that one, even the mods. That's a shout out to you guys as well. Paolo Campini, I know you're one of our senior mods, but maybe just go easy on the caps. I always like to see us leading by example. You know what it's like. Do the right thing. So 122 for 2. This has gone straight up in the air. Who wants it? Wicketkeeper is trying to find it with the gloves. He's overshot it. He's gone one step too far and it lands behind him. Well, he's got the lid on, he's got the gloves on, and he's completely lost sight of it, and that's disappointing. As the player who's hit that is looking down at his bat. Zabiola's just checking at the bottom of the toe of his bat, and he's saying, well, I don't know what that was, but I can't do that again. I think even if the catch had been taken, I'm not sure it would have changed too much. Cutaway taken. Well, there you go. So the spill from the keeper doesn't amount to too much in terms of cost because the catch is taken in the covers there. So nicely taken. A good catch, AFL style, 2 hands in the air off the deck. And that is a wicket that falls towards the dying stages of the game. I think it's Acton who's taken the catch there. So Acton gets into the action. He didn't get to the action with the batting. He went for a first ball duck, unfortunately, so didn't contribute with the bat. But he's taken a good catch in the infield. And that is a false shot that has been brought about. And the wicket falls. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Unfortunately, we've missed out on the 5 there. If they lose two quick wickets, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be towards the number wang that I'm interested in. But it's currently 123 for 3. And a wicket falls. So 25 required of 14. Oh, it's a small thing, but another wicket will put a real little shake there. Yeah, PK, not all caps, mate. there's a big reason why we ask the moderators to lead by example, and that's one of them. So if we ask something of our chatters, I think that we should lead by example. We continue. Goes to play hook shot there. Misses. Dots up. So 1, 2, 3 for 3. 3 wickets there. So this is going to test the look like they've got the game in hand. I only need 25 off 2 overs and 1 delivery. Still got to get the 25 runs though. This is a good test for them. As it's another dot ball. Okay. Bit of excitement here at the ground now as we complete 8 overs and the score stays on 123 for 3. Interesting. Interesting. I'm saying interesting because, well, the wicket falls, we get some dots, and the batting team's still got to collect these runs, but now we're down to the last 2 overs. It could finish in this over. You never know. We've seen a couple of big overs. We've seen two supersonic overs already. But at the same time, Swiss Dragons if they handle the dot balls in here, just pressure on if they can take it to 10, what the Dragons need to do. Make sure they get to 10th. Who knows? That's the catch. Swung hard down the ground. Good, clean pair of hands there. That's a really good bit of fielding. Saves a few runs as well. That's Janzab Shinwari with real confidence boost for his team to cleanly field that shot, which was hit very hard. Just one. Paul Horn suggesting it's getting closer than it looks. Oh, I agree. Just a few dots after each wicket falls, and then a flurry of boundaries, then another wicket falls. It's an interesting little chase, this one. Well, he's chased the wide one there, and it's not a good delivery. It's too short, too wide. If he had got something on that, it would have found its way to the boundary. So not a good delivery, that one. Have a look at the field behind the wicket keeper. Well, behind the wicket on the offside, there is nobody back there. There is a point, and there's extra cover. And there's third. And third is inside the circle. There's no one on the boundary. Goes crossbat down the ground. Shinwari once again with the long barrier does the stop. Now, this is where we start talking about Zurich Alpine Warriors. Are they going to leave themselves too much to do in the last over? It's what are we down to now? Well, we click along again, so it's going to be 22 off 10. Pradhan trying to find the dots. Struck nicely straight past the bowler. And Shinwari's getting a bit of work to do, but he's doing well. Janzab Shinwari has fielded the ball 3 times this over, fielded cleanly, safe pair of hands, doing the long barrier, doing everything he has to do to make sure nothing gets past him. He's got a big job to do. Doesn't have any backup. He's right on the rope. And currently they're trying to find the hit down the ground. Good bowling from Pradhan as well. Only 4 from the over so far. Oh, gets a bottom edge. They're going to run through for a single. Wicketkeeper chase it. Can't stop the single. Stanik's eye is filthy with himself. That's my one. Stanik's eye gives the bat a bit of a swing on the ground and says, I can't believe I missed that. I think his dugout can't believe he's missed it too. 20 off 8. Are they going to leave themselves too much in the final over? Who's going to bowl that final over as well? Oh boy. What a finish we've got coming up. This is going to be a lot closer than a few people thought a few minutes ago, including me. Well, that's going to help matters. Out of the ground for a big 6. So the bowler has just put it in the wrong spot. One little blink and it all changes. Crash. Absolutely middles this one out of the park. Watil Zabiola standing strong there. Came out at the drop of the first wicket and sort of did what he had to do, but he was sort of in the shadow of Hassan Ahmed there for a little while. Then he just taken a while to get going here, but he's picked the right ball and put it out of the park. 14 now from 7. So I guess that question of are they going to leave themselves too many in the last over is answered. Chops down this one. It's not going to stop the single. And just one to complete the 9th. Oh, we got a big last over coming up. Big last over. This is going to be massive, this last over. It could fall apart in the first two balls, or it could go all the way to, dare I say, the very end of the over. 13 required off the last over. Swiss Dragons well and truly in the hunt here. There's a big discussion going on in a team huddle with almost all players bar two have gotten over to that huddle to talk about who's going to bowl the last and also the field placing as well. And big pat on the back. Every play almost gave the pat on the back to the, I was going to say the unfortunate. He's not unfortunate. He's fortunate because he's going to have the chance of a bit of glory here. It looks like it's Shinwari who's going to bowl the last one. It is indeed, who did an excellent job fielding down here in front of us in that last over. Fielded, I think, about 3 or 4 shots hit down here with absolute power, and he did so well to keep it all to singles. Well, if he can replicate that, this is going to be huge. Final over coming up, 13 required for the win here. Swiss Dragons hanging on. This is someone at the bowler's end. Breaks the stumps at the keeper's end. Definitely home was the batter. Definitely home. People were screaming bowler, 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 but his momentum was never going to allow him to turn around and throw to the bowler's end. If he had picked up and shied the bowler's end, there's no one there until, well, there was no one getting to the stumps. The only person at the bowler's end was the umpire, and he's not allowed to take the ball, of course. So 12 off 5 with that single. As things build up again. Oh, boy. Tense finish coming. Really tense. Hello there to Vinny Sandhu. Vinny's got the sniff of a GB, I think, and he's turned up in the chat. I think that's what it is. He has a way of knowing. It's like a 6th or maybe a 7th sense that he's got. Hello there to Vinny. Hope you're well, mate. You never know. This could go to the wire. Let's go. Oh, swings and misses. It's a wide ball. Oh, boy. Tension at the ground is palpable. This is quite a finish coming up here. Umpire, though, holds his nerve and says that is a wide delivery. Oh, boy. It ticks down with that wide to 11 from 5. They've got the right person on strike, the Swiss Dragons. They've got Stanikzai on strike, the left-hander. They would love to make sure they can keep Quatil away from the strike for the next, for the rest of this over if they can. Here we go. We continue. Slapped and should be fielded cleanly. Not quite cleanly. They're going to not turn for 2. Quatil wants to have the strike, and he says to Stanikzai, don't worry about that misfield. We'll just take the 1. And it's just the 1. So we've had 1 wide 1. 10 from 4 required now. For the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they've got the right person on strike. Oh, boy. Bowler charging it again. Need a dot, Swiss Dragons. They don't get a dot. It's hit nice. It's along the deck. It is well fielded. The throw comes into the keeper's end very quickly as well, so it's just the single. Oh, that's a win for the Swiss Dragons right there. Small things happening here for the Swiss Dragons. They get a win here. They go 2 wins out of 5 games, and there's still a chance for finals action tomorrow, but they've got to get the win. They don't get the win here, you pretty much say goodbye to their series. Zurich Alpine Warriors have still got 2 games to go. They've got the next match against Alton after this one. Here we go. 9 from 3. Oh, he's missed. It's a wide ball. They're going to run on the wide. He could be out here. He's not. Missed. They're not going to go for 1 on the overthrow. They're not, because Quatil wants the strike. Clever from Quatil, and Stanikzai did almost everything wrong to get to the other end, but he makes it in time. And, got to feel for Shinwari, the bowler, because his heart was probably in his mouth when he realised a run out could have been on. But he's shy from point blank range, misses, and they don't try for a second. Don't go for a buzzer. 7 from 3. 1 big hit to level the score. Quatil has already hit 3 sixes. We know he's capable. He's only hit 1 4. But as we've seen so far the last few days here in this ECS, these batters, they deal in maximos. Here we go. Oh, that's going to fly away. That might have got to be a Baximo. It is. Can you believe it? What a way to get the 6 runs to level the scores. There you go. Scores are level. The bowler's half pleading with the umpire. I'm not sure what the pleading's going to do. It's going to do nothing because that is a genuine Baximo. Oh, boy. So, scores are level with 2 balls to go. Shinwari's not sure where the ball is. It's on the ground in front of you. There it is. Yep. Someone help him. Oh, boy. Surely the captain. Well, here we go. Now, finally, someone, I think it's Hotak there in the field, is saying, look, we've got to get in. The boundaries are irrelevant. We have to protect. We have to get runouts. We have to make sure there are dot balls. You're absolutely right, Al. Al next to me has just said it. You've got to bring the field in. Don't hang back on the boundary rope. A single wins the game. So a single wins this match. I'm not sure why they've still got players on the boundary rope. You've got to get them in. Get them in. I'm not sure what's going on there. One hit down the ground, and they're going to. And now the bowler's gesturing to his fielder to sort of go back. I'm not sure why he's saying that. Oh well, he knows what he's doing. I'm just commentating. Here we go. 1 to win from 2, and the wide will do it. Well, after all that, he bowls another wide. Well, I guess the pressure got too much to Shinwari there, and he's coughed it up with a wide ball. Well, what was a thrilling end to the match sort of just fizzed away slightly with too many wides in that over. In fact, in total, there were 4 wides in the over. Ah, dear, oh dear. Well, Swiss Dragons, I think, have just bowled themselves out of the series then with 4 losses and 1 win from 5 matches. They've been gallant. They really have. They've clawed and they've tried and they've done almost everything they could do. Shinwari, the bowler, he's the first man off. He's striding off. He's not happy. Not happy one bit. It's true. Yeah, Al, you're absolutely right. He's marched past the opposition. He's got a few little taps of the hand as he's walked past, but he's an unhappy man. He'll be inconsolable. And I bet he'll be on the moped screaming out of here in about 2 seconds' time, mate. I think he's going to be out of here quick smart. Well, the rest of the Swiss Dragons, they're all congratulating the Zurich Alpine Warriors on what ended up being a very close and exciting match. Really exciting game, that one. So 148 for 3. They win it with a wide ball bowled, and it's 2 deliveries to spare. The important thing is they win by 7 wickets with just 2 balls to spare. All right, that's the first match of this day, this Tuesday action. If they're all going to be like that, we're going to be in for a very big, heart-beating, thumping day. Zurich Alpine Warriors have to bounce back now against Alton. That's the next match coming your way on the European Cricket Network. That's going to probably start a little bit later than the scheduled time because this match has just run over time a little bit. I make it about 11:25 in a few seconds' time. So we might sort of start this one at about 35. Thank you, Al. We're going to start at 35, so that's 10 minutes away. So 148 for 3 on the board, and Hassan Ahmed, that 50 from 19, and then Quatil Zabiola, 37 from 15, did so well at the end there, held on and did well. Ankash Lal, a fantastic 36 from 11 for him as well. In the bowling department, a couple of wickets to Kasi, and I thought when he picked up those 2 wickets that things are starting to change. As it is, Swiss Dragons then, they're going to go down here, and it's going to be a tough loss for them to handle as well, as it looks like their series is going to be over. We'll check the standings a bit later and look ahead to the next match starting at 11:35. That's in approximately 9.5 minutes' time. So from here at the Embrach Cricket Stadium, this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying, don't go too far. Match 13, Alton taking on the Zurich Alpine Warriors. Up next, take a short break. Back with you shortly. Warm welcome back to viewers here on the Cricket Network to the Zurich Cricket Ground for the continuation of this penultimate day of this European Cricket Series Zurich. It's the last day of the group games. Still got 3 group games to go, and then we've got finals tomorrow. So we're looking forward to seeing what happens here. This is match number 13. That's going to be between Alton and the Zurich Alpine Warriors. And a huge thanks to our partners at Rado for the coin toss news that the Zurich Alpine Warriors have won the toss and elected to bowl first. That's why they're out the centre one more time. After this match, they'll get to take a break, and they're going to enjoy the break when it gets to the hottest part of the day. Then they're going to be back in action later on this afternoon in the final match against Sports Club Russia. That's the final match later on today. But for now, they've got this game. They've got the back-to-back game first thing this morning, win that toss, and have elected to bowl. Alton out there, 2 opening batters, looking to get a good score on the board. Alton have got 2 matches today. They have this match and then the following match as well. So they got a back-to-back match to finish their campaign in the group stages. They've played 3 games for 1 win and 2 losses. I had that gut-wrenching loss last night. The last match yesterday against Basel Afghan. Basel Afghan chased down a huge total of 177 to chase down. They did with only a handful of deliveries to spare. And it was Hamdard and Tarakel who did all the damage with the bat. Put together a fantastic partnership at the end and saw them over the line. Basel Afghan dugout, you couldn't keep them quiet at all. They were up and about for everything that happened. Everything, and I mean everything. Singles or any kind of mistake in the field, they were cheering their batters on. There was a lot of noise here yesterday. Anyway, this match 13 is about to start. Fletcher's going to kick things off. And he kicks off with a leg side wide. So we've got the left-hander, and that, of course, is Rahan Stanikzai. He's opened the batting. And he's got his batting partner, Yasser Thuran, at the non-striker's end, the right-hander, who picked himself up a diamond duck yesterday. I'm sure he's put it behind him now. He had a bit of a horror day in the field as well, and his team were giving him a fair bit of volume on the commentary as well. Not my commentary, their own commentary. Fletcher, in again. Hit in the air, chance of a catch. The player has been expertly put there at the deep square leg, and he's hit it straight down his throat on the second ball. And Zurich Alpine Warriors have drawn first blood. That's an excellent bit of placement there in the field. If you're going to put a deep player out for Stanikzai, that's probably the right place. You probably couldn't put it any better. Straight down his throat. That's a well-judged catch as well. Oh, boy. Already Alton on the back foot. That's 2 balls. Into the innings. Incredible, that one. Wow, he is gone already. PK says gone. I say gone. Wow, incredible stuff. Hey, don't forget, Paolo, we've also got the gone emoji. I forgot to mention that actually in the last innings. I know we were talking about gone, but yeah, we've also got that emoji, which I'm kind of proud about because, after all, I'm the one who coined the phrase. So, just on the quiet. Where is it? There it is. Nice one. Oh, boy. 1 for 1. We had a wide. Now we've had a wicket. Early days. But already Alton losing a very important wicket. One of the big run scorers in their side, the opening batter. Brings Amjad out to the crease much earlier than he would have wanted. A long way earlier than he would have wanted. So Fletcher in again. Short ball. It's misdirected, though. It goes behind the batter down the leg side for another wide. Good pace, but not quite well directed. Oh, PK, sorry, mate. I didn't realize you didn't have access those emojis. Oh, that's right. It's only for the, what do you call it, the subscribers. Sorry about that. Oh, what if you copy-pasted what I've just posted? Would that work? Have a go at that, PK. See what it does. Interested to see if that works. 2 for 1. On the board with 2 wides, nothing from the bat yet. Apart from a catch, I guess you could say that's off the bat, but nothing else off the bat so far. Slower ball, seen early, driven straight down the ground, as straight as you like a pool cue it was, not over the head of the umpire, past the umpire and down the ground for 4 runs. Umpire did take evasive action though, so maybe it was directed towards the umpire. Doesn't matter. It's 4 in the book. First runs off the blade. Fletcher gets sent back over his head. What a start. No, man, Amjad. It's going to be a lot on his shoulders now. And also watching for when the captain comes in. That's Shahid Waradu. He's going to have a bit to do as well. Fletcher, he's got a long follow through on the bowling, and that's a lovely characteristic of his too. Just to have a meeting of minds with the batter after a good delivery. Love that. Like it a lot. So 6 for 1, halfway through the first. Exciting start to this match. A lot on the line. We'll talk it through soon. Ooh, gets an edge, just cannons into the body and flies away. Fletcher comes down to give him a few tips on batting. Nice and fiery stuff here in the centre. The batter, though, not even interested in making eye contact after that delivery. A bit of a calypso feel here at the ground when he's bowling. Love the swagger. Love that West Indian vibe that he brings to the contest against the batter. Doesn't matter who he's bowling to. Love it. Love the attitude. Love the focus. In again. And pushes this one into the covers. And straight to cover fielder for a dot. Very good over. Very good start to the game, this one. So one more to come. Eventful first over. 3 dots in a row then after that boundary was struck. Couple of wides and, of course, the wicket, the big wicket of Rahane Stanik's eye. Yasser Thuran at the non-striker's end, just watching intently. Short ball. It's going to go down leg side for another wide. So good fiery opening spell here. Unfortunately, just a little bit ill-directed with a handful of wides to kick things off. 3 of them so far in the first over. Brendan echoing exactly my thoughts too. The energy that he brings is something special. Really something special. He's a good opening bowler. I think this is really good to get him on to bowl the first over. I'm not sure he'd be good later in the game because I kind of feel that batters are swinging for everything, that any edge is just fly away for the 4 or 6. And that is going to be the end of the over with a dot ball into the covers, similar to the one before that. And that is a great over, a great start for Zurich Alpine Warriors. What a fantastic start for them. For Alton, they've lost a very important wicket and only 7 runs from the over. 3 of those in wides and 1 boundary straight down the ground. Good start. Match number 13 is off and running. Now, so I just wait if they're wasp out of the way. Let me talk about what's happening in the standings. You can have a look at the standings on ecn.cricket. Jump over there and see the live standings. Let's have a quick look and see what's happened then. Because with the Swiss Dragons losing that match, they are now, well, they're still sitting in 4th, but they've played all 5 games. 1 win, 4 losses, only 7 points. I say only 7 because Alton are directly below them in 5th place in the standings, but they've got this game and then they've got the game following as well. And all Alton have to do is to pick up 2 points from these 2 games. So 1 win from them will push Swiss Dragons down and out of finals contention. Sounds like an edge. Everyone's convinced there was something on that one. Everybody except the umpire. And even the wicketkeeper is filthy. He spiked the ball into the ground in disgust. Everyone's walking back to their positions. Umpire completely unmoved here. And Yasser Thuran, the batter. Well, interesting. Wicketkeeper's gone across and had a bit of a conversation with the batter. Just I'm sure that was a friendly little conversation there about we'll get you next time or something like that. And Yasser Thuran, he's feeling the heat. Shinwari in again. Good delivery and out. Plum pudding with plum sauce, leg before, and that is done and dusted. Now, there was an underarm shot at the stumps, and the umpire said, "Why don't you go and get that to the fielder who did that? He's not going to get it. One of his teammates will." But the umpire was a little bit disappointed, and now he has to tell the team, who's very happy, to move off the pitch during their celebration. So the Zurich Alpine Warriors getting a little bit joyous in the wrong part of the pitch, and the umpire's quite within the rights to say, "Come on, move off there." And now the umpire is just going to pray a little quiet word now with with the captain. I think that's fair enough. Just say, look, settle down. You know, things are going well for you. I know that. Watch this again. Slams full on into the foot. That's going to not tickle at all. So Yasatharan has to go for a duck. And that's going to hurt. So both openers back in the shed and contributing nothing to the scorecard. Ray Tipping enjoyed a little bit of sledging, and definitely there was something going on there. As a helicopter flies overhead. Hello, Helix, who joins us. Good to see you, Helix. You joined us at an interesting time with Alton at 7-2. Both openers have been sent back for ducks. And Zurich Alpine Warriors, they're on the charge. They've had a good win over the Swiss Dragons in the previous match. Pushed them up into third position in the standings with that win as well. That's worth noting. They're now into third place. They get a win here. They're going to be within touching distance of Basil Afghan in second place. And every chance they could get there as well. That's going to help Alton digging out a full delivery and punching it all the way through the backward point area for a boundary. G'day to Ash as well, who joins us in the chat. Must be a break over there in Hornchurch. Good to see familiar faces jumping and saying hello. Good to see you all. Very exciting game here at the moment. There's a little bit in it too between Alton and Zurich Alpine Warriors. There's a little bit of flavour in this one. Zadrant spins that around the corner. So Kismat Zadrant, he's available today. Hasn't been available for Alton in the last couple of days. Wasn't available yesterday, so he's shown up today. Let's see what he can do in the top order alongside Naman Amjad. Both on 4 from boundaries. Nothing much else to write home about. It's 12 on the board, loss of 2 wickets. 2 balls to come in this second over. Chops down. It's going to get past the keeper. It's dodgy inside edge. Runs away for 4. At this point, take him any way you can get him. Oh, cheers, Helix. No worries. Sorry, I don't have the stream of the Hornchurch on, so I wasn't too sure about that. Last thing I want to do is to have a stream from another contest on and I start commentating the wrong one. Can you imagine? I would never live that down. So 16 for 2. Still 1 to come in the over. Well, this has got a lot of airtime. It's holding up as well. And it's a good bit of protective work there. I think that's gone all the way, though. It's a nice effort. It had to change his mind. Originally setting himself for the catch, I thought it held up a little bit in the air and then changed it to like a paddle backwards, but was always on the wrong side of the rope for the paddle back. Right there, you can see it's already skipped across the line. So it's a pinpoint perfect Maximo to finish the over. 22 for 2, Richie Benno, as that is going to be the end of the second over. Thanks, Helix. Indeed, you are correct. I don't think I would ever do that, but yeah, I'd hate to flirt with that issue of having a couple of streams on, trying to watch one place or commentating another one. I'm an old man after all. You never know. Could do something silly. Ray Tipping, you're always welcome on any stream that I'm on with comments like that. Thank you very much. Don't tell Phil. Yeah, okay, we'll keep it quiet. Don't tell him. All right. 22 for 2. 2 overs gone. I'm going to start the third. The power play is, swings and roundabouts at the moment with a blisteringly good first over for the Zurich Alpine Warriors. Bounce back there, do Alton with 15 off the over as Fletcher is going to come on to bowl the third now. A short ball with proper venom and pace. But again, misdirected. It's one thing about Fletcher. He's got some amazing pace and a wonderful swagger and great competition. And he just brings this wonderful energy, but it's too many wides. Just a few too many wides. Just something that I'm sure he's spending a lot of time working on. Helix suggesting that Ray is my secret brother. You never know. You never know. Oh, tries to open the face. looking for that gap between the keeper and the third. Player at third is on the boundary rope as well, so that's one of the deep fielders. The other deep fielder is square on the leg side. So there's no deep fielders around, or down the ground, or over the covers, or over point. It's just those two fielders at the moment during the power play. So with this kind of pace, they're obviously trying to plug the gap of opening the face of the bat and maybe something going fine towards the boundary. But anything hit in front of the wicket on the offside, it's going to find the boundary rope. Miss hit into mid-wicket. Doesn't show the stumps because nobody is at the stumps at either end. And the mid-wicket is quite within his rights to gesture to both ends of the stumps and say, well, you want me to throw the stumps down? There's no one to take the throw. What did you think I was going to do? And there was no one at either stumps. It's one of those things that just gets on my nerves a little bit. Just think, the teams that are drilled to have someone to run into the stumps are the teams that do well on the field. A couple of players just on their heels expecting that lone player to shy the stumps from 25 metres away. Fletcher in again. Short tries to get over the top of that one and mishits it just down for a dot ball. Amjad, he's up to 14, but he's just struggling against Fletcher's pace. Just saw Ray's comment back to Helix on that one. So true. Tilak says Fletcher's the only good bowler. Yeah, I think there's a couple of good bowlers in the Zurich Alpine Warriors team. I think they've got more than just one good bowler, that's for sure. Shot. That is a terrific shot. Well, Fletcher puts it in the slot and gets the treatment. So there's no follow through down the pitch with staring at the batter after that. He turns around and goes straight back to the top of his mark and basically takes that on the chin and says, all right, you get that one. I can't do much about that, but I could do something about the next delivery, which you'd be pretty sure he's going to do something. Pretty sure. Great strike. Really good strike, that. All right, Fletcher in again. How's the comeback delivery to Amjad? He's picked it up off the toes. It's vacant down that part of the ground as well, but it's vacant. Doesn't matter. It goes all the way for another 6. This time, not with the same commanding strike that he played just before, but still a good strike nonetheless. And that's a back-to-back 6s off Fletcher. Nice shot, that. Good bit of momentum here in the power play. So 36 for 2, 1 ball to come in the power play. It's been pretty good from the Zurich Alpine Warriors. I really feel that they've done well to contain these two. But just a couple of 6s in a row. Every over, there's a couple of boundaries, so that run rate is not too bad at the moment, 12.7, so just under 13. Not a bad start. Here we go. Last ball of the power play coming up. Takes one in the midriff, and that's going to leave a little welt, a little mark. Oh, the shot at the stumps is very good. It hits, but he's home. And no man's going to take a moment here just to check himself. Make sure everything's in the right place because he's taken that low blow. And that may have even been slightly just below the waistline as well. There he is, just sucking in the deep breaths. Fletcher takes his cap back and heads back to his fielding position. A couple of the Alpine Warrior players just sympathising with Noman. And a few little drinks are coming out, one for the bowler and one for the batter as well from the sub-fielders. I think Noman just needs a few seconds, just down on his haunches now, and he's on the ground, just sucking in the deep breaths. Wait for that blood flow to come back to that part of the body. Magic spray. Indeed, Helix. So we'll just pause for a moment here and have a look at that score. 37 for 2 after 3. Not a bad power play for either team. Sort of feel like the odds are pretty even at this point in time. Expected score of 123 going at 12.3 per over. And Amjad's still down. So a couple of people are now starting to take notice that he may be in a little bit of strife as that's hit in a bit of a fleshy part. The good news is that the ball didn't hit either of his legs. But the bad news is that it's definitely hit him somewhere where he's feeling it. So just needs a few extra breaths and maybe just a moment to compose himself. You've played cricket before. You know what it's like. In fact, I could say I don't know anyone who's played cricket who hasn't taken a low blow. But Fletcher finishes with 1 for 22, 15 runs of his second over. His first over was sensational. Really, really good with a wicket and 7 runs only this over. A little bit more expensive, 15 from the second over. So let's have a look at the standings and just remind you one more time what this means for Alton. Alton currently sitting in 5th place in the standings. This is their 4th match. They've only had 1 win and they're sitting with 5 points. And they're 2 points behind the Swiss Dragons, who are sitting in 4th place. Remember, of the 6 teams in the standings, the 1, 2, 3, 4th positions all go through to finals tomorrow. 5th and 6th will fall by the wayside. Alton get a win here. They knock Swiss Dragons down into 5th place, and that's it. Swiss Dragons, their competition is over. Their series is over. Because they can't, well, they don't have any more games, so they can't change the fact that they're only on 1 win with 7 points. Sports Club Rocher on the bottom of the table with 3 losses from 3 games. If they get 2 wins, well, they'd have to get 2 big wins to try to jump up the table. They look like they're going to also miss out on finals tomorrow. So for currently at the moment, I would say Zurich Maverick Scarwell are into the qualifier 1. Basel Afghan are hanging on to that position as well, but Zurich Alpine Warriors have a chance of knocking them out and taking over that 2nd place in the standings. Or as the day goes on. And we start the 3rd over. We start with a wide. And it was Adil bowling that one. And he almost went down on his face there. I was a bit worried about the youngster. He had to put the hand down and stop himself from just going absolutely face down. So Ahmad Adil in again. Generating some good pace. We haven't seen him bowl, so there's a couple of new players in today for both teams. We haven't seen Adil play yet, so this is he gets a chance with the ball, bowling after the power play. Players have dropped back. We have protection at well, we've got long off. We have a long on who's pretty straight, a deep mid wicket who's also fairly straight as well, and they go all the way around to a boundary rider at a deep square. And miss hit just over the head of the umpire. Just going to be the single. First runs off the bat this over. So 39 for 2. Alton looking to push on from here. These two came together with a score of 7 for 2. So they've done well. They kept things together. Adil coming in. Yeah, shouts a catch as he tucks it around the corner. That was so close. So close to fine leg, who's inside the circle on a 45. And I get the feeling that, the batter wasn't sure of that one. He's pointing to the bat and he's gesturing to a part of the ground he should have hit it to. I'm not sure what that sign language means. I think it means I should have used the bat to hit it over that player rather than almost to the player. Being someone who taught sign language for a couple of years back in Australia, that's kind of what I got out of that. Although I don't think there's any real sign language in that, of course. Up in the air, chance of a catch. Going to bounce just in front of the player coming in. Bit of a tease, that one. That's what we call a bit of a tease, as it's just held up. And Akash Wadwa almost gets into it. Almost gets into a catching chance there, but has to take it on the bounce and throws back for just a single. Adil's over so far. Pretty effective, only 4 runs from it. 2 to come. Clubbed. That's out of here. Look out, ladies who are in the courtesy tent, the hospitality tent. Sorry, not the courtesy tent. That's at the front of the gate. At the hospitality tent, where all the drinks and the food are there for the players, as that is out of the ground. So Adil gets taken out there. Wasn't a bad over until then. So 10 off the over so far. Can still finish strong. Good thing is, though, for the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they're not letting Alton get out of their blocks. They're still stuck pretty much in first gear. Miss hit, shouts a catch it. No one's going to get near that one, though, as it bounces about not even halfway to the boundary rope. And just the single. So good over that one from Adil. I was pretty impressed with that one. Does get hit for one Maximo, but the rest of the over was actually pretty good. 11 runs from it only. It's below the current run rate, so you'd have to say that's a good over. So well bowled. 48 for 2, 4 overs gone. That run rate bang on 12 runs per over at the moment. And Alton, unfortunately, a lot of their key players have been unavailable. Maybe a few players away on holidays. It is the middle of summer after all here in Europe, and there's a lot of people away on holidays. It looks like Adil's going off, I think, for maybe some treatment. He's looking a little bit worse for wear, but he's gone straight off for some treatment, or maybe it's something to do with his gear, possibly. Not sure. He took the boot off pretty quickly, so maybe he's done something, a bit of a mischief there with his foot. I'm not sure. We'll check that out. But yeah, Adil bowls an over and he's gone off the ground. I think maybe with a shoe-related situation. So we're going to start the 5th now. Shout to catch it. Sub. Oh, the sub fielder who's just come on. Tries to get everything behind it. It was a shouts of catch, catch, catch. Loud shout of catch, catch, catch. It's Tanmay Kasi who I think has come on as the 12th. And that's ricocheted into him, gone across the line. And he's getting a bit of a serve from his bowler saying, I need you to catch those. It's a bit tough. 50 up as well, 52 for 2 inside the 5th over. Another one, another shout for catch. He's not going to get near that one, and that's no fault of the fielder whatsoever. That was just good placement, and that's going to fly away for 4 runs, bounce just inside the rope. And again, the bowler just a little bit keen there to expect a lot from his fielders. But, well, Tamay would have to run a bit, a bit like the road runner trying to catch that one. He was never going to get near that one. It was well placed. 4 runs, 56 for 2. Back-to-back boundaries to start off the over. And Shah, who bowled so well in the previous match, he's coming for a little bit of stick here, the captain. Picked up wickets in the previous over. Got a couple of back-to-backs as well. So if he can try to replicate that, suddenly Zurich Alpine Warriors get back on top again. So at 56 for 2, Alton just trying to get a bit of ascendancy here. Zadran hitting the ball nicely. Amjad's still out there on 29. Look forward to we see him on strike to see if he's recovered from a bit of a low blow he took earlier. But right now, it's Zadran who's doing really well. Quizmat Zadran, who was unavailable yesterday, playing his first game here. It has been square driven, a couple of bounces, 4 runs. So the over is starting to go the way of Alton now with 3 boundaries in a row. Nice strike, that one. Square drive. Just open the face and let the bat do all the work over the top of the infield. Have a look around seeing where the deep fielders are. There's no on the offside. You've only got a long off. A very straight, there's a straight long off and then there's a wideish long off. Wouldn't probably call that a deep cover. Probably needs to go a few steps to the left to become a deep cover. Deep mid wicket, and as I speak, they're going to drop point back on the boundary and bring square leg up inside the circle. So bringing the changes here on the offside, trying to get more protection on that boundary rope as Shah continues. And elevates and goes over the head of the player who has just pushed back on the boundary there. That's Ankush Lal, who has to go and find the ball on the grassy knoll. And as Henry Blowfield said last week, look out, I think Vinny's still up there on the grassy knoll. I'm pretty sure he left after that, but Blowers was adamant that Vinny was still hanging around and hiding in the grassy knoll. He's not though, he's gone. He's gone, capital Gorne, gone over to Hornchurch where he's enjoying the fun over there with Rico. And Rico's doing a great job. Also, my good friend doing the job over there at ECS Hornchurch. Those who have got 2 screens open will know that. This has been lofted over the top of the camera and into the fenced-off area right next to us here for a big Maximo. This over is becoming expensive, and the captain, well, he's not so vocal now. He was pretty vocal at the start of the over to his fielders, expecting a bit more of them to protect the boundaries. So instead, the batters have just decided to go aerial, and he's been hit for a couple of 6s in a row now. This over has gone magical. It's worth 24 runs. And so suddenly the captain's not as vocal as he was a few moments ago. 72 now. Alton starting to really pick up the pace. 72 for 2. Last ball before the halfway point. The projected score is around 149 at the moment. Kind of feel that if these two are still there in about the next 3 overs, 149 will be overtaken pretty easily. Here we go. Last ball, the 5th. And he's going to push a dot ball through. It was a bit wider there. Batters appealing to the umpire in his good nature to say, wouldn't you want to call that a wide? Umpire says, indeed not. That's how it's going to finish after 5. 72 for 2 after 5. Big over that one for Alton. 24 runs to add to their score. That expected score now is in the mid to high 140s. But Captain Shah goes for 24 after picking up wickets in the previous game. That's going to be a little disappointing for him as he rings the changes in the field. And we turn at the halfway point of the innings. So now for the Zurich Alpine Warriors, looks like it's going to be Daftari is going to come on to bowl. A first look at him as well. Unavailable on Saturday when they played, but he's now there in action today. So just ringing a few changes here. And Ahmad Adil is back on the ground. And he's fielding just here in front of us in the long off position. So that's good news that he's back on the ground. I think it might have been an equipment situation. I think he had an issue with the shoe. And then when he bowled the last ball of his over, he immediately went down and took the shoe off. And he trotted off the ground with, he had something in his hand. I think it was part of the shoe. So I think he might have had a blowout of one of his runners. But he's back on the ground, and that's important. That's good. So Tanmay Kasi, the 12th, has gone off. And Daftari about to go. Okay, looks like Tanmay's still on the ground as another play's gone off. We're just trying to find who that is. But the good news is Adil's back on. And Daftari is just still organising and reorganising his field. Nobody deep on the offside except for the long off. And that's going to be a problem for exactly that reason. I'll tell you what, Phil, sometimes you're absolutely on here with your commentary as that punches through the infield and there's no one back there on the boundary rope to stop that going across the rope for 4 runs. Nice strike, finds the gap. Just a bit of a trick there. I think when you've got 2 fielders straight down the ground, covering off about 20 metres between the 2 of them, the right thing to do is to leave a fielder out there at deep cover, which is exactly what they're doing now. Full delivery, punched really, really well. It's absolutely middled that one, long on, no chance of getting to that one. Went like a rocket along the deck. Have a look at this one more time. It's full and smack, picked it up on the full as well. Not much footwork, not needed. But middled, absolutely middled, lovely shot. So I'm not sure what the Alpine Warriors can do here, but Alton are on the march. The run rate's really picked up. This one along the deck and for another boundary. So nobody gets to that. A couple of fielders meet, have a conversation about who that could have been, who could have got it. But it's well placed. Threads the needle for another boundary. Great shot. So we start the over with 3 fours in a row. 12 off the over. Dari, got to try to find a way to stop the right here. One. Being hit for 4, but it doesn't remedy the situation, unfortunately. Amjad naps talent with the bat and ball. Tries to get under this one. Slight miss hit. It should be fielded. Is fielded by Adil. Gets the ball back very quickly. Well, that was interesting because the ball was coming towards Amjad, so both he and the bowler at the same time tried to knock the ball away. Nothing untoward there. Just trying to protect himself being hit by the ball being thrown back. There was nothing in that either. Just a little comic moment. So the boundaries of for now have been slowed down with the wide and the 1. 86 for 2. 2 to come in the over. That run rate has been bolstered up to 15 now. Some really good clean hitting in the last 2.5 overs has pushed that run rate up. Going around the wicket and around the wicket and around the ground and down the ground for a big strike. Gone into the long grass and right up against the building way at the back there. Knocks on the door and no one's answering. 92 for 2. Got one more to come in the 6th. And this over is, again, another one that's getting away from the Zurich Alpine Warriors. It's already gone magical. It's gone for 20 with that strike. And I know the Zurich Alpine Warriors have already been out there for one game in very warm conditions this morning. They've still got to last another 4 overs after this delivery. Then they have to bat. Then they'll get their break for the lunchtime session. But they'll be back later on this afternoon for their final match. They've got all to play for. They're the only team that's got a red-hot chance to knock the Basel Afghan team out of second place and possibly get themselves into second place on the standings and earn a double chance in tomorrow's finals, and that's what they're aiming for. Last ball, it's coming straight towards us. Bounces just inside, over the rope, and well fielded. Very well fielded. Well done, Roger. That's excellent work. And the throwback was pretty good as well. So 6 runs indicated there. And that means it's 26 off the over with that flat drive that came straight in towards the comms and the production area. So 98 for 2 after 6. That run rate jumps up then to 16 after those 26 runs belted off the over. That's quite an amazing over, that one. Another good one. Another big score. Hello to everyone in the chat, dropping some pretty good comments there. Helix is asking me how many fondues I've had since I've been in Switzerland. Unfortunately, I've missed out on this occasion. I need to make sure I do that before I head off. There's something very good about that. I love the fondue. When I was here last year, I was treated treated by the office to a lovely fondue dinner. And they have that little schnapps. Roger, what's that called? Is that kirsch? Kirsch? Oh, yeah. Just adding that to the cheese was a masterstroke. It's so good. If you're in this part of the world, it's a proper delicacy. Oh, yes. Roger's indicating exactly. Once you start, you just keep going. You just keep going. It is lovely stuff. Love it. So, unfortunately, Helix, no, not on this occasion, but I've still got a couple of days left, so you never know. Anyway, couple of overs left. 4 of them, in fact, as Lal with the blue suede shoes comes on and shouts to catch it as it flies away. Oh, no, the fielder has overrun it. He has to remember the ball's always going to spin and go the opposite direction. And he's just gone past it. Have a look one more time. And there's the spin as it takes an edge. And sometimes that happens. And when it happens, you get put on the naughty step as the fielder is replaced with another fielder. And maybe his replacement will know that if that happens again, that's how he has to do. Don't overrun the ball. Oh, dear. It happens. Lal in again. Just miss-hit all the way to the square leg boundary. Now, remember, Ankash Lal, when he bowled on Saturday in the first game, he impressed us immensely, picking up a 5 for 5 wickets in his bowling spell, which is quite an incredible effort there. He hasn't managed to replicate that, unfortunately. But he's got every chance to here against Alton. Alton, though, they bring up the ton with that previous boundary. 103 for 2 inside the 7th. And they're just moving a bit of field around here as a emergency services vehicle flies around in the background. Might have come through the effects mic there. There's a bit happening. And we continue now. While steaming in. Slams into the pad. Don't know if he got an inside edge on that. Going to watch the umpire for his call. And doesn't get inside edge. It's all pad for a leg by. That run rate still at 16s. So potential score of 160 on the cards here for Alton. And that is a good springboard. If they can try to muscle up to around about say 125, 130 by the end of the 8th, they've got a wonderful platform and springboard to push themselves with some big hitting at the end. Well, also big hitting in this over as well. That is lovely shot, carved away over the top of the covers for a Maximo. 6 runs off the blade. Look at that on the replay. Look good. Knew straight away he'd middled that one. And that is Amjad bringing up his half-century. He joins Zadran with a half-century as well. So both batters now up to 50. Amjad, 53 from 21, and Zadran, he's got 50 from 16. Both players really have set this game alight, having lost 2 wickets in the first few moments of this game. is crunched, and the acceleration is starting to come thick and fast now as that finds its way over the rope as well. The partnership now has absolutely gone off here. It's now raced up to 109 runs, this partnership between these two. And Zurich Alpine Warriors just dropping their heads a bit here. There's a few players with hands on hips as well. Captain's going to have to try to find something special here. I'm not sure what can be done. Got to try to find a way to move people around, try to find a solution here. Shah has got a lot on his mind at the moment, and he won't be thinking about bringing himself on just yet because he went for 24 off his first over. Daftari went for 26 off his over as well. So his bowler's getting a real pummeling here, which is really going to be very difficult for them to try and find a solution. Well, in again. Oh, I picked up on the fall, dispatched with disdain. Look out in the hospitality area as that crashes into the fence. It's another 6. It's raining Maximos here. That's 3 in a row. Oh, my goodness. It's incredible. Umpires are getting a workout as well. That is really some special hitting here. Alton showing their quality at the right time. And the Zurich Alpine Warriors are thinking, we can't wait to get off the field and get into the dugout and have a talk about the run chase. And that is a huge over. Again, it's a 24-run over. 122 for 2. And these two have lit the field up with some powerful hitting. Mentioned before about the partnerships. Came together with a score on 7 for 2, just inside the second over. So it's taken 5 overs and 4 deliveries to power on to with 115 runs in 5.5 overs. That's incredible striking. Absolutely incredible. That's what Alton can do. That's also one of the reasons that they played at ECL 22. They're in Group C. Hit upward, just over the head of the fielder who leapt for that one. Unfortunately, couldn't get it. Unfortunately, it was just about a metre away from me, so I couldn't field it. Apologies. I've got to send the field all the way back into the nursery behind me there to try to find the ball. He's found it, though. It's all good. 128 for 2 now. Thanks again to our excellent moderators in the chat, Ray and Paolo Campini, doing a fantastic job along with Helix. Thank you, guys. And also wonderful to have your contributions in the chat as well, you three. Always enjoy seeing you in there, and everybody else as well. Thank you for that. But yeah, just a reminder there from Helix about the emojis limit. It's 5 emojis. I know people get a bit excited and a bit happy about what's going on, but just to try to keep us down to maximum of 5. Thank you. Oh, that's going to be shown as a no ball. Indeed, shown as a no ball. Just too high. Can't bowl like that. Maybe take the cap off. So let's see how he's going to go here with a free hit coming. Caught up. Bit of pressure on the bowler here now. Well, that's almost going to be another one. Well, it's a wide, so free hit stays in play. So caught up, trying once again. Good, full, fast delivery. That's a better one. Much better. Gets away with the free hit. So well done. That's a win to the bowler. So 131 for 2, the score now. So wide, no ball, wide dot. That's a slam into the pad there. It's a dot. So quarter's over. It's gone. Well, we started with a Maximo, but since then, he's managed to get these full deliveries right on the stumps to make it very awkward for Zadran to get under another one. There you go. Punches along the deck, and Lal with the blue suede shoes, as dubbed by Henry Blofeld. Good throw. Good bit of fielding there as well. Well done. And now he comes off the boundary rope and goes inside the infield as they drop square leg back all the way to the boundary. Now we're set to resume with 2 balls left. 132 for 2. 2 balls left in the over. Gets it on the full and puts it out of the ground on the full as well. Simple as that. Bad ball. Got the treatment. Gone all the way for a maximo. So 138 for 2 with 1 more to come in the 8th. 2 overs after that as well. This over has had a couple of boundaries hit it, a number of wides and no balls as well. It's worth 16 so far with 1 more to come. I said before, I said a few minutes ago, that if they can get to 140 with 2 overs to go, what a springboard to launch into potential 170 plus against this team. Oh, picked up nicely. That's going to go. Oh, no, you can't believe it. Well, Fletcher's run around. Should have caught that. And unfortunately for him, he's dropped it like a hot potato. And it's gone across the boundary rope for 4 runs. That's disappointing. Really disappointing. He's got hands on hips. I'm not sure who else you can look at for that. Have a look at this one more time. What's gone wrong here? I thought it was a good strike, only to realise that Fletcher was right there for it. Well, he's just dropped a sitter, that's all. So 142 for 2, 8 overs gone, 2 overs to come. Get the feeling 2 very big overs to come as well. This partnership worth 135. And you feel that Alton are dragging this game away from the Zurich Alpine Warriors. And it looks like we're going to have a change in wicketkeeper. You just see the pads being removed. So Hassan Ahmad is given up the wicket-keeping duties, and he's heading off. And I'm just trying to spy who's got the pads on. Looks like, I hope I've got that right. Is that Akash? Looks like Akash, number 18, has got the pads on. I just got a glimpse at the number, so I hope I got that right. So, scorers, if listening to me, check it out for yourselves. Get the umpires to confirm, but that's what I saw. But, yeah, Hassan Ahmed has gone off. Hopefully he's okay, because I'll need him with the batting, because he's the opener for the Zurich Alpine Warriors. You see he's gone off to the officials' tent just for a bit of treatment over there. Hopefully he's okay. And we're almost set to go. So 2 overs to go. What a springboard they've got. 142 for 2. A deal goes down. And the ball goes down as well for 6. And the player belted that one. And he's almost appealed. He's almost appealed after that hit for 6 and said, well, how about that for height? Can we talk about the height, please? So Zadran, 63. Amjad, 75. What a terrific partnership it's been. This is, well, it's setting up this to be a match-winning partnership, potentially a match-winning partnership. Can you believe it? That Alton was 7 for 2 after 8 deliveries. And now they're 148 for 2 with 9 deliveries, excuse me, with 11 deliveries to go. So, a deal. Hopefully he doesn't fall over this time on his delivery stride. He really bends the back hard there. Miss hit. Is it going to find the gap? It does find the gap. It does get through. The big Bronx cheer coming from the Alton dugout. Well, Fletcher was full of swagger and stares when he was bowling at the top of the innings, but he's dropped a catch and now he is unable to stop the boundary. I don't think it's any fault of his. That was always going to run away for 4. But fortunately for him, it's right in front of the Alton dugout, so they're really giving him a bit of a Bronx cheer. But that was no fault of his. He had a lot of work to do to run to his right to stop the boundary. Always going to be tough. This has been hooked around the corner. It's not a good ball at all. It's short, it's ugly, it's on the hips. And that is a batter who's too good to let that opportunity go. And that's been pumped out of the ground around the corner for another Maximo. So 16 off the over so far. Alton are powering on to a big score here. Zurich Alpine Warriors, oh, they're going to be up against it when they have this run chase in about 20 minutes' time. Kismet Zadran up to 73 from 24. Noman Amjad, 75 from 25. Neck and neck they are. Who's going to win that race? Amjad's got 7 4s and 7 6s. Zadran's got 5 4s and 8 Maximos to his name. And he's on strike, and you can just tell they're not done yet. 158 on the board. Partnership is worth over 150 now. Top edged, flies away over the top of the banjo rope, over the top of the sight screen, over the top of everything. That's gone a long way back. That's what happens when pace bowlers find an edge. It just flies and goes. So this is some astonishing hitting. Look at that. Last 6 deliveries have been worth 32 runs. This over worth 22 runs. Still got 2 balls to come. Acceleration is coming. Oh, it's already here, actually. Ray Tipping saying strange action with the bowler Adil. You're right. He almost when he delivers the ball, he almost throws himself flat, but he almost comes to a complete stop as well. The first time he bowled a ball a couple of overs ago, I actually thought he'd done himself a mischief. The way he sort of almost pulled up to a stop. It's not effective because he's getting absolutely pummeled here. Change of pace. Good advice in his ear then. And just said, look, try change of pace. Every now and then the change of pace just stops the rot. And it gives us a breathing room to get a dot ball in, as he does get a dot. So 164 for 2. Last ball the over coming up. Say it all happens in the 9th. Well, it's 22 runs in the 9th. Still waiting to see if they can get a wicket. Oh, that's been mishit. Catching opportunity is taken. Well, finally, a catch is held. The partnership is broken as well with a good catch down at long on. And that is the end of an excellent innings, a really good innings. Just struggled to get really properly under that one. And here he comes and takes a good low down catch. Well caught. That's a really good catch there by Sufyan Kima, who will be asked a lot of him with the batting in a few minutes' time when the run chase starts. But it breaks the partnership. And it breaks the partnership at 158 runs. No, 157 runs. Apologies, 157 runs. Sorry, my calculator stopped there for a minute. So Adil gets a wicket on the last ball of his over. Just the 1 wicket for him. But that's an important wicket as well. It just breaks things up and potentially just breaks a bit of momentum as well as we turn towards the last. So they've got the 160 up. Kind of expected to at least get into the 170s at this point. Really, really do. It's a very good innings too, by the way. Zadran ends up on 79 from 27 deliveries, 5 4s and 9 6s. And it was Kima who took a very good catch off Adil to finally break that partnership. 157 run partnership. 157 run. Took it from the second ball of the first over. Sorry, second over. Second ball of the second over, all the way through to the last ball of the 9th. So 9 overs gone. In the air, it's going to fall on the other side of the rope. So I think the scoreboard was just adjusting there. So it's actually 174 for 3. That means that partnership was actually, oh no, it's 10-run penalties have been applied. Is that for time? Thank you very much, Al. 10-run penalty applied for the slow over rate. That's why the score has leapt up to 174. In case you missed it, penalty runs have been applied by the umpires for a slow over rate. Clubbed in the air and across the other side of the rope for another 6. Well, there you go. This is proper punishment now. So 2 6s in a row. Pressure on the bowler. Zurich Alpine Warriors are going to be facing a daunting task when the run chase starts. They're going to be in a whole lot of hurt. And it's poor old Shinwari is copying a bit of stick here. And that's 3 from 3. Stand and deliver stuff here from Amjad, who just goes bang. And Amjad here, he's eyeing off something very special in this innings. And I've got to say, he's probably he could do it, but he's going to have to do something pretty special. Next two deliveries, he's got to find the boundary and then some. Can do it, but he needs a bit of luck going his way as well, though. Shinwari, on the other hand, needs to try to spoil the party. It's going to be a wide. We'll have to have that one again. As Amjad doesn't get tempted. So Amjad now, he's up to 93 from 28. 93 from 28 with 10 maximos and 7 fours. He took a low blow in the middle of his innings there. Also took it in the middle of the body as well. That's out of the ground as well. So that's another maximo. Moves up to 99 off 29 deliveries, does Amjad. And Amjad within touching distance of a well-deserved ton here in this match number 13 of ECS Zurich. Touching distance now. What do you think? Do the big hit, or would you drop the ball? You could drop the ball on the offside and scamper through for one just to lock it down. The score is also on 199 as well, so there's a fair bit going on here. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He has absolutely creamed that one out of the ground, brings up the 100, well battered. Noman Amjad, he's got 100 on the board, 105 off 30 deliveries, 30 deliveries. The 200 comes up as well, 205 for 3 at 9.5 overs. One more ball to come, and this over has gone supersonic. It's 31 off the over, but congratulations to Noman Amjad, who has battered his heart out for his team. Took a low blow early on in his innings and really struggled to recover from that one. It was a very fiery delivery from Fletcher that almost felled him. And after realizing that he was in all sorts of strife, we had to take a few minutes spell there. But has he come back or whatever? He'll have a scar to show for it as well, I reckon. Last ball of the innings. Push down the ground. Look for one. And I think that will probably do them. He's happy with just the single. He's going to finish Amjad on 106 not out. A great century there. 106 not out after 31 deliveries. And the score finishes on 206 for 3. Alton, well, after a bit of a shaky start, losing 2 in for only 7 runs, well, they have bounced back amazing here against Zurich Alpine Warriors team that just seemed to tire, and some of the bowling was a little bit poor. There was a couple of moments in the field they'd probably like to have all over again as well, but they walk off knowing that the job is, it's half done. They've got a long way to go to try to catch that. They're going to be looking to try to reel in a score of 207 when their inning starts in about 13 minutes' time. Try to shout out some love for the bowlers here. Fletcher at the top there bowled really well. Really good fire. That 1 for 22. He got 1 for 7 in his first over, then got taken for 15 in the second over. But his first over to start off this game was absolutely sensational. It was so good. Really good to watch. Bit of calypso chaos going on in the middle there. But everything went absolutely right there for Alton straight afterwards. Then those two plays came together, and that was Noman Amjad and Qismat Zadran put on a huge partnership. Over 160 run partnership. 10 penalty runs were applied as well. So it's all happening out there, and it's all happening here as well, as we can take a short break and back with you for the run chase and see if those runs can be hauled in. 207 is the score on the board. 206 the score on the board, but 207 is the target on the board for the team from the Zurich Alpine Warriors. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. You're watching ECS Switzerland, and this is the Zurich edition. We're going to be back in a few minutes' time with that run chase. Welcome back to the Embrach Cricket Deck Ground here for the run chase in this match. This is match 13, hanging in the balance after Alton have powered their way to a score of 206 for 3 after their 10 overs. Sensational partnership between Naman Amjad and Qismat Zadran, with Amjad kicking on to make himself, to put himself into the books with a big ton, a good ton, 106 not out from 31 deliveries. He played so well, very enjoyable to watch. And for Alton, at one point when they were 2 down for 7 at the start of the second over, to power up to 206 for the loss of 3 wickets, you have to say, well, the Zurich Alpine Warriors missed a bit of a trick there. And they were unable to capitalise on that very good start from them. And it all went Alton's way. It took a little bit of time, took a few overs to get into the groove. But once they got in there, those middle overs, they absolutely owned them. Owned every single over from 1 point onwards. And I thought, well, I'm not sure what's happening here, but they're in all sorts of trouble now, Zurich Alpine Warriors. And now it's up to Alton to defend this. Nice start. Outside edge, 4 runs. Simple as that sometimes. Hassan Ahmed, who ran off after 8 overs, get a little bit of treatment. He had to take off the wicket-keeping gear. I suspect maybe it was a bit of a blessing in disguise as he managed to sort of cool himself down a little bit before this run chase, because there's a lot on his shoulders to try to get his team up to a decent score, and he's going to have to go right from the get-go. So any spectators here at the ground, be on the lookout, because that man is going to be looking to score runs quickly. And he's just scored 4 of them off the first ball. Welcome back to everyone in the chat. Lovely to have your company, Phil G, here for the European Cricket Network. Welcoming you all around the world, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for coming with us today. And a shout out to Sanjay Dangar, who's now an ECN hardcore fan. Sanjay, well done. Oh, tell you what, they're not far away from the outstretched hand of the bowler. Mandazai has he's stuck out the mitt, but it's gone past him pretty quick. Look at that. He ends up missing it by quite a fair way. It's always on a difficult run to try to reel that one in. It goes for another boundary. So 2 boundaries back to back here to start off proceedings. Tough old chase here. Chasing a big score, 207 for the win. Oh, he's got an edge. He's gone. Oh dear, Alpine Warriors are in all sorts of trouble already here. Alton are up and about, and they get rid of the very dangerous big-hitting Hassan Ahmed, who goes for the 3rd ball. Gets a faint edge, caught behind. Everybody knew it, and the umpire agreed he heard something as well. Everybody at the ground heard that, and that is a proper get-around. Every player has gotten over to the right over there to the catcher and to the bowler as well. So well done. So huge wicket, 8 for 1. So Hassan Ahmed is going to go for an early lunch break, unfortunately for him and his team. Brings Zabiullah to the crease. Hankash Lal watching proceedings from the non-striker's end. Looking forward to the time he's going to get. Hopefully he'll get a chance soon. Quatil Zabiullah, though, there's a lot on his shoulders. He was pretty handy in this morning's game. Got a very good cameo, 37 off only 15 deliveries. Let's see what he can do here. Good delivery. Good bit of venom there. Short ball, well bowled. See, there's a couple of people in the chat asking about which website to follow the game. Well, of course, you go to ecn.cricket, which Wayne has very kindly dropped in the link there. Pretty straightforward. You can follow all the stats, the news, the toss news, the squad news, the next game's coming up, and, of course, the standings, which are very important today, being the last day of the group games. And that's been hit at nicely, just backward a square for 4 runs. Misfielded by one of the Sports Club Russia people heading off to the dugout. It doesn't bode well. We'll keep that between us, though. So 12 for 1. Still looking to get out of this first over. We've had 3 boundaries, a wicket and a dot. Still looking to get out of this over, though. But what a great start for Alton this has been. Containment. All about containment. And it gets through the keeper. Is that going to run away? I think it does. Yep, it does. And it's gone for 4 buys. Oh, just 1 buy? Thought I wanted to wait 4, so I just ran 1. Bit slack there. I was watching the body language of the fielder who picked it up, and just even he was very sort of, here's the ball, and I guess I'll throw it back kind of thing, almost nonchalant as though it had gone for 4. So my mistake, didn't go for 4 buys, went for 1. 13 for 1 after that first over, chasing a mammoth score of 207 for the win, losing the big hitting Hassan Ahmed there. Tough, really tough. But yeah, big hitter gone, as Raul says in the chat, big hitter gone. But replaced also by a big hitter. Zabiola's no slouch. Oh, it's a good stop. And the throw is wild towards the keeper. Ezra do a lot of work. Keeper has a really hard time stopping that one. I think he's a little bit filthy with mid-wicket for throwing such a wild ball. A dangerous throw that was. Even keepers, despite the padding they've got, can still come undone. Qismat Zadran there with a bit of a hothead moment there. He was very good with the bat just a few minutes ago. You could almost say he could have helped himself to a century there, but it was Noman Amjad who got the ton. And that's been hit towards deep mid-wicket, the boundary rider there. So the 2 men out deep, just so we know who we're talking about here. You've got the fielder there who just picked that one up at deep mid-wicket, and then you've got a very straightish long on. Regulation mid-on. And a cover, sort of, wouldn't call it quite regulation cover. He's just walking in now. So, yeah, call it cover, extra cover, point, and backward point. On the leg side, well, he's going to get a lot of work out there at deep mid-wicket. Thank you to Wayne in the chat, trying to just wrestle some of the bit of ascendancy back into that conversation with yourself and looks like Giridhar. Shot, clubbed, 6. Whoa, that's an interesting reaction. It's hit the top of a pole, right on the point of the pole, and it's come almost back into play. I'd probably want to check that ball to see if there's a divot or a dent in the ball, because that was quite astonishing little reaction there. And now the umpire's going to look and says, no, it's all right. They make these Grizzlies to last, he says. Let's keep going. Osman Ali. Oh, just misses it there. Well, the tough part for the Zurich Alpine Warriors is they have to be going at 22, better than 22 and over from here on in. Well, 22.5, it just ticks up to there. The good news for them is that after this run chase, they will get to have the next match off. Sort of replenish, rehydrate, refuel, and come back for the final match today against Sports Club Rocher, who are currently winless. Oh, straight into the breadbasket and out again. Sharp chance, should have been taken. Didn't go to the left, didn't go to the right, and Sadat has put it down. Straight into the midriff. He's probably going to have a little welt from the stitching just on his belly button. As that ball has almost been hit straight through him. He's given his tummy a bit of a rub there. If I wasn't hooked up to the comms, I could run out and maybe rub the tummy for him. It's always funny to see a grown man giggling when he's getting his tummy rubbed. So 23 for 1 after 2. Run rate required jumps up now to 23. Every time that I get 23 runs, that run rate's going to tick up more and more to the point of almost impossible. And Rehan Stanik's is going to come on to bowl. He's going to bowl the 3rd. It's a good move here. Get him on during the power play. Get the batters tempted to try to hit him out of the park. Could bring a rash shot. Could pick up a wicket here. Lal only faced 1 from 1. Zabiola's got 13 from 8 balls faced. Lal's barely had a chance to do anything so far in those mismatched coloured boots he's got. He's got the orange on the left and the blue on the right. I thought that was the other way around in the previous game. Who had the blue on the front foot? Never mind, we'll double check that. He has a process, and that's what's important. So, Stanik's eye. Chops down to the point. Throw to the bowler's end. Got to be gone, not gone. He's dived. The dive was very good. And once again, the fielders cannot believe the batter got home. Well, just for a moment there, I think Lowell thought he was gone. I think a few of us thought he was gone as well. Let's see replay on this one. Tell me, how close was this? Umpire gets across. He's in a good position. And it was close. It was very, very close. So we continue. In the book as one. Winds up and miss hits this one. Deep mid-wicket comes off the rope. Just having a lot of trouble here. The Zurich Alpine Warrior batters. They're one down. They're in a bit of strife. Yeah, they're in a lot of strife. They're just struggling to get some momentum here. The scoreboard pressure is immense. Talk about consistency and things like that. The score, it's really, really tough. Shot out of the ground. Well, that's good. That's going to help things. A few players. There was someone in an orange bib there who ducked his head, but he had his back to the play. I think if that was me, I'd rather face the play and trying to see where the ball is rather than duck the head and hope for the best. It still is going to really stink if it hits you in the back. Hello to Terry Richmond who joins us. Good to see you, Terry. Good to see everyone in the chat. Hope you're having a great Tuesday wherever you're watching from around the world. And another one. So back-to-back Maximos. That's better. Start picking up the runs here. As I said before, when Zabiullah came out, said, well, he's no slouch. We did lose a big hitter when Hassan Ahmed was out. But then Kartil comes in, and he's no slouch at all. He's capable of hitting the boundaries too. Hits 2 in a row. But they need a lot of that, and they need it right now and all the way through this innings. So it's about being consistent and being persistent as well. Got him. You miss, I hit, straight, full, straight at the stumps. And good sportsmanship shown there by both bowler and batter as they give each other a little bit of a slap on the hand and say, well batted. Nice cameo from Qatil Zabiullah there, 26 from 12 deliveries, but his cameo is finished. And that's why a couple of players got over him, just gave him a little pat. Wonderful sportsmanship shown by Alton there, especially the bowler too, who got hit for a couple of sixes. And then he's come back and picked up his wicket with the next ball. And I thought that's a really nice little touch there. But it's a wicket nonetheless. It's also a dot ball. Watch this again, the replay. Oh, no, just got cut before we saw it there. But yeah, hopefully you saw that live on the cue there, where they just gave each other a bit of a handshake, a bit of a hand slap and said, well done, and nod as well. And I think that was a nice little touch. 38 for 2, end of the third, power play's done. And still needing 169 off the next 7 over. There's a tall order that's 24. Well, the run rate's over 24. It's 24.1. That's what's required from here on in. So 15 off the over. Still impressive, but you need to be going at 24s as the umpire waves the arm around and says that's the power play done. Stanek successful on the last ball of his over. 1 for 15 for him. 38 for 2 are the Alpine Warriors, and they're in all sorts of strife. So look to start the fourth now. Bilal Muhammad with the ball. Here we go. Tries to get under this one. Doesn't get under it. It's along the deck. Good bit of ground fielding out there in the long on position. And a bit of encouragement for the bowler too. Good to see from Alton. They've really got a bit of a spring in their step. And they're a bit chirpy in the field as well. It's really good to see. They know they're in full control of this game. And they really want to see this one home, pick up the win, and then have a short little break before they have to play the next match. They have back-to-back matches here in the warmest part of the day. It's a great follow-up delivery as well. Like that a lot. So remember, straight after this match, Alton will have to play Sports Club Rocher. Sports Club Rocher are currently bottom of the standings without a win, so they'll be hungry to get something on the board. They wouldn't want to leave this series without something in the W column. And Alton, well, that'll be their last game as well in the group stages, and they would love to get a win here and then be very competitive in that last game. So let's have a look at the table. Let's have a look at the standings. Let's talk through the standings for this team, Alton, and see what options they have and what could possibly happen for them. So they're currently 5th in the standings. So they're currently outside of finals. 3 matches played, 1 win, 2 losses. Hit down the ground over the head of the fielder, who just sets himself for a leap and then realises that's just a bit of a bridge too far. But that's named Stanikzai, who did a bit of keeping yesterday as well. So it was a good catch, but he was never going to get near to that one. So yeah, so Alton currently played 3 games, 1 win, 2 losses, 5 points they have with a net run rate that's 0.35 positive, but it is positive. This game is going to help that in a huge way. Clipped nicely to the boundary rider. Oh, just leisurely watched the ball come to him, did Osman Ali, and just at the last second that bounce, and it's almost completely undone him. He was just so casual camp, just waiting for the ball. Watch this. And hang on. Had to stick out the left hand and stop the boundary. Oh, and he's blaming the ground. And to be fair, it was the ground, but just a little comic moment for him there. Heart in the mouth. He gets another chance on this one and does that a lot cleaner. Good work. And a relayed throw in. So if Alton can pick up a win here, and let's just say they get 3 points, then what that'll do, that will put them on 8 points overall, and they will jump into 3rd place over the over Swiss Dragons, and that will also get them over Zurich Alpine Warriors, who are on 7 points. So Zurich Alpine Warriors, maybe they can get something out of this game, maybe a point, maybe a bonus point. They might go up to 8, but Alton will jump above them because they've got a better net run rate. They'll go into 3rd place. Then both those teams will get to play Sports Club Rocher, who are currently bottom of the table. So it looks to me now that it's probably going to be Zurich Alpine Warriors to battle against Alton for who plays, potentially who could play in 3rd. But then 3rd and 4th, one of these teams will knock the Swiss Dragons out. That's the catch. And it looks to me that so far, Alton will probably knock out the Swiss Dragons. They get the win here. They've got to be favourites from here on in. They've got to be the favourites. Crush Master saying that Alton's yet to play their full-strength team. You're absolutely right, Crush Master. They've had a number of people unavailable. They haven't been at their full strength. We know that they're a quality team. They've got quite a good roster as well. So that's the catch. The fact that they've still got so much more talent to bring to the table. Hopefully they'll be available tomorrow for the final. For Zurich Alpine Warriors, they've played 3. They've got 2 wins, 1 loss. It looks like they're probably going to lose this match. They still need 159 off 34. They're not going to get the win here. I think I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that they're not going to get the win here. I don't think I'm the Lone Ranger on that comment either. But they're just going to play the game out, take a break, and then come back hard against the final match against Sports Club Rocher, where they could potentially pick up their 3rd win. Alton will be the same. They'll be looking for a 3rd win against that same team. And that's why it's going to come down to those 2 teams. But the way it looks to me is that if Alton get the win here, they still would probably be short of knocking Basil Afghan out of that 2nd spot. And I'm sure Basil Afghan are watching from somewhere nice and cool right now to see the outcome of today's proceedings. They're currently clinging on to 2nd spot and a double chance in tomorrow's finals. Nice hit down the ground. Just for a single, though. This is good bowling. Really good bowling display here by Stanikzai. He got hit for a couple of Maximos in his first over. But apart from that, I think he's bowled absolutely terrific. 4 singles and a dot from this over. Last ball, the 5th coming up. 51 for 2 plus this. Oh, just undoes a really good over that one with a hit in towards the hospitality tent. Almost the ladies there preparing some food and lunch for some of the players had to look up and see what on earth that was. It was a grizzly. Don't feed it, whatever you do. So, end of the over, end of the fifth, 57 for 2, 150 required from 30. That's the equation that is in front of the Zurich Alpine Warriors, and that is a tall ask to go at 30 and over for 5 overs, one after the other. And that's why the way I'm talking about the standings now is as though Alton have already won this match. It looks to me like they're going to bring home the win here. Zurich Alpine Warriors are going to have to settle for a loss, and this will be their second loss, but they've got 2 wins. So that should be enough for them to hang on to a spot in finals tomorrow. Sports Club Rocher could upset a few things. Imagine if they came along and had 2 4-point wins. Can't see it happening, but if it did happen, they could change things up as well. But it looks to me that Swiss Dragons are going to miss out on finals tomorrow on the current way things are going. Lovely shot. That was a really, really good shot. Just with effortless motion there, just opens the face. It went like a rocket, and it's bounced, well, just in front of the rope, I think. Umpire says, yep, just in front of the rope. So Amjad bowling the 6th over, gets hit for a boundary. Centurion in the previous innings. Wasn't he impressive? Paolo Campini's got the Merc on standby. I reckon that's probably fair enough. Make sure you've got the car keys in your hand, though, Paolo, because I think the final deliberation could be coming very shortly. Just get the feeling another tied over, and mathematically this game is done and dusted. Still can't really see them getting up here, but we'll see. Shouts of well bowled. They're loving the dot balls here. Alton are really getting behind each other here. This is a team that struggled on yesterday. Picked up 1 win, but really struggled with the 3 games they played, 2 games they lost, 2 close games they lost as well. Came perilously close to knocking off the top standings team, which is the Zurich Mavericks Gargawa. It was a win that was decided on the very last ball, the very, very last ball. And of course, Baz Lafcan with a win over the same team. Alton there with a last, well, not quite last ball, it was sort of the last 2 deliveries, I think it was. I think 2 deliveries to spare. They got the win, chasing down a mammoth score of 177. End up on 179, the chase. One of the biggest chases that we've had for quite a while. And successful. So Alton have been thereabouts, just unable to put together 2 big wins. But to be fair, they did play against the 2 toughest teams yesterday. And of course, they had the win yesterday over the Swiss Dragons. Looking like they're going to get a win over Zurich Alpine Warriors, and expect them to be very competitive in the next match against Sports Club Rocher. Carved in the air, and 1 bounce in front of the rope again for 4 runs. So a good bit of hitting here. That's Kima getting a bit of a chance in the centre. Haven't seen too much of him batting, even though he's coming at the top order. Hasn't really dazzled us with the beginnings yet. This is a great opportunity for him. Even if the game is pretty much gone, needed to go at 31.8 per over, he can still flex his muscles and try to work the ball around. You never know. You might have to face these guys in a final. So you might as well do the best you can. There you go. And he smoked that one towards the dugout. And one of the Sports Club Rocher teammates has to get out of the way as it slams into the bench right where he was sitting. And he's, rather than field it, he's hopped, skipped and jumped his way out of the way there. 75 for 2, getting towards the back end of the 6th now. Keys in the ignition, the radio's on. Says Terry Richmond. Nice one, Terry. Nice addition there. I'll be checking the wing mirrors as well. Short ball, carved away, straight down the throat of Osman Ali, who makes no mistake on the boundary rope. The batter's standing there saying, when did he get put out there? And I could tell him he's been out there the whole time. You've just hit it straight down his throat. Oh, and poor old Kima, he cannot believe it. He actually looks properly crestfallen as he walks off the ground. He could not believe he's hit it straight down the throat of probably the smallest guy at the ground, who's got a great pair of hands, and he's a talented act with the ball as well. Great bowler. And he's taken a great catch too. So 75 for 3 now, 6 overs gone. And that over, despite going for 18 runs, does yield up a wicket. The run rate required from here on in is 33 runs per over, chasing that mammoth total. So Ankur Shalal's still out there. He's only faced 8 balls for his 13 runs. Just feel that he's a little bit underutilised stuck at the non-striker's end. Looks like that's I think that's Kersley Corder who's come out to bat now. I can see the long locks underneath the lid there. So the captain opting not to go in next, but instead to send one of his middle order in instead. This game is petering out to its inevitable conclusion. Yep, it is Kersley Corder. And Desire's going to come back on. He's got 1 for 12 from his earlier over, the first over that he bowled. He's going to come back on and bowl the 7th. Here we go. Gets a bit of airtime. Player sets himself, takes a catch. Well-judged catch as well. So it's 2 wickets in 2 balls for the team. Got themselves on a potential wraparound hat-trick here, but it is another wicket to fall. Supercomputer just gives up the ghost and says, yep, that is 100% going to be an Alton win. Of course, it's going to be an Alton win. The computer boffins who sort out the win-loss ratios have decided the game is over. I would agree with that. It's a nice catch as well. So, unfortunately for Ankur Shalal, he has to go. His time in the centre is done. They needed more out of him. They're not going to get it, though. And it's going to be Zadran who takes the good catch. So, Mandazai helps himself to a 2nd wicket. Zadran holds onto a good catch at on the boundary there at deep mid-wicket. And Zurich Alpine Warriors just fall further and further behind, further to the wayside. This is going to be a big win. A morale-boosting win to Alton as well on the eve of finals. I'm not sure mathematically if they can push themselves up into 2nd place. Yeah, even if they got a 4-point win here and a 4-point win in the next match, possibly, they want to give themselves a real boost in that run rate. We'll know after the conclusion of this match how close they'll get. Basil Afghan still hanging on, though, to that 2nd place. Swing and a miss. Another warm day here at the Embra Cricket Ground. Hope everyone around Europe who's watching is staying cool. If you're on the other side of the world, stay warm. Helix, I'm talking about you. And I think Rob Thompson's probably already gone off to bed now. Being in New Zealand where it's been snowing. Coming out towards us and right next to us as well. Nice shot. So, a bit of rush of blood here in the middle overs. But they need to be hitting a maximo every ball from here on in to pick up a win. That's pretty much what the maths is telling me. 81 for 4, trying to hunt down a score of 207, but they're running out of time. 126 required off 21. That is 6 runs per ball. And with that delivery, you'd say that's pretty much it. And having said that, with that 6, the computer boffins just went and gave a 1% chance to Zurich Alpine Warriors. I don't know if you guys caught that. Anyone on the chat might have caught that on the scorecard there. Suddenly, the whole blue side lit up there with a chance of Alpine Warriors to get the win. Not sure about that one. I think somebody forgot to carry the 2 in the arithmetic there. Never mind. So another boundary. A couple of boundaries, but nowhere near enough. As the run rate required boosts up to 38.5. It's 122. Yeah, I think that it's written in blue, but there's a 99% chance for the Alpine Warriors to get the, I think they switched over and put into the pink. That would make it a little bit of sense, but yeah, it's going to be Alton to get the win here. All the way along the deck, and it's going to be Bilal with a safe pair of hands. Fields that one. Shares the ball around. Well done. So 7 overs gone, 86 for 4, 7 overs gone. Don't worry about the run rate required. The game is going to go the way of Alton. 100% chance that's going to happen. I can't see that changing at all. Love to hear your dulcet tones on the time. I have to say, I do miss playing these matches from a couple of weeks ago. I bet you do, Jay. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello as well. Always good to see you. And I was watching you playing as well in the at Castanet. Enjoyed your work. And obviously, I actually watched you all the way through to the celebrations as well when the bottle of champagne came out. And the smile on your face, you will carry happy team for a 6-all down there at Castanet. So, JJ, thank you for dropping in. Good to see you too. Hope to catch up with you again sometime soon. And Helix reporting some snow in Tassie as well. Oh, okay. Oh, New Zealand. A bit of I doubt there'd be anything in Melbourne, though, of course. That is struck out of here. What a great shot. Wonderful strike, that one. So 92 now on the board. Loss of 4 wickets. I think it's important for, look, Zurich Alpine Warriors, they're going to take a break after this. They're going to come back in the late match today with Sports Club Rocher waiting in the wings. Sports Club Rocher have got a match they need to play, and they're going to go up against Alton in the next game, and that's going to be a tough game for them. And you think about poor old Sports Club Rocher have then got to play the game straight afterwards at the hottest part of the day against the team of Zurich Alpine Warriors. So Zurich Alpine Warriors probably maybe at this point maybe need to save themselves a little bit because they need to have something in the tank to take on the, unfortunately, the bottom side Sports Club Rocher in the last game today. But they're definitely not going to win up this game. 115 required off 17. It's unfortunately not going to happen. Push down the ground. Going to be just the one. Still running hard for singles. Good to see. Yeah, so JJ, I'm here until Thursday morning. Marzi and I flying out Thursday morning, early-ish. So we're only here for, well, literally the rest of the day and tomorrow. So, yeah, I know. You're about an hour away, aren't you? That's what Roger said when he was here too. It's just the wrong side of the city, unfortunately. So, yeah, may not be on this occasion. That'd be a shame. Hopefully, maybe next time I come down to Zurich, get over here for the cricket, or even just get over here, whatever. Be good to catch up and have a yak. Always good to catch up with you. As Bilal continues. So 6 and then a single. 93 for 4 on the board. 114 astray of the target. Just a handful of deliveries left in this game. Still trying. And well, the sub fielder trying to give a drink there to one of the players almost takes a ripper one-handed catch on the other side of the rope. Juggles it. Almost managed to toss it up, but it was always going to go for 6. Just out of shot of the camera work there, but a fair effort, I would say. A fair effort indeed from the Alton sub. And for Bilal Muhammad, he gets hit for another 6. Slow Yorker. Wide of the off stump, not wide enough. Batter's pleading for a wide, but he didn't use his feet. That's the problem. Quarter, he knows the rules. You need to use your feet, and you can't appeal like that because if it's inside the tram lines, umpire's not going to show a wide, is it? Ball just has to bite a little bit of that line, and it's a good delivery. Hope the batters remember that line doesn't move. If you back away, the wide line doesn't move. It stays there. Good fielding. Good fielding off his own bowling there. Desperate stuff from Bilal, showing the desperation that's gotten Alton into this stage in this match, which is absolute domination. Oh, good on you, Jay. Awesome stuff. Reads every comment as well. Thanks very much, JJ. Good to have you in the chat as well, of course. Punch down the ground and nicely fielded. So not a bad over. A couple of maximos in the over, but otherwise a pretty good over nonetheless from Bilal Muhammad. Well bowled. He ends up with none for 23 from his 2 overs and 14 runs only from that over. A couple of very good dot balls in there as well. The 100 up in that over, or 100 up at the end of that over. So 2 overs to go. We're almost to the conclusion of this match, and this is going to be a huge win. Big win indeed. Helix suggesting, come on, Phil, Switzerland isn't that big. Surely they can drive across the country in an hour. Well, it's a typical Australian who would say something like that. Someone living in Oz would say that, yeah, distances are nothing. Come on. It's like us in Melbourne would say, it's going to go for a drive to Sydney. It's just down the road, which I actually did do one time. I just went for a drive to Sydney for giggles. And then I pretty much got there, drove back same day. That wasn't bad. It was 8 hours there, 8 hours back with a couple of little stops along the way. But it was, I just did that in a day. It was on a Good Friday, sometime in the 90s. Me and my mate just decided, what do you want to do tomorrow? Let's go for a drive up to Sydney. So we left at 1 o'clock in the morning and got up to Sydney for breakfast and then turned around and came back again. We were back in Melbourne for an early dinner. That's going to get away to the boundary rope. Leg bars indicated, and that's going to be 4 of them. There's some that has crossed the boundary for 4 and indicated by the umpire thus. So 100 runs, still 102 runs astray of the target with only 10 deliveries left. Osman Ali looking to complete his second over. Yeah, mate got a little tickle on that one. It's going to also find the boundary rope. And he has got a little tickle on that one, so nicely done. The left-hander there. Wada manages to get some runs on the board late in the dig. Akash has actually put together a pretty handy innings here, I've got to say. It's a nice little cameo, but it's really sort of trying to hold back the ocean here at the moment. Latches onto the short ball, hits it straight down the throat of the man at deep cover who runs across the deep extra cover, but he spills the catch. Staring into the sun, it was always a tough chance, but he protects the boundary, and that's why a couple of the Alton fielders are giving him a bit of a shout and saying, good on you, well done. There's not one Alton player who's having a go at him for putting the catch down there. They're saying, well done for protecting the boundary. Kersley leans back on this one, and desperate dive to try to slap the ball into play is just missed. And I mean only just. That was so close to being slapped back in. Fair effort. But 2 fielders combined, and neither of them can stop that going across the rope. So Corder helps himself to a boundary. And last ball of the 9th coming up. And then it's last over after that. As the 2 batters are just having a bit of a chat with each other about what to do. I think really at this point, just have a little bit of fun. Oh, good clean pair of heels there shown by Bilal Muhammad, who picks up the ball in one motion, no juggle, no mess, no fuss, and gets the ball back in really quickly too. His ground field has been pretty good. Kept an eye on him yesterday. I thought he fielded really well just in front of us for a number of overs during a very important time during that match against the Swiss Dragons. And now he's doing it again here in this match. This match is gone, though. 95 required off the last over, which, as you know, is impossible unless you're going to bowl 80-something no balls in a row or wides. Helix saying you drove from Canberra to Adelaide in a day. Wow, that's a long drive. How would you do that? That's quite something else. I thought Sydney to Melbourne in a day and back again in one day was something. And that really was. That was incredible. Trying to watch out for all the speed traps along the same way as well. But that is quite a drive. Canberra to Adelaide. Well, I guess, if you're based in Canberra, anything to get out of Canberra, right? But that's fair enough. Melbourne to Sydney is just a luxury and then to come back. Just kidding. Just having a dig. So 115 for 4, last over coming up. So that's going to get the duty to bowl the last over. Swings hard, and that's a nice catch. Amjad, who's going to end up getting the MVP for this match, takes a nice, well-judged catch. Caught up. No reason why he shouldn't have a swing at that one. Absolutely no reason whatsoever. And he tries to swing, and he's found the fielder on the boundary rope. Takes a good catch. No man, Amjad only bowled the 1 over, picked up a wicket, but he went for 18 runs. But it was for his unbeaten century that, of course, I'm saying he should get the MVP. It was a sensational innings and a great partnership that he played in the 206 runs that were put on the board by Alton. So 115 for 5. New batter strides to the crease with 5 deliveries left. Sadat gets a wicket with the first ball of the 10th. So new batter finally makes his way to the end there. I was just wondering how long it's going to take to get up there, but he gets there eventually. That's the important thing. And we're almost set to go. Here we go. It's going to be shown as a wide, I feel, unless that's a possible no. I think it was actually off the deck. Well, there you go. It happens. So Sadat bowled really well. Picked up that wicket off the first ball. And second ball, not so good. Have that one again, please. And a free hit coming, of course. Oh, through his fingers. Just the one run down the ground. So still 4 deliveries to come to finish the game. And this match number 13 is going to be wrapped up in a few moments' time. And it's going to be a huge win to Alton, who've done really, really well here to smash the opposition, put a massive score on the board, and then defend it beautifully. The Zurich Alpine Warriors just struggled right from the very start. And that's probably just due to the whole scoreboard pressure of having to chase 200-plus runs in a T10 match. You can understand why straight away, right from the very first over, the pressure was immense. But Alton going to do themselves every bit of favour here in the standings to get themselves up into the top 4. And with this result, they will knock Swiss Dragons out of the top 4. And so for Swiss Dragons, we have to say thank you very much for the competition that you brought over the last few days. But unfortunately, this series is going to be over for you now, with Alton notching up a very important win, big win. And they've still got 1 game in hand as well. Called wide. There's a few people appealing for the catch, and umpire says that's a wide ball. Feels that there was nothing on that. Once again, players in utter disbelief, but of course they are. Alton have got this game locked and loaded. Wide is putting together a good innings though. 27, it's a nice little cameo. He's going to shy the stumps, not going to shy the stumps. Decides not to, doesn't have to. 2 balls to come. It's a huge, huge win here for Alton. And they've sent a bit of a message to the other teams, especially to Basil Afghan and to Zurich Mavericks Garwal, saying, we've just hit our strides now. Watch out for us tomorrow. And watch us bowl another wide as well. So there's also that. But Alton, look, they have come good at the right time. It's a huge score they posted. Their batters have done well. The bowlers probably need to tidy things up a little bit. There's been a few too many extras. That could be the difference between the teams tomorrow, come finals time. This one is grabs part of the tram line. 124 for 5. Last ball coming up. Match 13 going the way of Alton. It's a huge win. Don't worry about the required run rate of 498. That doesn't have anything to do with this, really. It's 83 off 1. We're not done yet, as that's going to be another wide. So 82 off 1. They're getting closer. I guess that's one way of looking at it. So let's try again. 1 more to come. And that is game, says the umpire. I'm happy with that delivery. It's a legal ball. And that is going to be the end of the game. It's a huge win to Alton. And they have now knocked the Swiss Dragons out of 4th place. And they themselves have stepped up with a good win here. They're going to take over 4th place. Actually, they're going to jump into 3rd place. They're going to knock the Zurich Alpine Warriors down as well. So Alton now jump up into 3rd place with this huge win. Zurich Alpine Warriors are still in the top 4, but Swiss Dragons will drop out. Sports Club Rocher are out at the moment, but they would have to do something quite incredible to change their fortunes here. I don't think that's going to change somehow. I'm pretty sure now we've got our top 4 after this result. We just don't quite know who's going to finish exactly where and when, but Swiss Dragons as well, because I don't think they're going to be able to mathematically do enough in the next 2 games to try to get into the top 4. Remains to be seen. You never know. But 125 for 5, chasing a score of 206. Quickly go through the scorecard there very quickly. I'll give you a couple of highlights. Firstly, Abiola, his 26 off 12. And then it was at 27 off 13 to Kima as well. Look, they did really well. Hold your heads up high, and a 28 to Akash, not out at the end there. But they need someone to make a century or to make a big, big total. These little totals were never going to be enough. In the bowling department, wicket shared around. Mandazai, 2 for 23 at the top there. 1 for 25 to Stanik's I thought he bowled really well. And Amjad and Sadat jumped in with a wicket as well. So we're going to take a break here, short break here. We're going to be back in probably about 12 minutes' time for match number 14. I think match 14 will probably start at about, I'm thinking 1:40. 45. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Al. 45. There you go. So a good break there for the teams. Sports Club Russia are at the ready. Alton are going to take a bit of a break from being in the field. And we're going to be back with all this happening very, very shortly. So don't go too far. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Zurich, and this is ECN. I'm Phil G, and I'll see you back here in about 15 minutes' time for the penultimate match of the group stages, match 14. It's going to be Alton and Sports Club Russia going head-to-head. I'll see you here shortly. Welcome back to the Amber Cricket Stadium here. The ground looking resplendent under bright blue skies, baking sunshine, and it is match number 14. It is Alton against Sports Club Roche. Sports Club Roche. Here we go. And lofted away. What a great start that is. Alton pretty much picking up where they left off with the bat from that last game, opening the blade and going boom out of the park. And that is opening the batting. It's Yasser Tharan, who is getting to strike this time. He was non-striker in the previous match, so Stanik Zai, who's probably more of the senior of the two openers, as him and the captain have opted for Yasser Tharan to get on strike first. So yes, apologies to the fans and the teammates of Sports Club Roche. I've been saying Sports Club Roche. My apologies. It's not Roche. There's no accent over the E. Sports Club Roche. And of course, my thanks to Durga, who ran over just to say good commentary. But our name is Roche, so noted, and will not happen again. Right, let's get stuck into it then. Match 14, a big one here for both these two teams. So Alton have had a big win, and I mean a proper big win, one of the biggest wins we've probably seen, to be perfectly honest. That was an amazing win over the Zurich Alpine Warriors, who are having a break, having a spell, an extended lunch break for them. Now they take on Sports Club Roche in a very big game. Sports Club Roche here, if they can get a couple of wins, they're going to have to dig deep to get a couple of wins, but they're going to playing against a team who's already played just one match, and maybe they can work in their favour. If their big guns can fire up, you know what's going to happen here. As a result of Alton's big win, they have done what I thought they would do. They have jumped up into third place. And of course, they get a 4-point win. Edge taken. Oh, this is a huge breakthrough early on as well. We'll get to the standings in just a minute. Let's get into this instead. So we had a Maximo, a couple of dots, and Yasser Tharan has to go. He's gone. The fourth ball of the first over as Shinwari has struck, and every Roche player gets across there to give him a pat on the back. That's a huge moment in the game. Really huge moment, that one. One opener gone, and you just have to get one after the other here, and they've done that. They've done the first breakthrough early on. It's a big breakthrough as well. So Lukos hangs on to a catch. Shinwari gets the breakthrough. 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. Took 4 balls for those 6 runs as well. So for the captain, see, is it the captain coming to the crease? Think it is. No, it's not. It is, of course, Amjad, the Centurion from the previous match for Alton. He comes striding to the crease, and he gets a chance to do some damage here. Shinwari with his backup, though, and slices this one. It's going to go over the infield. Wasn't fully confident with that shot, though, as it gets over the top of the infield and just trickles away to the boundary for 4 runs. Not full-blooded. Definitely down low on the bat, down on the edge. Could have almost gone anywhere. So 5 balls gone. Last ball of the over coming up. 10 for 1. Alton losing an opener with the 4th ball of the game. That's a bit more full-blooded. That's a bit more full-blooded indeed. Pulls this one around the corner for 6 runs, all the way towards the square boundary on the leg side. And Amjad has got the motor running now. He's racing up now to 10 from 2 deliveries faced. He could be someone who puts together maybe back-to-back centuries here. You never know. He's still got a fair bit to do. He's got a long way to go. We're on just the first over gone, and it's 16 off that first over with the loss of a wicket. So quickly jump back to the standings, tell you what's happened there. With that previous game that Alton won, and that won it emphatically against the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they've pushed the Zurich Alpine Warriors down to 4th place, and they've knocked Swiss Dragons down to 5th, which means Swiss Dragons will not take part in the finals tomorrow. That is now confirmed. And that's because they've already played all their group games, and they can't do anything about where they are on the table whatsoever. Sports Club Roche, they could do something here. They're currently, however, with 0 points. That's the catch. They would need to get a 4-point win, and they would have to get actually probably 2 4-point wins. That's pretty much what they need to do. Hooked, and hooked well. Umpires just maybe double checking, see if it went all the way. It does go all the way. Yeah, so Sports Club Roche sitting on top at bottom of the table. If they can try to get up to 8 points from the next 2 matches, that's the only way that they will play in finals tomorrow. Even if they get a 4-point win and a 3-point win, it puts them equal on 7. But they've got such a poor net run rate, negative 9.8. Cutaway and bounces on the other side of the rope. I think it does indeed. So there you go. Stanik's Eye dealing in sixes the only way he knows how to, and to full effect here. So between him and Noman Amjad, they are a good right-hand, left-hand combination to have at the top here with the loss of that first wicket. And they could really cause some headaches for the team, Sports Club Roche. It's the pad, and it's going to dot up. So once again, in case you missed it, the news from this series is that Swiss Dragons have indeed been knocked out. Just the one win for them out of their 5 games. One win, not enough to get you into finals action. And Sports Club Roche on the cusp of almost being knocked out as well. They lose this game, they're out as well. Oh, bit of confusion here. Luckily for the batters, there was no one near the ball. There was no one backing up at the bowler's end either. So even if a throw had to come to the bowler's end, there was no one getting near the stumps. They needed someone there. But caused a few problems, though, for the batter. Stanik's Eye is at a couple of sixes, but now he's dotted up a couple of times as well. So this is good. Just that not letting Alton having it all their own way. Struck straight towards mid-wicket. Excuse me, mid-wicket. That's mid-wicket for the right-hander. Otherwise, I'd call it the cover. I think the heat's getting to me as well now. And the field changes over for the last ball of the second and also for the right-hander as well. Fielders straight into position as well. That's pretty good drilling there to make sure they get straight into position. That's good to see. Always appreciate that. I think we all do. Coming out towards us, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get to that. Unfortunately, it's a bit too wide for me to get to. If it had to come just under the desk, I could have fielded it, but no, all the way it goes. Nice strike, middled. And over the rope. Oh, actually bounced just inside the rope. I thought I might have actually covered it. I was too busy watching the trajectory of the ball rather than where it landed. So 4 runs, 33 for 1. 2 overs gone. Alton off to a fly despite the loss of that wicket early in that first over for only 6 runs. But these two have capitalised on some slot bowling, getting stuck into it, sort of picking up where they left off in that previous game. They really, really just put the foot to the floor, and they left the Zurich Alpine Warriors wondering what on earth had gone wrong there. So the boys in the lime green versus the boys in red as we go to the third over. Now Shinwari is going to bowl out. And Stanik's Eye wears that one on the body, looking to hook that one around the corner. There's no fielders back there for that shot either, so it was all there to be done. Good bit of sportsmanship there by the fielder who got the ball mid-wicket. He just got over to Stanik's Eye and said, "You okay?" Because he saw he took it on the body. Very nice bit of sportsmanship there from the fielder. Didn't have to, but he's done the right thing. Just said, "You okay there?" And Stanik's Eye said, "Yeah, I'm good. Watch me hit this." Or not. And it's going to go leg side for a wide. Considered maybe getting a wide +1, just the wide ball there. There's a very large wasps land on the side, on one of the poles here in the tent. He seems to be thinking about, he saw something here a few moments ago. Now he's hunting around for something. Anyway, keeping our eye on that too. Whoa. Oh boy. That has gone a long way back. I actually lost that in the tree pretty early. And that has gone an awful long way back. I'm not going to look for that one. Let's just get a new grizzly out there. And it's gone. It's simple as that. It came off the blade and it's gone. It's like one of those magicians, one of those shows. They show you something, then it's gone. And it was really gone. So 40 for 1 just inside the third now. Stanic's Eye goes inside out on this occasion, pumps that straight down the ground for another Maximo. So Stanic's Eye is hungry here for a big score, and he's starting to rack up a big score. I've got to say, there is a massive team score uploading right now as the score goes to 46, halfway through the third. Still 3 to come in the power play. Amjad watching the carnage from the non-striker's end. He likes what he sees as well. He'll get his chance. He's only faced 3 balls for the 14. He'll get his chance. Ray tipping, dubbing the nice grassy knoll Vinny Hill. I like that. I like that a lot, Ray. That's a nice one. I might have to follow suit on that one. So halfway through the third, 46 on the board. Grizzlies flying around the Embrook cricket ground, which is unusual for this part of the country, but there are Grizzlies flying around the field. And the men in Lime are starting to get a little bit worried. That's a full ball, and that is out of here. That is on top of and over. I think it's gone over Vinny Hill as well. Well, that is an astonishing strike. And I reckon Stanic's Eye's thinking, you know what? I've seen a couple of centuries hit here at the ground. I reckon I could be on here. And I reckon he'd be right. 50 up. Inside the power play, 52 for 1. Still 2 to come. And Stanic's Eye, he's marched up to 31 from 9. He's hit the ball beautifully there. And this time he goes the other side. There's 4 players running towards this one. One of them pulls out of the race. Another one overshoots it. Another one takes 2 attempts to pick it up. But between the lot of them, they get the throw back in. So they manage to get back for 2. But they do bring the rash miss hit towards the offside. His leg side power is quite astonishing. His Stanic's Eye, maybe his offside is the Achilles heel. But he has played a couple of cut shots in and a couple of other uppercuts in this series, which have been quite good. Straight driving and leg side work is immense. And that's going to be a wide, well outside the off there. So Srinath Yadav in the chat, he says score will be under 160. I'll tell you what, they're on target for a 190 at the moment. Flat bats this one down the ground. Long barrier is formed and successfully stops the ball getting past. Amjad was keen on 2. Stanic's Eye was not keen on 2 because it's the end of the over. So he retains the strike going into the 4th. 3 overs gone, 56 for 1 on the board. And yet the expected score into the high 180s at the moment. You sort of get the feeling these two stick around for a couple more overs. The men from Sports Club Roche are in all sorts of trouble. Could be a long afternoon for them. They've got this match against Alton. They've got the next match also against Zurich Alpine Warriors, who will have a last-ditch chance to try to snatch back, well, possibly snatch back 3rd place. But whether you finish 3rd or 4th, it means you're going to play in the eliminator tomorrow. So currently, right now, Zurich Alpine Warriors, they can't do better than 3rd or 4th place. So they will play in the eliminator tomorrow. Zurich Alpine Warriors, they've locked in the eliminator game. That's the first match tomorrow morning on finals Wednesday. Zurich Mavericks Garwell, they've locked in the qualify 1. They'll play in the 2nd match tomorrow. That's qualify 1. The question is simply whether Alton can get a big win here to knock Basil Afghan out of 2nd place. If Alton get the win here in this match, they will knock off Basil Afghan. And they will get the double chance with Zurich and Mavericks Garwell. In the air, taken. Big wicket that. Nice catch. Well held, staring into the sun as well. It's a good catch. Stanic's Eye has to go. Here's the playmaker. He goes for 34. And the 2nd wicket falls. Alton lose their 2nd wicket at the start of the 4th. So it's still all to do out there. Not over yet. Alton would love to make sure they get the win here. They've done everything right to try to give themselves a chance to get that double opportunity tomorrow in finals day. And that's what's at stake for them. They really don't want to play the eliminator. They want to play qualifier 1. You play qualifier 1 means you get a chance. If you win, straight into the final. If you don't win, you play the winner of eliminator, and there's your double chance to get into the final. So they really want to make sure they've got a 2 position here, but they've got a lot of work to do. Basil Afghan, I know you guys are watching somewhere in country, probably very close to the ground as well. currently holding down that second place in the standings. If you want to look at the standings and understand the computations and permutations of what can happen here, go to ecn.cricket, go to the events, click on standings, and you'll find all the information there about what could possibly happen. And that's the graphic I'm looking at right now in front of me. So have a look at that. That's the story we've got. It's the game within a game. Alton need to get that win. Zurich Alpine Warriors, even if they got that win in the last game today, they're still going to find themselves a couple of points short of where they need to be because they're on 7 points on the standings. Basel Afghan are on 12 points, and obviously you can't get more than 4 points in any game because obviously the bonus point situation, you get 3 points for a win and 1 point for a bonus. So that's the problem that Zurich Alpine Warriors have got. They cannot do better than a third place in the scheduling, but they will play the eliminator tomorrow. That's important. Shite stumps, misses, keeper misses as well, but there is backup. Keeper is limping as either he's gone down hard on the left knee or the ball has ricocheted off his left knee. I can't tell. All I know is there's it just needs a moment because he's a little bit sore. Let's hope he's okay. Let's hope it's nothing. I think he's crouching down for the next delivery, so I hope he's all right. We continue. Chance to catch it. Bounces in front of the field on the rope. And a good quick throw back. Bowler opts not to take the ball. Probably should have. So, score marches on with just that single, 58 for 2. And once again, Alton demonstrating interesting thing that I've noted with them. When they lose a wicket, they do tend to just work the ball around for a couple of balls, not looking to hit out straight away immediately. As Zadran, who just got the single, starts to free the shoulders and pumps this one across the boundary rope square of the wicket on the leg side with a lovely strike. Really good pull shot, that. Sagar Singh in the chat. I love that comment from you. Whole world plays against me. Welcome to life. That's what life is all about. It's the whole world playing against you. And you'll realize that soon when you start to realize what life is all about. Then you realize you've got to play the rules with life. But thank you for your comment. Interesting comment. Made me smile. And being the age I am, I guess that's probably why I found it quite funny. But always face it with a grin. Always, Sagar. 64 for 2. Still got 2 to come after the Grizzlies found, because that has gone a long way back. And while the ball is on its way back, I think it's on its way back now. Yes, it is indeed, with 2 players in the lime green coming back through the white mesh fence. And we're almost set to resume now at 64 for 2. 2 balls left in the over. It's not a bad over from Karanki, to be honest. It's a wicket and a couple of singles in just the 6. So 8 runs and a wicket off the over. 2 to come. Zadran facing up. And Zadran swinging and missing for another dot. Big shout out to Jamal Staniksai for your contribution. Thank you very much, Jamal. That's absolute quality of you to do that. And I'd like to see the chat get over and give Jamal Staniksai a thumbs up for his contribution. I've just done that. Hopefully everyone else will do that as well. Thank you very much, sir. It's a quality little thing to do. Thank you. Just shows you're enjoying the cricket, and thank you so much. Oh, he's gone and done it again. Oh, you are fantastic. We love our fans, and we love that you're loving the cricket as well. Great work. Thank you, Jamal. Once again, just invite everyone in the chat. Get across there and give him a thumbs up for his contributions. Chop down and nicely taken. Well, that's a bump ball. You're not going to fool anybody by celebrating the bump ball catch. Nice try. Nice try. 65 for 2. Jump up then to 66 for 2 with that single. Noman Amjad getting a bit bogged down here. 15 from 4. He's only faced a handful of deliveries, though. I think he'll be feeling he needs to get on strike with Zadran chewing up a couple of deliveries as well. Ray tipping with a zinger. Jimmy Caranti. I reckon most of our chat will not get that, but I get it. I know where you're coming from. Nice one, Ray. Thank you to everybody in the chat who's given Jamal Staniksai a thumbs up. He deserved it. So 4 overs gone, 66 for 2 on the board. Tharani Tharan is going to bowl now. You see there the nice little video clip we've got of him getting ready there. He's going to roll the arm over. Here we go. Left arm round the wicket. Punch through the covers. Cover fielder directs traffic and says, deep fielder, you can get that one. Nicely done. It's an appeal, turn down, big shout. Umpire immediately gives the old, no, not this time. Junaid Ahmed in the chat saying, how can I play European cricket? Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to get yourself over to Europe and find yourself a club. That's the way it's done. There are no contracts here, nothing like that. And, oh, no, a catch goes begging. It's exploded out of the hands and flown off to the left-hand side of the player, rushing in there. Should have held that. Would have been a very interesting situation if he had held that one. As it is, it goes down as a catch, and it goes across the boundary rope. Have a look at this one more time. Won't want to see that too often. Just probably a little bit too keen running around there to try to take a catch. And that's what can happen sometimes. Catch gets put down, and the next shot is put out of the ground for 6 runs as Zadran just goes bang. So disappointment for the bowler there with the catch put down. So Junaid Ahmed, appreciate you watching wherever you're watching from. You're watching from Pakistan. Thank you for joining us on the European Cricket Network. Appreciate your question as well. But with this type of cricket, this is these guys are all amateurs. There's nothing professional here. There's no contracts. We don't import people. Nothing like that. This is simply people playing for their local club on display. That's what this is. So that's what you need to do. And we love your enthusiasm and we love your questions. So keep it coming. We love the fact that you're supporting us. That's a big deal for us. It's a lovely big strike. That is a wonderful cover drive. And that's gone a long way back behind us there for 6 runs. What a strike that was. So Zadran showing he's no slouch at all. And he's punched that one with real disdain. Just stands his ground and admires the shot. Why wouldn't you? So Zadran, blink and you miss it. He's up to 25 already with 3 Maximos and 1 4. So with the exception of that 4th over, it's been a really consistent run here for Alton in the overs. So 5 overs gone, 88 for 2 on the board. And thank you to Junaid Ahmed in the chat for those kind words also about not just ECM, but about the commentary. It's always music to my ears. And also Vinny's and Tina's and Rico's as well. We have a pretty good comms crew on the European Cricket Network. Obviously led expertly by Vinny and Rico, Tina and myself filling in the blanks as well. But we love our work. That's the whole thing. We get to talk about the game we love and also the game you love as well. So that's why this interaction is so important to us as commentators. Amjad, he's on 16. He's only faced a handful of the deliveries. He gets a chance now with Zadran getting down to the non-striker's end with the end of the over. 5 overs gone. 88 for 2. That last over with 22. It goes magical with that 22. Now we go to the second half of this innings. Oh, this is way up in the air. It's a long way back. It's going to clear the fence and then some. It's high. It's gone a long way across as well. So Amjad, we kind of feel he's kind of missed a few deliveries recently because he's been at the non-striker's end, but he finally gets to face his 6th delivery and he puts it over the fence for a big, big Maximo. Great shot. So bowler in again. This time it goes out to the deep mid-wicket area, and that's a flick off the pads. I think it's carried. No, it hasn't carried. It's bounced just in front of the rope. And 4 runs added to the score. Amjad, you start to get amongst the runs now as well. And the runs are flowing. The score is getting scary for Sports Club Roche as they're watching that scoreboard ticking over meticulously and consistently. 98 for 2 in the 6th. Just get the feeling that Alton will be getting better and better with each match throughout the 5 games they've played. This is their 5th game, their last game. And you just get the feeling they're just looking better and solid and really gelling as a team. Impressive, very impressive. With batting like that, and it goes right on the top of Vinny Hill, and the ball suffering a bit of gravity there as it comes all the way back down again, which means the player gingerly leaping over the fence there doesn't have to go to the top of the hill to find it. So Amjad already picked up a century today. He was 106 not out in the earlier game, the previous game to this, and well-deserved century as well. Got it in very quick time. I think it ended up being 31 deliveries for his 30 deliveries for his 100. End up 106 from 31. Shouts a catch, taken. Well, no chance of a century here today for Amjad. He's hit it straight down the throat of long off, and he's very straight at that long off position as well. Taken a very good catch. Amjad has to go. Be disappointed with that, but he's going to give a chance to one of his teammates to come in and get amongst the runs. Good innings, but I know he would have wanted more than that considering the century that he belted this morning. He goes for 32 from 9 deliveries, only faced 9 balls. He was out there for a little while with 3 6s and 3 4s. He'll be a little bit upset about that return on investment for him. Kind of expect him to stay out there a little bit longer and maybe face a few more deliveries. But as it is, his time with the bat is done. Next time we see him with the bat will be tomorrow during the finals. Shahid Weridu comes into the crease. He's been so good as the captain for this side. Really, really good. I really enjoyed his captaincy and also enjoyed his batting. I think he's been batting so well. He's come out a couple of times at moments where the team really needed a standout innings from the captain. He has delivered. Otherwise, like in the previous game, he wasn't really needed. Came out and just occupied the non-strikers end for a few moments while Amjad was going crazy. But there's no Amjad there as he's just been dismissed. So captain comes out, joins Zadran. So 2 to come. Hit out towards deep mid-wicket, gets off the mark straight away with a single. And just the single. Junaid Ahmed with a question about turf pitches versus carpet pitches. Well, that's a good question, and there's a very good answer for that as we are getting towards, well, we are at the end of the 6th. Let me try and answer that for you, Junaid. So, we play a lot of cricket, as you know, here on the European Cricket Network, and the venues we go to around the continent see a lot of cricket as well. You've got to remember that in the countries and the various clubs that we go and play at, they don't necessarily have the investment and the money to care for and maintain turf wickets. That's the catch. A turf pitch is a very expensive thing to maintain. Given goes for the big leg slide swipe and has got a tickle on that one. Zadran has to go. And, well, this is a huge wicket as well. He's looking back towards his captain. I think his captain's saying, how could you miss that? Well, a feather edge and a wicket goes. So it's 2 wickets in 3 deliveries there. So once again, it's going to fall on the captain's shoulders, Waridu, to try to steady the ship here. And I think he's not saying any harsh words to his batter, but he's sort of saying to him, well, you've left me with a fair bit of heavy lifting to do with still a 4 overs to come. So I've got to do a lot of work there. We'll see how he goes. So wicket does fall. So, yeah, back to that question from Junaid. So, yeah, turf pitches. Turf pitches are very expensive, and a lot of clubs and countries and federations, they don't have the money to maintain turf pitches and keep them at the standard for good quality games. Remember, when we're playing T10, play 4 T10 games in a day, maybe even 5 in a day. Sometimes last year, or most times last year, we were doing that as well. So whether you're playing 4 or 5 T10 matches a game, if you played it on a turf pitch, imagine the wear and tear on that pitch. Day after day, hour after hour, it will be very expensive to maintain, to continue to have it watered, to have it maintained, to have ground staff looking after it. Some grounds we go to and play at, they don't even have running water at the ground. I'll give you an example. In Prague, for Czech cricket, where we play there, and I'm part of the Czech cricket outfit as well, so I can tell you this, that where we play at Vinoj, there's no running water to the ground. So the pitch you play on is, of course, artificial. It's a carpet. It's a clay base with an underlay on top. So we have to have it like that. We could not afford a turf wicket. There's no way we could afford one. The wear and tear, the maintenance, the having that opportunity is something that we simply could not afford. We don't get a lot of money from ICC. We don't have much in the way of sponsorship. We have the local government sending money our way occasionally, but again, we don't have a lot of money to do that. So that's one of the reasons that you have so many pitches that are on carpet or on artificial turf, AstroTurf, but not turf wickets on an Astro sort of cover, and these sorts of wickets. So hopefully that sort of answers the question on that. It's a good question to ask, and I think it's important that people understand that that's why we play on these kind of wickets. And this is very typical for all across Europe. There's a couple of turf wickets around the continent. There are a few, but literally a few, not a lot. And that's the reason why. So thank you for your question. I really do appreciate that. And I also share your sentiment too that, look, we'd love to see more European cricket teams in the big competitions such as World Cups and the big, massive sort of showcase and marquee events. We would love to see more European countries there because we've got a lot to show, and that's what European Cricket Network does. We show what's going on at a domestic level, and we think that's impressive. And we love it when our fans get on and tell us that they're impressed as well. It just shows that you see what we see, and that's important. So 105 for 4 on the board. Thanks again for your question, by the way. I really appreciate that one. Shazab is asking, in Estonia, what's going on there with commentary? As that is hooked around the corner for a boundary, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Great shot, that one. Stanik Zai opens his account. This time it's named Stanik Zai, as opposed to Rehan, who's already gone, who's come and gone. Shazab in the chat asking, you are right, in ECS Estonia, which commentator is there? That's going to be me, actually. Phil G is going to be commentating in Estonia. Looking forward to that one. Myself and Marzi sitting next to me here are going to be leading the charge for the Blue Crew, and we can't wait for that. With maybe slightly cooler conditions as well. Something we've been discussing at length over the last few days. Hit like a rocket along the deck, well fielded. Really good bit of fielding there. Had to get down and dirty into the dust to stop that one getting through. That's Osman Shinwari, who does well, and a good throw back to his bowler. This is Mukesh, who's bowling now. Oh, it's a full ball. And, nice bit of work. Has to trip the light. Fantastic on the banji rope there. Make sure he doesn't step across the line. And does indeed. I think the umpires had a close look at that one, felt it was dipping. So it's 111 of Lord Nelson for 4 wickets lost for Alton. Bit of a surprise for Alton to lose 4 wickets. But then again, they just played a very tough game, and under very hot conditions against the Zurich Alpine Warriors. They can be forgiven for maybe just feeling a little bit tiredness creeping into the bones under very warm conditions. There's not much of a respite. Lofted and 6. There's a couple of Zurich Alpine Warriors guys over there in that little dugout area just relaxing, and that's going to wake them up a little bit. Don't relax too much. Make sure you keep your eyes on the prize. And 7 overs gone, 118 on the board with a loss of 4 wickets. 3 overs to come. And thank you once again to Junaid Ahmed for those kind words. You are very welcome. More than happy to give the answers on those questions. And I think it's important that people watching from around the world understand why we do play on artificial surfaces as opposed to a turf surface. And I think that's very important that that's the understanding. Yeah, it's fans like you, Junaid, that you kind of people are the ones that keep us going with these sort of questions and support. So thank you once again. And also to you, Shazab, as well. Thank you for your question. Oh, through the hands of the bowler, who's almost held onto a rocket. Acharya almost holds onto a screamer of a chance there, but straight through. So Rohit lines up again. Oh, this could be a catching opportunity. Goes like a rocket into the pouch and well held as well. Not too far away from us, pretty straight down the end of the field in front of the camera, in front of Nivi, who probably got some pretty good vision there of that man, Usman Shinwari, hanging on to a red hot. Watch this. Yeah, nice work there, Nivi. Good work with the camera and good catch as well. Straight down the throat. And so Zadran now has to go as well. So it's a bit of a revolving door. We've had a few wickets in the last over and a bit. Let me just have a quick look at this. I reckon we're up to about 3 wickets in the last. Yeah, so we've had a wicket fall in each of the last 2 overs and now in this over. So over 6, 7, and 8, we had wickets tumbling. So Alton not having everything their own way in this match against Sports Club Roche, who's causing a bit of surprise. Helix demanding that I pedal a bit faster. Sorry about that, Helix. I'll get back on the bike and make sure we get that dynamo back up and running again. So 119 for 5. Varathayan comes out now. Let's see what he can do with Stanic's Eye. As I said, wickets tumbling pretty quickly now. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th wicket falling just in each of the last couple of overs. Let's see what kind of score they can get to. Lofted, and it's in the air for quite a long time, and that's going to be another catch. That's a really good bit of catching there. Runs around from the boundary at deep cover and completes a good catch, and that's 2 in 2. Sports Club Roche have said never say die. We're still in this. They really are still in this as well. And it's a golden duck to Varathayan. I barely got to say his name, and he's already gone. Looking to elevate immediately, just didn't get anywhere near enough on this one. Good catch. Not clever batting, but a very good catch. Shazad holds on to Askaya. No problem at all. And Hamid Sadat has to come out to see off the potential hat-trick ball. Hello to Ombrakash, who joins us. I'm well, and I hope you are well too. You've joined us at a very interesting time. It's a hat-trick ball opportunity. Here we go. Rohit steaming in. Swings hard. It's along the deck, and it's across the boundary for 4 runs. Well, Sadat didn't care that it was a hat-trick ball. He just swung the blade and said, well, I'm going to belt this one down the ground. How about that, Phil G? And he does indeed. Connects beautifully for 4. Rohit in again. Full ball. Connected with on the full and dispatched away for 6. So that man Sadat, he's come out with a purpose, and his purpose is simply runs, please, and plenty of them. How did Julian Dawson there? Yeah, so Julian's jumped in there. Thank you, Julian, for that information about even at Hornchurch playing an artificial wicket. Turf couldn't take the punishment of 4 matches in a day for 2 weeks. That is exactly the point I was raising as well. Imagine last year, Julian, as well, when we had 5 matches a day. The punishment that a turf pitch would take, just the wear and tear would be incredible. This has got a lot of airtime, and, well, so I'm laughing because there's a fielder directing traffic. That could be a run out. That's, no, he's home. He's okay. I think it's really quite funny watching one of the senior players just in front of us here. That's, I think it's, is that Thuran? He's directing traffic, but he himself wouldn't want to go for that catch. He probably would have had to run backwards maybe 5 meters for that catch, but instead he was directing traffic. So, fair enough. I guess that's his role. There you go. So 8 overs gone, 131 for 6. A little bit of rush of blood there at the end of that over with a 4 and a 6 with the 2 wickets punctuating that over right in the middle. And it ends up being, what's that, 13 runs off that over for 2 wickets as well. Crashed, crunched, any way you like it, straight towards the dugout area and then some for a big 6. Let's have a look at that one again. Absolutely smoked out of the ground. Great shot. Score picks up 137 for 6. So we've got 11 legal deliveries to come. Alton looking to pile on something into the 160s. Sports Club Roche, they've managed to pick up 6 wickets here, so they haven't been found wanting. They've been pretty effective doing what other teams were unable to do against Alton. And that is, oh, that's so close. What an effort. Oh, Shinwari is filthy with himself, but that is an excellent effort. He deserves a round of applause from his teammates. Takes the catch, but he was taken over the line by the momentum. So close to pulling off something quite miraculous there. Really close. Oh, he's scream of anguish. Look at this. The leap. He stays in the field of play, but just as he tries to throw the ball away, he's already over the line. Drops across the line. Brave effort, though. And fortune favours the brave as it's another boundary added to the score. As Stanikzai puts this one out now to the leg side. So a couple of 6s and then a 4. It's over getting expensive. Oh, this has got a lot of airtime as well. Bowler wants it, and bowler, volleyball style, sort of pushes it away. Unfortunately, too hot to handle. It was in the air for a long time. To be absolutely fair, that ball was in the air for an eternity. Camped under it like that, and you can see they never really settled in position, moving constantly. Tough. It was a tough chance. That should be put out of the ground and is... Well, and then some. Wow, this has gone a lot further back than I realised. And that'll bring up the 150 for Alton. So a couple of wickets falling, but it just shows the depth of the batting that this Alton team have, and that should send alarm bells ringing into the teams that are playing in finals tomorrow when they face Alton. And the way Alton are going, depending on how they bowl to Sports Club Roche, if they pick up the 4 points here, even just the 3 points, they are possible to knock off Basil Afghan and jump into second place in the standings. So that's the big deal. That's the big question. Will they do enough? If they get a 4-point win, they will do that. And that's out of the ground as well. So they're doing themselves every bit of favour here with some very big hitting from Sadat and Stanikzai into the over. So it's 160 after 9. 1 over to come. I like Julian's comment about the bowlers adapting to T10. I think you're bang on correct there. Varying pace, focus on Yorkers. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not an easy game to adapt to, and it changes so quickly. Even we had Henry Blowfield here, which I hope everybody knows his name. I know there's a few youngsters who may wonder who I'm talking about, but Henry Blowfield, who is the voice of cricket internationally, the voice of TMS alongside obviously Jonathan Agnew as well, and a few others. But Henry Blowfield, bit of a hero of mine, got a chance to meet him over the weekend and last week as well. What he said about T10 is pretty similar to what Julian Dawson's just said in the chat there about adapting, about being able to adapt to T10 and how different it is to obviously different forms of the game, but that it should also be regarded in a complementary manner to all the other forms of the game. T10 has its place in cricket as test matches do, as ODIs do, as T20s do. And this is a little bit of rebound cricket here. It's pinging around left, right, and centre. And finally, everyone settles down. And, well, I lost count there. Was that 2 or 3? I lost complete count there. 3. Thank you, Marzi. I thought it was. Yeah, so Julian, yeah, you pretty much said exactly what Blower said about the adaptation of the players to T10 and about how the game should be seen alongside T20, ODI, and Test match. Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate summation. He loved it. He loved T10. It was the first time he's ever seen it. and he was really enthusiastic about it. The way the pendulum would swing over after over. It's going to be called a wide. It's a short ball and it's wide. So Rohit with the duty here. He's picked up a couple of wickets along the way, but we've had wide 3, a confusing 3, and 2 wides here. Looking to just finish off the innings if they possibly can. Top ball. Threatens to underarm back to the stumps there and keep the non-striker honest. I like that little moment there from Rohit. Watch this. Yeah, I could do that, but I won't. I think if he had a missed, it would have been a buzzer and they would have taken it. So 166 for 6, 4 to come. Top ball. Good ball. It's a good score on the board already, though, that 166. Really good score. Junaid, you're more than welcome. Thank you for your questions and your comments, Junaid Ahmed in the chat. Thank you very much. Keep them coming. Anything we can help you with, we're more than happy to try to help you out with anything you'd like to know about European cricket. And that goes to everyone in the chat as well. That's been monstered out of here as well. That has gone a long way back. So haven't seen a Maximo for a while, but there you go. Scored up to 172 for 6. Crush. Absolutely crunched that one. And his watching the body language of Staniksai at the non-striker's end, it was like even while he was hitting the ball, he was gesturing something to him, and I'm not sure what that was, but he's answered with a big Maximo. Maybe they're just trying to fire each other up to see who's going to get the biggest score. And at the moment, it's going to be Sadat because he's going to face the second last ball of the innings. Crunched, sticks the leg out, brave. Oh, it comes off Shinwari. It comes off the shin of Shinwari, and it's going to cross the line for 4. And Rohit standing there, just staring back, hands on hips, and saying, what was that? Oh, dear. Disappointed. Stuck the foot out in the hope that he could slow it down. The long barrier, unfortunately, his long barrier was more looking straight at the ball rather than side on, and that's why it deflected off and went for 4. So 176 for 6 on the board. Last ball coming up. This will tell us what Sports Club Roche are going to chase. Miles will run. And it's a run out. So it's going to finish on 176 for 7 after 10 overs. So 177 is the score to be chased by Sports Club Roche. And that is a tough, tough old chase. Alton have done themselves every bit of favour here to boost their net run rate just a little bit more. Their net run rate is already better than that of Basil Afghan. So all Alton have to do is to get a 3-point win, and they will snatch second place, and they will take the double chance away from Basil Afghan. Basil Afghan then will have to play the Zurich Alpine Warriors in the eliminator, but this match still has to happen. And Sports Club Roche, you never know, they could cause an upset here. The upset that they would cause would have, well, it would have an impact through the entire final series if they get a win here and they keep Alton down. And we're going to find out very shortly when the run chase is here in about 12 minutes' time. Quick recap, really quick recap through the innings there. You see Yasser Thuran went in the first over. He was 6 and out. Staniksai got going, 34 off 12. He got going until he was out as well. And then a couple of 32s to Amjad and to Zadran. They put on a good partnership. And just towards the end there, I thought Staniksai, that is named Staniksai, and Hamid Sadat put together a really good partnership to get that score moving along from 119 to a 176. That's a good 57-run partnership between the two. So match 14 hanging in the balance with the run chase coming your way very, very soon. 12 minutes time, I estimate. We'll see you back here. Can Sports Club Roche get 177 for the win and cause all sorts of problems for the finals for tomorrow? Or are they going to fall to the wayside and open the door for Alton to snatch second place? Come back and join me, Phil G, here on the European Cricket Network, and you are watching ECS Zurich 2026 edition. We'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back to the Embrack Cricket Ground here, just on the north side of Zurich. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, taking you through this run chase. And this is another big game. Every game in this series has been huge because it's been a 6-team tournament where everyone plays each other just the once. So you only get one crack at the opposition. We have to move on to the next game. And every win absolutely vital. And a couple of teams have excelled there. Zurich, Mavericks, Garwell, I'm looking at you because you've got 5 from 5, top of the standings. We'll play in Qualify 1 tomorrow. Basel Afghan have done really well too. However, Alton, with a win here, they will knock you out of second place and they will take your spot in Qualify 1. And then Basel Afghan will have to play the eliminator against Zurich Alpine Warriors. That's potentially how things are looking at the moment, but let's play this out and see where it all ends up. And obviously the game itself, as I'm getting buzzed here by something loud and buzzy. Run chase starts. We start off with a dot ball. So big score on the board there, posted by Alton. For the second time today, they get a 176. Sports Club Roche, they've got a bit to do here. They've got a lot to do. I think it's the understatement of the year. They've got an awful lot to do. And that's going to be shown as a wide. So first runs in the run chase through extras. Mukesh opening the batting with Rohit. Interesting change at the top order there. But then you look down the batting lineup for Sports Club Roche. They do seem to lack somebody who can really get amongst it. Mukesh is good. And the shot at the stumps was on. Oh, Rohit drops the bat trying to get through for the single. Mukesh was always going through for that run. It's no good if you're going to drop your bat before you get to the crease because you need to ground the bat. You haven't got a bat to ground. You need to put something down. But this is going to be a tough chase for Sports Club Roche. I just wonder if they've got the firepower. They will be. I get the feeling they'll be swinging hard at this one as Mandazite is about to resume. Here he comes now. Left armour over the wicket. Nice shot. Really nice shot. It's short. It's angled just slightly in towards the right-hander who says, yep, I'll have some of that. And he's hooked that beautifully, has Rohit. Have a look at this. Yep, nicely done. Just has to make sure it doesn't fall on the stumps. That was the only consideration there as he spun around. Hits it for a big maximo, the first maximo of the innings. So they need to be going at 17.8. Let's call it 18 for argument's sake, just to see if they get to the runs. But this is a tall order here. A few people in the chat asking, can they chase it? Is the chase possible? Well, you're going to find out. At the moment, you'd probably say on the face of things, just looking down the card on paper, the chase looks really tough, like really difficult. Alton have a good bowling lineup. They've got a good varied bowling lineup as well. Sports Club Roche, they've got a few handy batters, but I think that they're lacking just one big powerful hitter. Although Rohit's trying to stand up here. He's just can't cover another boundary, so he's probably going to make my comments look a bit silly if he keeps doing that. But anyway, back-to-back boundaries, a 6 and a 4. So what's at stake here? If Sports Club Roche get a win, what's happened? Well, let me tell you what will happen. They'll get their first win for the series, but it will not move them off the bottom of the standings. What it will do, though, it'll prevent Alton from taking second place in the standings. They'll have to remain in the eliminator for tomorrow. So there's that. And that's the big news for Alton. That's why the win here is so important for them. It will keep Alton in third place. So Sports Club Roche have pretty much the finals in their hands as to who's going to play. And I can tell you now that Basel Afghan, wherever you're watching from, they are absolutely watching this and just saying, come on, well, there's a wicket. And stumps Akimbo, Rohit has to go. So Basel Afghan, wherever you're watching from around Switzerland right now, you will be really wishing that they can hopefully get a win here. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it now. It's going to be tough. really, really tough now. As I said, with Sports Club Roche just lacking a sort of like a Malia Stanikzai or Hassan Ahmad or one of these kind of quality players, Hamdard, one of these guys who have really stood tall throughout this last few days of this series. They just lack that kind of firepower. If they had someone like that in the team, you'd say, well, they're every chance there. Mukesh, very good, very handy. Really, really good player. But he's more of that middle order, come in, make a bundle of runs kind of player. He's put in at the top because he has been scoring runs for the team. But they've just been missing someone who can really stand tall. Well, that's got a bit of airtime. The wind's swirling a little bit then. Tough chance of a catch there. Ran in a long, awful long way to catch that one and has grasped it, unfortunately. Hope he's okay as he goes to ground. Tough, staring into the sun, a little bit of wind, and it's been put down. Always going to be a tough chance. That ball had a lot of airtime, though. Mukesh, well, they could have probably run two while it was in the air, but they don't. They just run the one. It gets Patel on strike. Funny guys, Paolo Campini and Ray Tipping, both your pictures played up at the same time. They're interesting. I'm going to jump in on that bandwagon. I say, funny enough, so did mine. My screen just sort of had a bit of a flicker there. So not sure, something atmospheric possibly. I'm not sure, but I had a similar issue. But we're all good now. I hope you guys are okay too. This chase is, well, difficult at best. But the team on the bottom of the standing, Sports Club Roche, they have the opportunity to dictate who is going to play in the qualifier, who's going to play in the eliminator. Well, obviously, that also depends on how well they play in the rest of this game. They still need to get 163 off 51 runs. Sorry, 163 runs off 50 deliveries exactly to try to cause an upset here. Full ball and hit nicely. It slightly mishit. It sounded a bit mishit, but it's enough power to get it all the way to the boundary line for 6 runs. So score picks up just a little bit more. It's going to be 20 for 1. Still got one more to go in this over. That run rate required is just, well, so it's going to tick down a little bit with that 6, but it's around, 19 and a bit now. It's going to be tough. That's a no ball as well. Oh, I tell you what, that's a bit easy going with Mukesh on the free hit there. He just seemed to just premeditate and labour his way through a hoik towards deep mid wicket. And wasn't the cleverest way to handle a free hit. Does dots up. So last ball, the second. Punches this one with a good bit of ferocity on the back foot. That's a nice strike. It's a shame he couldn't do that on the no ball on the free hit before. But he does it the next ball later. And we'll take the boundary, of course he will. Why wouldn't you? So 25 for 1. 2 overs gone. As we now look ahead to see what's happening here with Usman Ali completing his over, goes for 13. Won't be too worried about that. The team from Alton will feel they're well and truly in control here with that 152 required of 48. So it's a run rate required of 19. You just get the feeling that Sports Club Roche, they don't come across as a team that has the firepower to maintain 19 runs per over for 8 overs. That's no put down to them. That's just that, I would say that about a lot of teams actually. It's just one of those things. They don't seem to have that firepower. But you know what? It's there to prove me wrong as well. As Stanikzai is going to come on to bowl the third, as he has done several times throughout this tournament. And his job here is to really tempt the batters in the last over of the power play, just to say to them, well, I'm going to slow things down, take pace off. You want to get after me, you can, but you do it at your own peril. Starts us off with a dot. That's going to get through everybody. Keeper didn't get a look at that one. It's a full ball. It's a hard one to get to as well when you're the keeper. And the captain, Waridu, can't do anything about that one. A little feather edge as well, little inside edge, gets right away from him and rolls away for 4 runs. Well, they don't just need that, they need plenty of those sorts of things. As it's the scoreboard hasn't quite just caught up with us yet, but I know it's in the process of catching up with us, so bear with us. Clubbed with real ferocity over the boundary rope for 6 runs towards deep mid wicket. Nice strike, that one. So Sports Club Roche, they still live in hope that they can make some inroads here. But it's a tall ask. Any way you cut it, it's a tall ask. Well, almost knocks the batter off his feet, who he shaped to let the wide ball go down the leg side, and in the end, I think he's almost fallen, knocked himself over, sort of realising that the ball was actually swinging in a little bit towards his leg, and yeah, his matrix-style swerve out the way just needed to go a little bit further there. You can see there he's just completely got in a muddle there. Immediately turned down. Umpire saw that pretty quick and said, no, nothing doing there. Standing side gets through his overs pretty quickly. And occasionally gets it through so fast like that. Doesn't necessarily toss the ball up too high. He's a very sort of darting sort of delivery method, which is very effective. Pulls out the reverse and connects, and that's a nice shot. Well, there you go. Time to pull out the some of the showmanship there, and just goes bang, 4 runs. Nicely done. Got in position for the reverse pretty quickly, and it's effective. So that is 16 from the over, and it marches up to 41 for 1 after 3. So that's the power play done. Still well shy of where they'd like to be, and well behind the run rate too. Still need to be going at 19.4, so that's the concern. Umpire gives us the old windmill signal and says, yep, that's right, Phil. The over is done. The power play is done. Let's keep it going. Bilal Muhammad now. Ooh, that's just bounced and just ricocheted up towards the face of the fielder there. I hope he's all right. Not showing any discomfort, but I could see that clearly. That just bounced and just popped up and just hit him on the scon. Happened right in front of the umpire. But I guess he's okay. And it's Yasser Thuran. I really feel for Yasser Thuran. He's just worn one. It didn't hit him in the face hard, but it just bounced up on something awkward, hit him in the scon. He's had a real tough couple of days. He has. Catching opportunity. This time it's taken, and that is a very happy fielder out there who spilled one before. It was hit a lot higher earlier on, and this time it's hit a little bit lower in the sky, and he hangs on to this one. Again, still staring into that shining orb in the sky. And Bilal Muhammad is rewarded with a wicket here, and gets, and I think that's reward for effort. He's done really well in the field. Kept an eye on him. He's fielded for most of the part down close to us here in the production area, and he gets reward for effort with a wicket. And that's Amjad, who takes the good catch out there in the shining sun at deep mid-wicket. 42 for 2 at the start of the 4th. Shazad is the new batter, making his way out to the centre there. Let's see what he can do. Interesting. That captain's giving his team a fair chance to have a bat. As I saw, Aman Shazad was scheduled to come in a little bit down the order, so he's pushing him up a little bit, maybe trying to get a little bit of momentum into the total that's currently been posted. Poor old Al, getting a bit sweatbox up there, isn't it? Swing and a miss. Don't know if, I think that came through the mic there. Al's described it as fondue sweat, which is such a visual. Oh no, that could be disappointing. What's he found there? I think he found a little berry or something in the bush over there, didn't he? All right. Al just came and visited Marzi and I. Now he's headed back to the fondue sweat pit. It's really warm here at the ground. What we've decided to do, though, is we brought our fans from our accommodation just to try to keep us nice and cool here in the open. The trick is, though, try to keep the fan in the shade, because as soon as the sun hits that fan, it starts blowing hotter air in towards us. So as the sun creeps over the top of the tent, we need to move the fan a bit closer to us just to make sure we're not sort of sitting in front of a hairdryer. It is really, really warm here today. I think it's warmer than it was yesterday here at the ground. I'm really feeling it today. And it's not because it's several days in a row. And I know Marzi and Al have been on tour for longer than I have. It's really warm on here today. Yep, we are sweating in places we didn't know it existed, that's for sure. I just opened my weather wall there, and of course it defaults to Prague, where obviously that's home. It's currently 36 degrees in Prague. Well, that's all right. Mrs. G's got air conditioning. She'll be fine. Swing and a miss. So interesting enough, it's telling me that the weather here is telling me it's 31 degrees, but the real feel is 36. Well, I would say it does feel like 36. So where are you getting 31 from? And I'm sitting in the shade. Tomorrow, expecting clear skies and 32. So finals day is going to be it's going to be warm. It's going to be hot out there in the center as well. Lifted, and that's going to be full on the other side of the rope, just by about a meter, but it's still a 6 in the book. So wide, and Bill managed to cut in. Feel this on. He's managed to be knocked for 6. Still searching for the end of the over. Kind of feel this over's gone through a bit of a time warp. 50 up as well, 51 for 2. Run rate required from here on in is 20.4. Goes again. It is another full toss, and it gets the treatment. Hit a lot better, that one, though, for another Maximo. So Shazad getting into the runs, and unfortunately, Bilal Muhammad getting into the runs for the wrong reason. Everyone's got the runs. 57 for 2. 4 overs gone. Shout out to Terry Richmond, who's fallen asleep at the wheel, but he says, "No, good night. I'm done here for now." Thanks for joining us again, Terry, and hopefully we'll catch you tomorrow. We get finals day here tomorrow, Terry, so hopefully we'll see you there for that. But you have a good night's sleep and have a great Wednesday. See you later. Always a pleasure when Terry jumps in the chat, throws us a few curveballs every now and then. Oh, speaking of curveballs, that's gone straight through the legs of the fielder, who should have done a little bit better than that one. That's disappointing. Tries to get down to it. I think that's is that Bilal again? Yep, it was indeed Bilal who just finished that very lengthy over. So maybe a little bit of tiredness creeping in. I can understand that, but both teams have to endure. So Stanikzai gets greeted with a 4 at the start of his over. That run rate required has dropped under 20. Oh, chops down. Did it hit the pad first? That's what the appeal's about. The appeal is adamant it hit the pad first, right in front of the stumps. Umpire turns it down and says no. So Stanikzai in again. Was close. Stanikzai in again. Gets the charge, hit down the ground, and takes a nasty bounce into the chest of the fielding. Sadat wears that one. But he's made a strong stuff. Sorry, that's Stanikzai. Apologies. That's Naeem Stanikzai down there. He and Sadat look very similar. Where's Sadat hiding? Usually he's fielding down here in front of us. captain's going somewhere else. Anyway, apologies. That was name Static Zai, who took one on the body, who's fielding in front of Nivi, our camera operator. He's doing a great job too, by the way, giving us good vision and some good replay material. So thank you to Nivi for all the hard work she's done. And for Static Zai, he's still got one ball to come in his spell. He's gone for number 21, plus this, 63 for 2, almost at the halfway point. Digs out a Yorker, and they're going to run hard for 2 here. No, they're not going to run hard for 2. They run hard for just 1, and they say that's enough. 64 for 2 at the halfway point here after 5 overs. And so they're still over 100 runs away from the target required. 113 in total is required here. There's a bit of footwork. There you go. I'll touch it with a foot, and you pick it up with your hands. That's a little bit of friendly fielding there. 113 off 30 required. 22.6 is the ask from here on in. Well, we started the over with a 4, and then it all just went quiet with 1 leg by and a couple of singles and a couple of dots. And you kind of feel now with that run rate at where it is at the halfway point, and Amanda Zai coming back onto bowl, that's pretty much curtains. Alton are looking like they're getting on top. Well, they are on top. They've been on top for a few overs. Sports Club Roche are getting caught out here. Mind you, only 2 wickets down. See if they can, middle order can try and do something here. Nicely struck. Watches the bounce, does Usman Ali, and does well. So 65 for 2, just singles. Can't do it in singles. And Supercomputer's got Alton firm favourites with 99% chance to pick up the win here. Still giving Sports Club Roche a 1% chance. Carved nicely. Usman Ali doesn't move, and he thinks, well, thanks very much, folks. I need to go up the hill and try and find the ball. And he does indeed. Up Vinny Hill to look for that one. Oh, it did roll down, so half your luck. Oh, looks like we've got maybe a volunteer ball retriever also up the hill. He's closer to the forested area of the hill. We've seen a few go in that direction as well, but mainly from the left-handers playing the pull shot. Static side does well. Gestures to the bounce. It took an awkward bounce. He gestures to it and says, "See, fellas, that's what happens. That's why I'm really good here." And he gets a thumbs up too from one of his teammates. Good bit of fielding. 72 for 2, halfway through the 6th. Oh, just a shout out to everyone who's giving our camera operator a bit of a boost in the comments section there. That is Nivea, and Ray. She is doing a fantastic job. It's a fantastic bit of work. Started with us yesterday, and we were a bit upset because she said she wasn't available today, but she turned up at the ground on time and said, "Yep, I'm here today." And hopefully we'll have her again tomorrow, because I think she's getting better and better as the day goes on. And isn't it wonderful that we can actually have a second camera doing this sort of work for us? So, Nivi, hats off to you. Thank you very much. Keep that, keep the fun coming. Keep the good vision coming. 77 for 2. 1 to come to complete the 6. It's an even 100 runs required now from 4.1 overs. Shouts a catch. You heard that one straight up in the air. Wicket keeper obliges. Captain gets himself into the books with a catch. And that's how the 6th over finishes, with a wicket caught behind. 77 for 3. So 100 even runs needed off the last 4 overs. And Alton are going to pick up a win here. I can't see anyone from Sports Club Roche getting to stand tall and pick up these runs in just 4 overs. It's a very tall order. And I think the Alton bowling is probably also a little bit too good too. So Patel's still out there, but Shehzad has lost his wicket going for quick runs. Saw the short ball and has mishit that one straight up in the air. PK. I love your bedside manner, PK. I know exactly why you've written that, and yep, that's apt, I would say. 77 for 3, 6 overs gone. And it's going to be No man, Amjad with a chance to get amongst some wickets now. Hasn't bowled an over yet. Bilal Muhammad's bowled that one over, 1 for 16, but he took forever to get through it. So this is a good change-up. Good bit of pace as well. Oh, that's excellent bit of fielding. Now, that took an awkward bounce just in front of the youngster there, came running off the boundary rope. That's Mandazai, who's done really well just to adjust at the last minute and get a hand down. Well done. It was a good stroke, really good middled shot, but the fielder was better to the task, and he's managed to stop a certain boundary. He's limping slightly, so it has cannoned into his leg. And just beaten for pace, pure pace. As Reddy really wasn't ready on that one because it's just gone straight past, and Thane has swung at the ball when it was already in the midst of the keeper. AB Vin asking the next match with who? Okay, I can tell you that. AB Vin, it's the team in green in front of you, which is Sports Club Roche. They're going to take on the Zurich Alpine Warriors, the team in red, who've had a bit of a rest from their 2 matches earlier today. So that's the final game of the day coming up after this one. And that is the final game of the group stages as well. Sports Club Roche taking on Zurich Alpine Warriors. That's the last match today. So thank you, AB Vin, for asking the question. Hopefully, there's your answer. You can also go to ecn.cricket for all the information on the games. But this is the second last match of the group stage, and the last match of the group stage coming up after this one. Short ball. It's a well-directed short ball as well. Can get nothing on that. And we're dotting up here. Reddy is still on his duck, and he's dotting up. And you just get the feeling Amjad is setting him up here for maybe a Yorker or something right at the base of the stumps. Because he's a clever bowler, and he'll want to get a wicket here as well. So 2 to come in the 7th. That's a nice delivery, good length. And again, straight down the ground to Mandazai, who does the clean fielding, just the one. So 2 runs from the over, 1 more ball to come. And this game has been completely ripped away from Sports Club Roche, who, as I said a few overs ago, and I might have said it during the introduction as well, they just lack an outstanding player, an outstanding batter who is present in all the other teams. They've all got really strong, just you can name 1 or 2 batters from every team, and that's who they're lacking. Still played a lovely shot though along the deck for 4 runs. That went to the boundary like a bullet. So Patel's still going up there. Ankit has got 26 from 16, and he's stepping up for his team. So nice strike for 4 runs. It ends the 7th over with 83 for 3 after 7. They're still 94 runs away from the target with only 18 balls left. And that's difficult. Very difficult indeed. Mohammed Salim Ullah with a weird comment. I also helped there. Not sure about that. Maybe you've been watching another stream. So that's a pretty good over, though. You've got to say 6 runs from it. Just spoiled ever so slightly with that 4 off the last ball. But a really, really good over there from Noman Amjad, who's desperate to pick up a wicket. He loves having something to do with the bowling. Shouts a catch, and catch is taken. So it comes off the edge, slices up in the air, and backward point obliges. It's good field placement, too, to have someone out there for that shot to cover off that boundary. Comes in, gives us a little wave as well. That's really good stuff, and takes a very good catch. Well done. Really good catch. And another wicket falls. So Sports Club Roche fall a little bit further behind now. At 83 for 4. I think the umpires are asking for the number. That's Sadat number 14 down there. I think the umpires just wanted for the purpose of putting in the book as getting the correct catcher. So that's all that was. They just want to make sure they got the correct catcher. I could hear people across the ground yelling out 14. But it's all sorted. It's all good. And the wicket does fall. Sadat is the catcher. And Reddy goes for 1 from 5 deliveries. And Arvind makes way. Puts this one in the air. It's just going to be 2-2. Bilal Muhammad takes a good catch. And, he had a bit of close attention from his teammate running in, Stanikzai. But Stanikzai congratulates him on a good catch. That's 2-2. And, Arvind is running off the ground. He's almost off the ground already. He pretty much came in, trotted in, hit the ball in the air, got caught out, and he's trotted off again. So the revolving door of the Sports Club Roche batting lineup getting a fair bit of work there. Make sure you've got enough oil and WD-40 to keep that one working. And it's 2-2. Well, Osman Ali, who's bowled his heart out for his team, he's deservedly picked up a couple of wickets in 2 balls. A few of the ready comments coming out there, which is interested. But this is not a great batting display by Sports Club Roche. But to be fair, the batters' quality is not equal to the bowling quality. Hat-trick ball and punched along the deck. Bilal with a shy. He had free will to throw that one down and good backing up as well. So it's 2 wickets in 2 balls. And then on the third one, scurry through for a single and only just. That was really close. So Shinwari joins Patel. Patel has done pretty well today. He's got 28 from 16 until that moment when he loses everything. And that's a great delivery from Usman Ali. So Usman Ali gets 3 wickets in 4 balls. Hits the timber. Yep, that's just a good Yorker. You miss, I hit. Stumps akimbo. I've missed Chris Smith today. Stumps akimbo. Of course, Chris Smith, who gave us that wonderful saying. And I don't say it all the time. Make sure you say it at the right time. All right. 84 for 6. 3 wickets in this over. Still got 2 balls to come. Usman Ali, who was wicketless in his first over. In fact, he had none for 13 in his first over, bowled the second over of the innings. Looked pretty good with the bowling, got hit for a couple of boundaries, but this time round, he's struggling. Well, not struggling. He's making the opposition struggle big time as he's got 3 wickets and a single. He's still got 2 balls to come. And this is going to be a good win to Alton, and Alton will knock Basil Afghan out of that second position in the standings as the new batters come to the crease, still dressing himself as he goes. We do give 60 seconds for the batters to get out there into the centre, but we need them to be fully dressed and not in the process of getting dressed. So he's very hurriedly getting the gloves on, doesn't take guard, just says, yep, ready, let's go. Here we go. Got him. Had a feeling that was going to happen. Just had a feeling that was going to happen. He was rushed to get to the crease. He didn't take guard. He was hurried all the way. He really dragged his heels, and he just felt Usman Ali was always going to bowl a fast Yorker and try to hit the stumps. It's exactly what he's done. Look at this, bang, knocks back off stump, and well, he's walking off a bit slower than what he was coming into the crease. So there's that. So look at that, 4 wickets in the over. 84 for 7. At the start of this over, it was 83 for 3. Still no chance of getting the win, but that's how fast things change. So 4 wickets and 1 run. Unfortunately, no hat-trick so far, but a final opportunity for Usman Ali to pick up a hat-trick with this ball. He can pick up a fifer and a hat-trick at the same time if he can get Lakus out. It's Vinod Lakus. He's come out to the crease. He's actually doesn't have to dress himself. He's out there ready to go. Hat-trick ball coming up. Oh, he gets an edge along the deck. Usman was honing in on the full delivery. And that's Usman Ali ends up with 4 for 15 from his 2. Going down like 10 pins indeed. Yes, the next match, hello there to Gaming with Ram. Good to see you again. And Gaming with Ram's correct. So the next match is indeed, it's Sports Club Roche. They're going to take on the Zurich Alpine Warriors. So it's actually ZAW, not ZAM. That's you're thinking, I think, the Mavericks there, but it's Zurich Alpine Warriors taking on Sports Club Roche in the next match, due to start at the end. Well, after this one, we'll probably take a 10 or 15-minute break, give a chance for Sports Club Roche to catch their breath. And of course, Zurich Alpine Warriors, who had a rest since their last match, which finished 2 hours ago. So they'll be fit and ready to rock and roll and see what they can do there. But the thing is, though, Alton are going to win this match and they're going to jump up into second place on the standings. They will play qualifier 1 tomorrow against the Zurich Mavericks Garwal. That is pretty much as we see it's going to happen. For the Zurich Alpine Warriors, they got this next game against the Sports Club Roche, but they can't improve their position in the standings better than third. So they could jump into third, but they could stay in third, but they can't do any better than that. So that's it. They are not going to do better than that. And look, they will take on Basel in the eliminator tomorrow. First tomorrow. But let's see it all unfold. Let's make sure we get all of our dots in a row before we say anything else. But that's how we see it happening. So it is, 8.2 overs. We've got 10 deliveries left. Alton are going to bring up a very big win here. They're just over halfway on the runs required and only 10 deliveries left. Amjad looking for a wicket. Amjad unable to get a wicket just yet. Bowling to the tail here. You think he'd be able to get something. He might try to set them up with a few short balls and a few sort of deliveries, maybe a wide or two just to bring him a false sense of security. Then he'll hit him with a very fast Yorker. It's been worked away, and third comes into play as it's been guided to the boundary rider at third just for a single. I'm just throwing dishcloths at Marzi now. Yeah, I can see you've been pumping iron, mate. You're looking fit. Good man. All right, here we go. 2 to come. 90 on the board for loss of 7 wickets. 2 to come in the over. Crunch, and that's going to find the boundary rope and then some. So 96 for 7 now, with 1 ball to come in no man's over. And then we've got 1 more over that, and that's it. And on Prakash, unfortunately, that's a few too many emojis. You need to watch out for that because it will be removed. Appreciate enthusiasm, but let's keep it to 5 emojis. That's how we like it in the chat. No more than 5, please. So 81 required off 7. Last ball of the 9th. And no man's going to go wicketless, unfortunately for him. He goes none for 17 from 2 overs. His spell is done. And Alton are almost done here. They're going to pick up the win, and they're going to deservedly take a bit of time off this afternoon and set themselves for tomorrow. And they will play qualifier 1 tomorrow against Zurich Mavericks Garwal. That's pretty much done and dusted now. Just need to get across the line for this final over, just so we can properly confirm that for you. But that's exactly how we see things turning out. Palacapini says the cab is ready. I think the cab's already left the stand. I think it's gone. It probably left a little while ago, needing 81 off the last over. I reckon it's all done. It's not just start the car. It's make sure the radio's tuned in, check your wing mirrors, and keep left on. Of course. Move it around, moving the fielders around, and I think a couple of his fielders saying, "One, they go, mate, come on." There was a genuine moment by one of the fielders next to him, just sort of waved at him when he said, "I need you to move a bit further over." He just sort of put his hands up like, why? Rather entertaining moment there. Lakos and Shinwari still out there in the centre. The thing about Sports Club Roche, let's not forget about them. They're going to have to bounce back and come back in the final game today. They can still make an impact into this series. And you know what? For them, on a personal level, it'd be good to see them try to snatch a win away from the Alpine Warriors. Punch down the ground, and that's going to get under us and to the side of us. And it continues all the way under the bench. Unfortunately, I can't get to that, so hopefully someone else can. It's goes up to the 100, 102 for 7. That is now a handful of deliveries left. 5 left to be perfectly accurate. So in case you missed it, I'll talk through the standings at the end of this game. I can tell you right now that Sports Club Roche are going to fall well short of where they need to get. And we'll go through the standings just one more time for you, just at the conclusion. And then we'll go through it again before we get to the end of the day's play. Well, that's quite an astonishing run out there. They turned for the second when the player had the ball in his hand, probably 15 metres from the stumps, I would estimate. And they just thought, well, let's just run. Let's just put the pressure on the fielder. You never know what can happen. What did happen was you think would happen more times than not, and that was a run out. Have a look at this. So stops the ball, picks it up, and that's the point at which they decided to take the 2, when he was just juggling the ball in his hands, and it was never on. And so the run out happens. It's the 8th wicket to fall. They get 1, but they don't get the second one. So 103 for 8 with 4 balls left. Sports Club Roche are going to sink here in this match against Alton. Alton going to pick up a big win, a very big win for them. So 103 for 8. 4 balls to come. So that coming in, bowling to Karanki. There's 1. There's a dot. So Alton, I just feel that Alton have come good. They had a pretty good day on the first day, and I say that knowing that they played 3 matches, only won 1 game, but the 2 losses they had were so close, and that was against probably the other 2 form sides in this series, the Zurich Mavericks and Basel Afghan. Came so close to knocking them off. And then they've performed very well against the Swiss Dragons and also against the Zurich Alpine Warriors, and also performed very well in this match against the lower placed Sports Club Roche. It's going to go wide. We'll have to have that one again. So it hasn't been a bad effort at all from Alton. I think they've just come good at the right time. If they can stand up strong against those other oppositions with a little bit of buoyancy from these other wins they've had today, tomorrow's finals are going to be very interesting indeed. So dots up there. 1 to come. Alton going to head off very happy in just a moment. They'll probably know that this means they're going to earn themselves a spot in qualifier 1 tomorrow with the win here. So here it comes. Last ball coming up in just a moment. So that loses his run up. Maybe a sense of theatre there. It's 104 for 8. It's a huge win. It's a massive win. They're 72 runs away from the score posted by Alton. Chases a wide ball, cuts it to point. Going to take a single. So that is a 71-run victory to Alton over Sports Club Roche, and that is a big win. So what happens now is Alton get the points. They're going to jump up into second place. They will knock Basel Afghan down into the 3rd position. I'll wait for the confirmation through the net run rate especially. But to me, I see that Alton's already got a better net run rate than Basel Afghan. I think that's how it's going to turn out. Hey, we've also just clicked over 4,000 runs in the tournament as well in this series, so that's also pretty cool. But Alton, well done to Alton. They get the win. And in the end, it's actually a very convincing win. It's a 71-run win over Sports Club Roche. Sports Club Roche, they need to go off and have a little hydration moment, and their batters to take a bit of a spell. And they're going to bounce back and play the Zurich Alpine Warriors in match 15, the final game in the group stage. That's coming up here on the European Cricket Network in probably about 13, 14 minutes time. Depends how long the officials want to give them for a little bit of a hydration and a break. But we'll see. We'll put the numbers on the board. That's the important thing. 12 minutes. Thank you, Marzi. Awesome stuff. Thank you, my friend. 12 minutes. So that game scheduled to start at 15:40. That will be match number 15, Sports Club Roche against the Zurich Alpine Warriors. The outcome of that match will not have an impact on the finals. I can tell you that absolutely Even if Zurich Alpine Warriors get a 4-point win over Sports Club Roche, it's not enough to get them up into second. The best they can do is push themselves up into third place. And if they get to third place, it's the same as staying in fourth place because they will play the eliminator. Sports Club Roche, look, they would love to get a win just to be able to say, look, we did get one win. We weren't here just for our good looks. We were here because, we deserve to be here. And I'd like to see them get a win. I'd like to see them be competitive. It's been confirmed then in the standings. Go to ecn.cricket for the standings. I'll just go this one time before we take a break. That is Zurich Maverick Scarwell at the top there on 17 points. Alton into second place with 13 points. Basel Afghan dropped down to third with 12 points. And with Zurich Alpine Warriors on 7 and Swiss Dragons on 7. However, with Zurich Alpine Warriors having a slightly better net run rate, there's that. So if the Zurich Alpine Warriors drop their bundle against Sports Club Roche, you never know. So that's how it is. But we know, firstly, straight away, that qualify one is Zurich Maverick Scarwell taking on Alton tomorrow. So we'll be back here in a few minutes' time for the last match. And please stick with us because it could be important. We'll see. There's a lot to play for there. And I'll see you back here in a moment. Phil G for the European Cricket Network. And you're watching ECS Zurich. We're back here in 10 minutes for match 15. I'll see you then. Welcome back to the Embrack Cricket Ground here for the final time in the group stages. Well, the final match. We'll get you back here a couple of times, like for when we have the next next innings. But it is the final match of the group stages. Indeed, it is match 15, Sports Club Roche taking on the Zurich Alpine Warriors in the final match of the group stages. After this, we'll know who's playing where in which game. Qualify 1 and eliminated tomorrow for Finals Wednesday. A big Finals Wednesday coming up on the European Cricket Network for this ECS Zurich. Hope you've had a great time so far watching this series. I've had a fantastic time. Phil G here in the hot seat here in Switzerland, and I mean the hot seat. It has been blistering conditions throughout the entire time here. Vinny and Tina started things off last week with the women's T20Is, and I'm taking you through all the way to the end of day tomorrow when we have the final, which is happening in about 24 hours' time. We won't know who the finalist is, of course, until we start the games tomorrow, but we should know who the finalists are at the end of day today. In fact, end of day, I will confirm all the finals data for you, and we'll go through that bit by bit so you know who's playing, when they're playing, and when to tune in. I would say tune in right from the very start, 9:30 tomorrow morning. For finals day, as we start this match 15, starts with a sky shot that flies away off an edge and goes for 6 runs. Well, couldn't get a better start than that in any type of cricket. Very happy swing of the blade there. Nice shot. So welcome everybody into the chat. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for your comments. And shout out to Paul in the chat. Paul KQ6MV. I'm just going to call you Paul, because that's a mouthful to get through. But thank you for your modding and information in the chat there, Paul. Hit straight to the player there who should have done a bit better than that. That's Adil. He backs up nicely, though. Don't think he was really ready for that one. Should have been. As my old fielding coach, Rodney Hogg, famous fast bowler from Australia, used to say to me, you got to want that ball to come to you. Every time, focus, want the ball to come to you. That's what you got to literally say that mantra in your head. You're out there for 60 deliveries. The captain just wants your focus for just those 60 deliveries in T10. Good ball. Good Yorker, kept out. So, catch put down. Sharp chance, but still a chance nonetheless. Zurich Alpine Warriors looking to finish strong here in this tournament. Cut nicely as the umpire has to get out of the way of that one. As a square leg umpire goes to the other side, he's in the point position there, but he's still square of the wicket. Obviously making sure he's got the sun out of his eyes for any possible run-out opportunities. So that's a good placement for him, but also a bit of a dodgy placement because it almost slammed into him, that ball. Gets out of the way, though. Gives us a good old-fashioned matrix swerve as it gets out the way. 11 for no, lost 2 to come. Full delivery and bit easy that. 1 bounce, 4 runs over the covers. Not clever bowling from Shinwei. Just remember, if the Alpine Zurich Alpine Warriors get in the right way, Phil, if the Warriors play tomorrow, which looks like they will, they're going to have to knock off some of these very full bowling because they will be carved up quick smart. So, 1 more to come. Rohit and Mukesh getting off to a fly, both of them. Thuds into the pad. They will run through for a quick leg bye. The throw was needed a extra backup there. And leg bye is indicated by the umpire. Thank you very much for that. 16 off the first over. Nice brisk over there for Sports Club Roche. And then in case you missed it, thanks to Rado for all the coin toss information, because it was Zurich Alpine Warriors who won the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. They would rather bat for the last time on this pitch, probably in the warmest part of the day. So any little small advantage they can get from batting second, they've taken that by saying, yep, you set a target, we'll come out and chase it. Hello to Chris Smith, who's joined us as well. Good to see you, Chris. I did pass that that picture of the twisters on, as I suggested I was going to. And yeah, Mrs. G had a bit to say about that. She was very interested in some of those flavors. So thank you for sharing that with me, Chris. Tassel into bowl the second. Almost throws himself into the pitch, trying to put extra heat on that delivery. Dots up nicely. So, in case you missed it, let me give you the lowdown on how the standings are looking after 14 games, and this is the final game. Carved away. Lovely uppercut, that one. Over the top of the infield and to backward point for Maximo. That's a great shot. 16 becomes 22. And Rohit is starting to put the foot down here. Now, Zurich Alpine Warriors want to be careful here. They won the toss, elected to bowl, but they really shouldn't take this team too easily. Need to be careful here. Sports Club Roche, said it before, they don't have an outstanding number one batter like a lot of the teams do. They don't have a Maliar Staniksai or a Hamdard from Basel Afghan, for example. They don't have a Cameron Ahmedzai either. But they've got players who can still swing the blade, maybe lose their wicket after scoring 20 or 30 runs, but if they get 20, 30 runs off 6 or 7 deliveries, that's going to cause you issues. They're going to have a really good run rate. So that's why they're going to be careful. They don't want to be chasing a 150 on the last innings on a very hot day like today. Lifted, lofted, spanked. Nice shot. 6 runs. So the boundaries are coming here. Rohit is doing himself every bit of favour here for him, his captain and his team. That's a nice strike. Not the best bowling, though. And this is the problem with the Zurich Alpine Warriors. A bit worried about their bowling. They've just been giving up way too many hit-me deliveries. So let's see if Tassel can do a bit better. Charging in. Goes for the slow ball, but unfortunately it's too high. It's going to be shown as a no-y. So free hit coming. Have to have that one again. And he'll get a little bit of warning there for the dangerous delivery as well. He definitely slowed it down. You could see he was definitely trying to adjust his pace, but then just got the length all wrong. So, try it one more time. Free hit coming. 29 on the board. No loss. And with carte blanche, that has been punched down the ground with a big 6. So the free hit is cashed in and a Maximo results. Yeah, pretty much just pure, well, like it says, it's a free hit. Bang, down the ground. So 35 for no loss. One more to come to complete the second. And in case you missed it today, with all of the results that happened with Alton having a pretty good day out today, getting themselves a couple of wins, they have managed to push themselves up to second place on the standings. Lifted, lofted, coming down towards us. I might be able to field this. Wait for it, wait for it. Yep. And there we go. Fantastic. Finally managed to get one. Awesome. I had to wait for an eternity, though. It really took its time to roll to me. Have a look at this. Just bounces along. Oh, we didn't get the camera going all the way towards me. Obviously, I've done something wrong and Nivea doesn't like me. Never mind. Maybe the next one. $39 for no loss. With that boundary at the end of the second, 2 overs gone. Tassel goes magical with 23 off his first over. So, in case you missed it, Zurich Maverick Scarwell going to finish top of the standings on 17 points. Alton finished second in the standings on 13 points. Those two teams will play Qualifier 1 tomorrow. That's the second match that will be played on Finals Wednesday tomorrow. In the first match, which will be the Eliminator, Basel Afghan will play that game. And it looks to me that they will play the Zurich Alpine Warriors at the moment, unless something incredible happens here. And they suffer a 4-point loss, in which case Swiss Dragons, with a better healthy net run rate, could push themselves up. But we'll see what happens. It's hit hard, out of the ground. 6 runs. So currently, Zurich Alpine Warriors and Swiss Dragons are both on 7 points, but it's that net run rate that's separating them, and it's not a huge difference in terms of the separation. Zurich Alpine Warriors, before this game, their net run rate was minus 1.94. Swiss Dragons was minus 2.025. So it's not a massive difference, but a difference nonetheless. So if the Zurich Alpine Warriors lose this one, let's say it was a 4-point win to Sports Card Roche, that would be a big crushing loss. That's the only way that the Warriors could find themselves out of contention. If it's a 3-point win, that would suggest that the Warriors would pick up maybe 1 point out of this contest, and that will get them into the eliminated tomorrow. So it's more likely they'll play the eliminated tomorrow than not. But let's complete the game before we confirm to you exactly what the eliminated is going to be tomorrow. But Q1 tomorrow, the second match of tomorrow in finals day, is definitely going to be Zurich Maverick Scarborough taking on Alton. And that is a very, very mouth-watering contest for match 2 tomorrow. Looking forward to that one. Hope you are as well. Just waits on that, carves it straight to point, no run. Mashwani having a bowl. I don't think I've called Mashwani yet, so he gets a game. And let's see what he can do. Tassel, unfortunately, was expensive. He's a few times now he's come on to bowl, and his overs have gone magical, so it's a bit of a headache for the captain to try to move his team around and get the right person bowling at the right time. Always a bit of an issue there for the fielding captain. Kushal Boss Official makes an interesting comment. I think Bowler is good in the power play, but they haven't got good line and length. It's funny you say that. I was talking in the previous game when Fletcher for this team was bowling. He's not in this in the side for this game, unavailable. But he played the 2 early games. That's been hooked around the corner for 6 runs. Nice shot. Leans back and puts this one out of the park. So the score jumps up even further then. Sports Card Roche are not being left disgraced here whatsoever with the score. In the power play, they're into the 50s now with a car in the background coming in close proximity to the ball. So they're up to 53. Still 2 balls to come in the power play. Yeah, that's on the back of Kushal Boss's official's comment there. That Fletcher was a good example because he's a very fast, fiery customer when it comes to bowling. We've seen that a few times. Well, whenever he bowls, he's like that. But he wouldn't be a good end of the innings bowler. I think he's a good early power play bowler, but I don't think he's a good end of innings bowler because he does bowl with a lot of pace, but he also bowls a bit wide. So an edge would fly away for either 6 or 4. Clever batting. Very clever batting that. Just tickles us around the corner. It's not a good delivery at all from Mashwani. Just strays onto the pads, and it's like a short little half volley on the pads and flicked just a little bit too easy. So Sports Card Roche are really setting the pace very nicely. This is a good innings so far. Good start. Haven't lost the wicket on board. 1 come to complete the power play. So, yeah. Thanks. That was a good talking point. Where you going, boss? I like where you going with that one. It's a good, very good talking point. Hit down the ground. Bit of work to do. Very good work to reach that one. Had it got past the fielder running across like that, would have gone all the way to the boundary line. As it is, it's cut off. And that is going to end the over. So everyone should get around the captain's shaft for a good bit of fielding there. Score finishes in the power play at 59 for no loss. 3 overs gone. Hello to Kev, who rejoins us. Good to see you. So, looking to kick things off here with the second over. A little bit of chat negotiation going. Looks like Ankash Lal with his blue suede shoes are going to into the attack now. Great start here for Sports Card Roche, going along at 19.7 runs per over. So these two are doing a great job. However, you lose one of these two, that's when things start to fall away. Rohit especially has been fantastic. That 42 from 15 deliveries, he has been electric, absolutely electric. Mukesh, a little bit slower, but less deliveries faced as well. Not chasing the wide ones though. There is a fielder deep on the point boundary, and he is the only fielder on the boundary on the offside. On the leg side, well, I guess you could argue that, okay, long off, but long off is very straight as well, so a long way. Short ball, nicely played. Ambitious. A few players going up in reaction to the wicketkeeper there. Wicketkeeper's trying to show the ball to say, look, the ball is in my gloves, but umpire's absolutely adamant there was no touch on that. And the keeper, not for the first time, is gesturing to the player and saying, well, look, you got an edge, you know you did, so you should go. And I reckon the keeper should maybe not do that. I don't think it's a fair thing to do. Try to throw a bit of guilt on the batter. He doesn't move because the umpire says no, so we continue. Akash Lal steaming in. Edge flies away. And good fielding there by Kersley. And good throw too. No, it's a rotten throw. It misses everyone. Hassan Ahmed's not happy. Sorry, it's not Hassan Ahmed. Is he actually in the squad? Let me just have a quick look. Because it looks like there's a different keeper down there. That is going to be... Well, that's Akash with the gloves on. Well, Hassan is definitely out there. Just look for the biggest man on the ground, and that's the guy we're looking for. Anyway, Ankush continues. Pace off. And a bit of a languid sort of swing there from Mukesh. Not really looking to connect. Been a funny odd over this one. Have a look at the last month's top bowlers, led by JJ. 12 wickets for Kasane Cricket Club. And Sajid Momand, 11 wickets for Kasane. So Kasane, who won the ECS Kasane, so they won their own namesake series. Outstanding performance from them. And also with the bowlers, a couple of their bowlers getting most of the wickets. The throw almost cutting the batter in half. So 163 on the board, 2 to come in the fourth. Bit of a shuffle down the crease there, finds the gap. That's going to go for 4 runs. Bounces inside the rope. Nice strike though. Gets the score up to 67 now. These two putting together a very, very handy partnership here. If only they could have done this in the last couple of days. There's Rohit now within touching distance of a half century. He's got 46 from 16. Mukesh is 17 from 8. Ooh, misses the uppercut. Eyes lit up. Looked over the top of the covers and said, hello, there's no one out there. What if I hit this one there? And he misses the lot. So 4 overs gone. 67 is where the score finishes after those 4 overs. 67 for no loss. So it's been a long old day for the Zurich Alpine Warriors. They played the first 2 matches today. They had a good win over, firstly, the Swiss Dragons, and pretty much almost knocked the Swiss Dragons out of the series with that win. Then they bounced back in the next match against Alton, and they were absolutely put on their moneymaker. Alton put them to the sword, scoring 206 for 3. And the Warriors could only get 125 for 5 in response. It was a thrashing, a dead set thrashing. They then had a break. They've come back here in this game. And I got to say, coming back from the break, they look a little bit out of sorts. Just things looking a little bit tired. It's been a long old day. It's a warm day. I know that because myself, Marzi and Al and all the other volunteers here at the ground are been here since about 9 o'clock night. Well, 8 for us, 8:30 this morning. And it is a long old day every day. For the players, no excuses. So we continue. Captain Shah took a bundle of wickets in the first match this morning. He would love to try to take some wickets here, of course. me try and just go back and see how he went in that first one this morning, because I was really impressed with him. I thought he bowled really well. Took 3 for 11 in the first game this morning. This one's gone straight in the air, catching opportunity, backing back, and a well-judged catch, well held in the field there. Just backing back from the point position, all the way backwards, holds the catch, moving all the time. Difficult ones to take, those ones, and a nice take, really well taken. So Zurich Alpine Warriors get themselves another wicket. I was talking about this bowler, Shah, the fact that he picked up 3 very good wickets in the first match, got nothing in the second match, and then he's helped himself to a wicket here. He's got 1 for 4 from a handful of deliveries, but that is the breakthrough that they really, really needed there. So Mukesh goes, he sort of laboured a bit, 21 from 11, just looked a little bit out of sorts from the excellent 57 he scored yesterday. I was really impressed with that score. So 71 for 1, halfway through the 5th. Ankit Patel comes out. Ankit Patel, who top scored for the side in the previous game with a 27 off 17. And that sort of typified the problem that Sports Club Roche actually have got, is they just need a couple of big players to step up in terms of the batting. And when your top score is 28 off 17, you probably need to find someone a bit better than that, find a little bit more depth. But the good news for Alpine Warriors is that Skipper gets a wicket. He'll be happy with that. So 3 to come. Well, that's all. Interesting moment there as Corder steps on something. He's gesturing something to the ground he's not happy with. And he's still gesturing to the ground and saying, look, there's something there which I stood on. But he was okay. He's looking ruefully over his shoulder. He's bothered by something, and maybe it's like a sprinkler there on the ground or something like that. I'm not sure. Anyway, he's okay. He didn't twist an ankle or anything like that, which is the most important. 72 for 1, 2 to come in the 5th. Goes cross bat this time. Might have found the gap. There's a race on. The ball's going to win that race. 2 fields come together, but the ball gets there well before them. 4 runs. Nice shot. So Rohit, he's gone and helped himself here to a half century. Well done. Gets himself an ECS half century off 18 balls, 5 fours and 5 sixes. And of course, if you add that up, you'll notice that he's got all his runs in boundaries. So he's got 8 dot balls in there, but that's going to be 10 scoring shots and 8 dot balls, Rohit, as he's done well for Sports Club Roche. And he hasn't finished. He's got a long way to go. He needs to stay out there. He needs to make sure he can stay out there and keep swinging the blade, keep putting the runs in there. And that's going to be the end of the over. 5 overs gone. 80 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. And Ankush Lal comes back. The only fifer in this entire series is that man Ankush Lal, and he got it on day 1. Your boss asking me the question, saying, Mr. Commentator, which score is difficult for the Zurich Alpine Warriors? What score is difficult? Ooh, tough question. Tough question. What's difficult for a chase? Well, think about T10. What is a difficult score to chase? I'll get to that in a minute. Hooked and taken. Nicely taken as well. So a couple of wickets falling in the last few deliveries. Important wicket there. Really important wicket as they managed to get another one. It is Patel, who scored well previously, but this time he's not going to bother the scorers too much. And well taken. Try to accelerate by that towards the deep boundary and can only succeed in picking out Tassel, who holds on to a good catch. He goes for 1, and for Ankit, that's a bit of a loss, that one, isn't it? Because I think the team would have expected a fair bit out of him. Wazir Khan comes to the crease. He gets a chance now. Yeah, going back to Kushal Boss, your question. Well, the kind of score I'm thinking about, and this is something which talked to a couple of my co-commentators about here, is a pass score as opposed to, I guess, a winning score. Two different scores to talk about there. So pass score here at the ground, I think, is around about 140. I think that's it's fair to say that with the kind of numbers that we're seeing on the board, some very, very good totals. I think a pass score must be around about 140. I could check the numbers for that. But I think to post a score on the board like a potential winning score, I think you need 160 plus. We've already seen scores over 170 be chased down. I mean, yesterday it was Basil Afghan chased down Alton, who put 176 on the board, and that got chased down, which was quite an astonishing run chase, but it does happen. And taken, lovely catch that one, really nice taken, got steady and got into position. So Sports Car Roche, who had a very good start here, the wheels are starting to fall off and the wickets are starting to tumble. And that's the third wicket they've lost in very, very quick succession. Go back over to the over by overs. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 wickets in 7 balls and 10 runs. So that's a very busy last 7 deliveries bowled. But Anand Kaushal picks up 2 in the over, and that's going to expose the middle order. And fresh new batters to the crease. Shinwari comes out, joins Khan. He's only faced that 1 ball for the 1 run. So in answer to your question, what's the kind of score that would be that they can chase? Look, for me, anything under a 150 should be chaseable for the talented side you've got here. I think that they are quite a talented side. I think even anything under 160, I think they can chase. For Sports Club Roche to feel they've got a score on the board which is something that they can ably defend and be comfortable with, it's got to be over the 170s. That's just my take on it. But yeah, that's just my take. That's don't take that to any shops and try to make that into something. That's just me with a view, with a cup of coffee in hand, having a chat over a table about what we think of the current state of play. So we continue then, and we have a look. So getting towards the end of the 6, 81 for 3 on the board. Still got 1 to come. No, still got 2 to come. It's a good catch there by Quarter. So players trying to hit out here and getting caught out, get caught in a little bit of trouble. Projected score is below 140. And so with 1 more ball to come with 81 for 3 on the board, Lal, he tries for the full toss. He gets the line wrong, and it's going to be shown as wide, so we'll have to have that one more time. James Peel. Yeah, kind of feel that, don't you, James? Just saw your comment there. I don't disagree with that. Kind of felt that while Rohit was out there, that there was a real chance for him really getting on towards a big, big score, and that would have been, really a massive moment for Sports Club Roche to maybe try to find a win here in this tournament. Not sure now. A lot of people in the chat talking about potential scores. Now that they've lost the big hitters, and I kind of feel they really have lost the big hitters, and now we're 6 overs down and 82 for 3 on the board. The run rate at 13.7. Just feel that run rate might start to drop off a little bit now. They need to try to maintain it, though. They've really got to try to maintain it. So 4 overs to come. And Alpine Warriors, so I just felt a little bit sluggish out of the gate and allowed Rohit to really get off to a bit of a flyer. Ends up banking 54 runs off 20 deliveries before he got dismissed. Chance of a catch, another hit in the air. Adil holds onto this one. He missed one in the first over, and he takes the sky catch here in this over at the very start of the 7th. Nice catch. And Shah picks himself up another wicket. It's always a pleasure to take a catch off the captain's bowling. Ankush Lal's got himself 2 for 10 from 2 overs, and now the captain jumps in with 2 wickets as well. 2 for 13 off 1.1. And now we're getting into the middle order of Sports Club Roche. And it is going to start to get a little bit tough out there now. You can hear a couple of planes overhead. We are on approach path to the Zurich airport, which is not too far away. It's probably about, well, it's over there, isn't it? Zurich airport. Hey, guys. Zurich airport. Where is it? It's that way, isn't it? That way. Yeah, we're definitely on the. I can hear a plane now, so I just think we're on the approach path, aren't we? Yet, so it's just over there, not too far away, about 20 minutes. So yeah, a couple of my friends who've been helping us out with the water, just asking them directions to the airport. They pointed me different directions where I was pointing. They said, Nutfield, it's that way, 90 degrees in that direction. So not quite right. Luckily, I'm not hitchhiking or I'd be in a world of trouble. 82 for 4 on the board here in the 7th. And you see the chat lighting up now with that wicket falling just now. It's saying it's done, it's gone. Yeah, that 4th wicket is trouble plenty. They're in strife, no doubt about it. They're really in deep trouble now with the full delivery completely missed. That's good bowling from Shah, just clever bowling from the captain. And that is another wicket to fall. So now we're properly into middle order with the dismissal. Just gets that completely wrong. And it's just clever bowling. The classic you miss, I hit moment there. So 83 for 5 in the 7th. And Shah helps himself to another wicket. He's now got 3 for 14. He's every chance to add to his wicket column, to be perfectly honest. Every chance he can do that. So how good is Shah? Captain Shah's been great. 3 for 14 he's got. Looking good. For Sports Club Roche, they started well. They had a very, very good start. There was an opening partnership of 71 runs. They were none for 71. They're now 83 for 5. So there's that. So they've lost 5 wickets in 12 runs here. Sports Club Roche, and they have folded faster than Ground Mara on wash day. And it's another swing and a miss. The blue gloved keeper just drops that one, but throws it back pretty quickly. And this has been a nice pickup here for the Zurich Alpine Warriors, who've really stood tall after that very good opening partnership. And now they've managed to get the team really bogged down, Sports Club Roche, who look like they're going to struggle to get to triple digits. That's just been pushed in the air. That's going to fall safe, probably. It does. Well, the fielders are all back on the ropes expecting the big hit, and that's fair enough. So when it gets scooped like that, nothing much is going to happen. It's going to fall safe all the time. James Peel. Well, sorry, James. I just saw your comment. I kind of feel like I stole it from you. That's exactly what I just said. You're absolutely right. And that's a wide ball. Well, that'll help things along a little bit, but you can't depend on wides to get a good total. That's never going to happen. So 86 for 5, halfway through the 7th. Sharp, guilty of bowling a few wides, picking up a few wickets as well. It's a wide called. He immediately turned and pleaded to the umpires, but he ducked his head. But the call was already up, and he should know better than that. He's the skipper after all, so he should know better. So how many wides in this over? I make that 4 wides in the over, 2 wickets, 1 run, and a partridge in a pear tree. That's what this over's been so far. Shah looking to finish this over. We're still only halfway through the over. This one's taken eternity. If you forgive me thinking you're in a time machine. Dots up. Next one. As Shinwari unsuccessfully doesn't make contact. Shazard is at the non-striker's end. He's on 1 from 1 delivery faced. And this is getting difficult now. Sharp. In again. Straight up in the air. This is difficult. A long way back. Adil wants it. And you're always going to be a tough opportunity. He's continually moving and going sideways, which is not easy to do. It was brave of him to call for it and brave to go for it. I'm not sure anyone else is really going to get to it, but it's spent a lot of time in the air and it's come down. It's been grasped. Yeah, just never really got in position there. He was trying to angle his head so he wouldn't have to stare at the sun as well. So it always makes it tough to get into that catching position, and it gets put down. Hit down the ground. Will it be saved? Should be. It is indeed. Ooh, just a little touch of the fumbles there, but successful nonetheless. That's Hassan Ahmad. I was looking for Hassan, and there he is. He's hiding down at long on. I say hiding. I don't mean that really. Hope he doesn't take offense to me saying that because he's a big unit. I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley on a rainy night. That could be terrible. 91 for 5. 7 overs gone, 3 overs to come. And Hassan, just mentioning very quickly, he's been keeping for most of the day. Obviously, keeping in the 2 earlier matches. This one, he's not going to be keeping wicket, or he's not keeping wicket. And I don't blame him. Just to have a chance for a bit of rest and a bit of respite. That makes a lot of sense. And he'll be opening the batting in the last innings today. He would love to try to get some runs for his team. As we start the 8th with what looked to be a textbook leave. Shah, by the way, finished with 3 for 22 from his spell. Well done to him. Unfortunately, finished with a flurry of wides, which wasn't great. So punch down the ground. Going to be... Well, they want 2. Well, somebody wants 2, but someone else doesn't. And I guess when that happens, there's a chance for a run out if you're not on the same page. Shehzad wanted to get back for 2. Shinwari wasn't sure about it. He was going to run to the danger end. In the end, they elect not to. Shouts to catch it. It's in the air. It's a tough one staring into the sun like that, but it's made to look textbook easy by an excellent catch. Really, really good catch. Just take a couple of steps off the fence there. Captain Shah holds the catch and does really well. Leads by example. His captaincy has been pretty good for the Alpine Warriors. He just needs his team to step up and deliver for him, as that's another wicket falling. And Sports Club Roche are just going further and further into that pit. And it seems they just don't quite have the power. But then again, we're talking about the middle to lower order now. And we're talking about almost into the tail. So almost into the tail. 92 for 6. So still got 2.5 overs to go. Swing and a miss. Almost turns himself inside out trying to reach for that one. Clever bowling from Mashwani. So it's going to be Treddy. That's T-Ready. I think I'd rather just call him Treddy. That sounds good. That's Thane ready. Let's see if he is ready for this one. Oh, not really. Hits it to that short fine leg. Doesn't even know where the ball is. Almost sets off for a run. So he needs to get a bit more ready than that. Yeah, James Peel. That's a fair comment. That's a fair comment. That you do get the feeling that Sports Club Roche are a little bit behind where the other teams are at the moment, and I think that they just lack it in the batting department. In the air, and that's going to be a Maximo just over the line. And that is a nice shot. That's a guy's shot. It just quite makes it over the line, just gets over. And that goes against the runner play. As Captain Shah has to collect it. It's almost able to get it at the fingertips, but not quite. So my apologies to Shah, wasn't able to get it. Shehzad puts a little bit of oomph behind that one. Sorry, it was Reddy who put the oomph behind it. That's the end of the 8th. It's 98 for 6. After 8. Looks like they should be able to get to their 100, should be get to triple digits. But let's see how they go. Still got a bit of work to do. It's Kersley Corder going to come on to bowl the 9th. The man who bowls with a cap on. Don't try to take my cap away from me, he says. It's one way to keep the sun out of the eyes. And actually, with the sun really beating down, I got to say, on the bowlers, it's probably not, at this time of day, bowling with a cap on is probably not the worst idea in the world. Well, gets a bit of a charge, but that's a clever adjustment from the bowler there. Ends up putting it pretty wide and says, well, if you're going to give me a charge, you try and hit that. And he just hits it flat, bats it for 1. Manages to put that fire out. So 99 for 6 on the board in the 9th. Corder looking to get a couple of wickets maybe. Ooh, gets it past the swinging blade. Well bowled. Here he is again. Looking to keep the brakes on. Oh, it's gone leg side. And that wide will bring up the 100 for Sports Club Roche. They do get to triple digits after all. And they do manage to post a score of 100. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. And as James Peel in the chat said not too long ago, it is sort of typifies the difference between the teams here in this competition. That Sports Club Roche are just probably quite fair enough that they are about a sixth team sort of position. They quite deserve it. I think I've been at 6. And that's no foul on them either. That's just simply they just lack a little bit of extra oomph in the batting. Their bowling's not too bad, but they've only got probably 3 or 4 particularly good bowlers. I kind of feel that their next bowlers down, the 5th and 6th bowlers, are probably about a 5th and 6th bowling change, which is causing a few issues for them. In the field, they hustle, they move well. There's a good spirit amongst the team as well. I mean, you've got people like Rohit and Ankit at the top there opening the batting. Well, things are looking pretty good. So a few positives, but not enough, unfortunately. Oh, I'm not sure what that was about. So the flick back was really for nothing, for no reason whatsoever, because there's no one at the stumps. There was no chance he was going to hit the stumps with that flick back. I don't think even Harry Houdini could flick the ball on the stumps from that distance, and it was never going to happen. But just coughs up an extra run. And every run counts here. Miss hit, and nice bit of fielding there from the bowler. Let's see if he holds this one or flicks it back. Nope, holds on to that one. So learned his lesson. 105 for 6 with one more ball to come to complete the 9th. PK in the chat saying it should be relatively easy chase for the Warriors. I agree with that. I think Alpine Warriors would be very happy with this total, and they would feel that they have wrestled back all sorts of control and ascendancy from maybe about half an hour ago after the Sports Club Roche got off to a pretty good start, putting a score on the board of what was it, their opening partnership, 71. Their opening partnership, 71 for 1. So at one point, they were 70 for no loss, and now they're 105 for 6. So the collapse has been pretty significant. And that's definitely sort of alarm bells ringing sort of stuff. So 9 overs gone, 1 over to come. Captain Shah is just told his bowler to hang on here. It's Adil with the ball, and he's going to move the team around. He's pushing point back on the boundary into the shade. He'll be happy about that. I reckon he's obviously done some favours because he gets to get under the shade, under the tree. Square leg comes up. Well, they're trying to go leg side by opening up all of the leg side by bringing the square leg up inside the circle. So there's nobody deep on the leg side except for deep mid-wicket and down the ground at long. So deep wicket, you go all the way around to regulation fine leg. There's nobody back. Just square leg, sort of a few steps to the left of the square leg umpire. So I'm guessing that Adil has been given instructions, bowl outside the off, but there's that danger though of bowling up wide outside the off and expending a lot of energy with a lot of wides. And let's see what happens here, because that offside field is stacked. Rack 'em, pack 'em, and stack 'em. Well, this has gone straight up in the air. Who wants it? The lone fielder on the leg side sets himself and holds onto a very good catch, stumbling backwards, sun in the face, cap flying off. The only fielder within probably about 25 metres of that position. And for Reddy, can you believe it? He's managed to put it right up in the air exactly to where that fielder is. Couldn't have picked him out any better. And that is just very good field placement by the captain. Captain Shah, he knows exactly what he's doing. Good catch. That's Tassel there who hangs onto a skyer. Well done. So 7 wickets down, 107 for 7, 4 balls to come. And you'd think at this rate, the Zurich Alpine Warriors will be very happy with the score on the board, and they'll be thinking this should be a pretty easy chase for them. And I would agree with that, of course. I think most people in the chat probably would as well. So, new batter out to the centre there. Thuranatharan is going to face up, see what he can do. Well, he's just dollied it in the air, And tell you what, that was very close. Very, very close indeed. Kersley Corder came charging in. The throw to the keeper's end was very close as well, but in the end, they're going to get through for a single. It's a good way to get off the mark, but there was a bit of a scoop shot. Could have easily gone straight into the hands of the fielder at cover. But Corder was just caught back on the circle there, unable to get to it. 3 to come. Swings hard. It's not going to quite get to the rope. It is going to get over the boundary line. So there you go. There's a Maximo out of the blue against the run of play. They find the rope and then some. Good shot. Shazard gets a Maximo to his name. Goes well with all the singles he's got. Tries it again. This time goes slightly on the offside. And how about that for a catch? How about that? Well done to the Captain Shah, who hangs on to a screamer. That catch would have been appropriate on an AFL field anywhere in Australia, as he leaps up with 2 hands, pulls it down, his feet just inside the rope, and he completes an excellent catch here. And the 8th wicket falls 114 for 8, gets a proper congratulations from his teammates as well, including the sub, who's come on with some water with only a handful of balls to go. I think kind of waited till they get off the ground, but sub's managed to get himself on the ground. Good catch, right in front of the camera as well. It's a very good timed leap. I thought for a moment it was over his head, but he timed the leap to perfection, and he's taken a very good catch. Really well done. He's checking out Nivy and saying, "Hey, did you catch me?" Yep. You catch the catcher? Did indeed. 114 for 8. 1 ball to come to complete this innings. And he's going to push away for just the single. I don't think there'll be a shot at the stumps here. Why would there? There's no one at the stumps. So holds the ball, hands back to the umpire, and that is the innings done and dusted. 115 for 8, Sports Club Roche. Having got a terrific start, a really good start with a 71-run opening partnership inside of 5 overs. The collapse was, well, it was quite something. I have to say, it was really quite something. And that is why only 115 for 8 is on the board. So Zurich Alpine Warriors, when they come out to bat in about 12 or 30 minutes' time, it's just 116 for the win. They do that. They lock in their eliminator position. It looks like they're going to be able to do that pretty straightforward, and then they will play tomorrow in the finals in the first match tomorrow morning. But let's get through this next innings first. And Sports Club Roche, they would need to defend 115 to try to get just a single win. It would be a consolation if they can try and get it. I don't know how they're going to do it. We'll find out when we come back in about 12 minutes' time here on the European Cricket Network. This is Phil G, and you're watching ECS Zurich. I'll see you here shortly. Welcome back for everybody to the Embrach Cricket Ground. It's wonderful to have your company back here for the final innings in the group stages on this very, very warm Tuesday afternoon. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. It's wonderful to have your company today. So stick with us through this run chase. Could go quickly, you never know. Alpine Warriors 100 is the cover. Really was a very but look, they've got the score on the board. They have to try to defend this as best they can. And, just for their own maybe personal success, their own personal benefits, just to try to pick up a win here so they don't go away completely winless. They love to see something in the W column. They will not be playing in the finals tomorrow. It will be the Alpine Warriors. But also will be the Zurich Mavericks, Garwal, and it's going to also be Basel, Afghan, and Alton. They're the three teams definitely locked in for tomorrow. I think for me, I just want to see the Zurich Alpine Warriors get the win here and just lock it away completely. But we will go to the standings table at the end of this match. We'll confirm for you as well exactly what's going to happen tomorrow on finals day. Get the feeling, though, if Hassan Ahmad decides he wants to, that this game could be over pretty quickly indeed. With I just checked the weather forecast, and there is on the satellite map. You can do this yourself on your own phones and your own devices. Have a look and see. There is a storm coming up from the south towards Zurich, and it should hit us around about sort of 6:30, 7 o'clock. But we will be done by then, and I think we'll be packed up by then as well. The drive back to the accommodation might be in a bit of rain. Never mind. As we start the run chase, and we start with a dot. Remember, of course, with with this score on the board of 116 being the target, you would expect to see the Alpine Warriors step up here and get these runs in pretty quick time without really heavy acceleration, but it depends on the bowling as well. The bowling's got a bit to do and a bit to prove. Shinwari has been toiling this match and the previous match, and he's been fielding well too, and he's bowled well, so a couple of respectful forward defensive movements there by Hassan. Not looking to do anything silly here. And the chase is hasn't yet started. No runs on the board just yet. Need to be going at 12s, 12 and over. Well, there you go. Now it's off and running. And anything loose, that man is going to capitalise. And once he gets the motor running, he will be very hard to stop. Ankash Lal at the non-striker's end, opening the batting with him. Very familiar, these two opening together. Gives a little fist bump and says, yep, I like that. There are gaps everywhere. So in terms of the deep fielders, let's see who we've got. We've got a long on, a long off and a long on. There you go. So the deep fielders are all down the ground, long off and long on. Let's see, fine leg inside the circle. Oh, it's actually more of a deep backward square leg, actually. He's actually quite square there. Shouts a catch. I don't think anyone's going to catch that. There's a lot of work to do for long on, but mid-wicket long on, no one's going to catch that one. You get the feeling that Hassan is going to be really in command of these next few overs, and if he is, that score will be reeled in quick smart. So let's have a look around the field at what we've got as the ball has come back now. After this delivery, I'll describe the field as I see it, in case you can't see it as clear as I can. And he's managed to get something on that one and goes around very, very fine for 4 runs. So next to the keeper, I give you the player who's fielding at third inside the circle. Then you have to go going around clockwise. Looks like we've got a point, cover, extra cover, mid off, long on, coming around now to the onside, mid wicket, regulation mid wicket, and a backward square leg, and that's it. And there's backward square leg, watching the ball fly over his head all the way for 4 runs. And has to go and retrieve. So, expensive first over. Hassan took a few dots at the start of the over just to settle himself in. I was going to say settle his nerves. That's absolutely not true. Just settle himself in there. And then he's hit 4 fours in a row. Just looking very, very confident. Hitman 1145 asking, why is Embrack CC not playing here instead of Cossonay series. Oh, this is it's a different series, isn't it? So I'll answer it for you in a bit better than that after that wide delivery is bowled. So the reason being why Embrack CC isn't playing as Embrack CC is this is more of a bit of a franchise sort of setup. These teams, these players have sort of been broken up from other teams into other standing teams. And it was always going to be the way with this 6-team tournament. So that was the decision made by Cricket Switzerland very early on. And there's a decision made by the batter very early on to put that one out of the park. That is an amazing hit, struck that well. It's gone over everything, and I mean over everything, out of the ground, out of the park. It's heading towards Liechtenstein, and I think they're going to ask for a new Grizzly rather than try and find the old one. Long way back. Chris Smith, will the game be over before I finish my shower? Well, I don't know, Chris, but that might say more about your shower than the game. So, yeah, I'm not going to venture a guess on that one. But thanks, Hitman, for that question. Appreciate it. But this is the format of the competition that we've gone for. We've gone for a sort of a franchise situation here. There's obviously with Alton, they are an established team, but a couple of these other teams are a mishmash of other teams. So like the Mavericks and the Warriors, also being able to get a couple of imports as well. So 24 without loss. Brisk start here to the run chase. Smacked. And smacks into the black fencing line on the full. That tells me that that pro would have gone at least, that ball would have travelled at least to 70 metres there from the batter's end. Big 6. 30 on the board now. I'm sure there's probably a pool going around somewhere to see how fast they can reel the runs in. Maybe Ankush Lal knows something we don't. He must be in a hurry as he goes for another boundary there. So carving up the boundaries here. Big 6s coming your way here. Punctuated with a couple of wides as well. But otherwise, Shehzad is getting absolutely taken to the cleaners here. Now maybe, just maybe, the Zurich Alpine Warriors have a restaurant booking in town in about half an hour's time. That's entirely possible, in which case they don't want to lose the booking. So get on with it, get done. Let's get it in a restaurant, get some chow on. I say that in jest. I don't know if they got a restaurant booking. Short, popped up in the air. It's safe as houses, though, if it lands in the field of play, which I think it did. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Getting on the skates here. That takes the score up to 40, still inside 2 overs. So I'm going to go on a limb here. I'm suggesting early finish. Shot. Another one. Another 6. Add that one up. Lal is getting stuck into the bowling here. He's saying, I've had enough. It's too warm to be out here doing this, but I'm going to do this anyway. It goes crash. No mercy for the bowlers whatsoever. As our host, Cricket Switzerland, to take the bin of rubbish away. Thank you very much for taking that away. It was starting to get a bit ripe. And Supercomputer suggesting that the Alpine Warriors are a 99% chance of getting the win here. I will suggest it's probably better odds than that. 44 for no loss. Last ball of the second is coming up after this ball because they have to do it again. It's going to be a wide and a good sneaky single as well. Clever running. Wide +1. Makes a couple of wides. Score goes up to 46. Still 1 more to come to complete the over. Anonymous 2545 with a very good fun fact. I like that. Keep those coming, Anonymous. That's a really good stat. Sports Club Roche was ahead of what Zurich Alpine Warriors were at the same point. Although what point was that? Because I think now we might have ticked beyond that point. I think we've well and truly ticked beyond that point. But they did get off to a flying start though. Rohit was playing beautifully for Sports Club Roche. And Hassan joins in the sixth hitting party and puts one downtown out of the ground. What a great strike that was. So 52 after 2 overs. Captain looking to ring the changes here in the bowling. Let's see who's going to turn to. I'm hoping Wazir Khan gets a bowl. I think that would be really good. Just trying to spy on the ground. Whereabouts is he fielding? See if he's going to get a nod. Wazir Khan, I don't know if you were tuning in yesterday, you might remember there was a spectator who took a one-handed catch on the boundary, outside of the boundary, on the fence line. Just put the hand back, took a very good catch. That's Wazir Khan. So it's his first game in the series. So I'm hoping he might get a bowl. Maybe he will get a bowl. I'm not sure. He told me his captain said he would get a bowl, but I'm concerned there may not be enough overs left to get him on. As Usman Shinwari continues, he went for 16 off his first over. As the side or the fielding moves around for the left-hander. And we continue. Shinwari in now. Bowling to Hassan, who's hit this really hard along the deck. That's a tough one to try to reel in there. It went so fast. Just to the left-hand side of the fielder. Desperate to try to chase that one down. Can't chase it down. And Shehzad, unfortunately, unable to get to that. So, in again. Well, this has got a lot of airtime. It's going to go way over our heads. Well, there it is. Just lands to the side. Got a lot more airtime than I actually anticipated. So, just brought back just a little bit. So if there's anyone in the chat who's currently in Zurich, in the city of Zurich, just drop us a message if when the storm hits you, because then we'll know we've got about 20 minutes. I kind of think it's about an hour away, though, so we will finish well before any weather hits us, but it will be a welcome downpour for the city that has absolutely sweltered in the last, probably the last 2 weeks, to be honest. It's been really, really warm here. There's only one little bit of precipitation since I've been here, and I've been here for a week. And I know that obviously Mars and Al have been here a lot longer, and they would say it hasn't rained at all, except for just that one early morning a couple of days ago. We've had nothing here. The ground's looking bone dry as well. I think everyone will love a little bit of respite, as much as the bowlers would love some respite as well from this assault. Lifted, and that is going to be a bit of a tease. Well fielded. Shehzad gets across and fields that one, and his throw back to the keeper's end is actually pretty good. That's a fair effort there. So fighting it out to the end, Sports Club Roche. They're on a hiding to nothing, though. Ray asking Paolo what sort of odds he's offering. Be interested to see what that response is. The ground needs a good watering. It really does. And that would be perfect if we get some showers tonight and then dries up for tomorrow's finals. The ground will look an absolute picture. Catch is taken. There you go. How about that? Nice catch too. So, wicket falls just against the run of play here. Lal has to go for 27. Just a little bit ahead of himself there. And it's a nice catch. Very good catch. And it's Shehzad who shows us a little bit of juggling as he runs in to celebrate with his teammates. And first wicket falls. And it's still inside the power play. 64 for 1. Still inside the power play. Still got one more ball to go. But in terms of the runs required, they're well over the halfway mark. 52 just required from 44. Well, that should tick down to 43 in a moment when the wicket comes up. But Zurich Alpine Warriors, I don't think there'll be any panic at all because Lal has got them off to a bit of a flyer there. 64 runs opening partnership with Hassan Ahmad is very, very good. With Ahmad still out in the centre on 33. He's at the non-striker's end. And Lal, though, he's on his way. There it is there. Just pops up now. So, yep, 64 for 1. Last ball of the over coming up. Well, this has gone up in the air. So, bowler wants it. Shinwari says, mine. And in the end, he's taken one step too far and he has to protect himself from a bit of a mischief there and ends up doing a handstand. And I think in every cricket coach I've ever been lucky enough to work under, I've never been told to take a catch like that. But here we go. Look at this. Just one step too far. That one there, just one step too far. Realised he's out of position and, yeah, could have almost done himself a mischief. So it's important he got out of the way of any harm. But unfortunately, he puts the catch down. So Zabiola gets off the mark, albeit luckily, as he tries to launch one in towards the moon. But unfortunately, the moon's actually on the other side of the planet right now. I know that because it was this morning up in the western sky, and it was still here when we got to the ground. That's how I know it's on the other side of the world. Anyway, enough about me and my cosmology business. Not cosmetology, but cosmos business. Does anyone else use that little app you can get, the one that you put it in your phone and you can look all around the sky and you can see where planets are, constellations, that sort of business? I use that all the time. It's so much fun. It's funny because you can angle it down onto the ground. You can see what's on the other side of the earth, which is also really cool. Waits on this one and gets clubbed down the ground. And a nice bit of fielding there. Just the one. Lovely stuff. 66 for one. Karanki runs in. The doctor. Not in a rush, is he? Absolutely not in a rush is Hassan Ahmed. But then again, I don't think they need to be in a rush. We know that the storms that are coming are a long way away and they're not going to be interfering with anybody. Oh, especially with this match, that's for sure. It should be fine. This time goes to flick it leg side. It's going to be shown as a wide. Yeah, interesting. I just saw your comment there, Ray. Yeah, I've sort of held off calling him Doctor for quite a while, but it's very tempted to call him Dr. Karanki because of the D.R, which are his initials. That's going to go like a rocket. There is one spectator out there in the chair, and he's not even close to getting out of the chair to chase that ball for the fielders. He says, no, I'm here to watch. I'm not here to work. So Hassan helped himself to a boundary. Sort of feel a bit of the fizz has gone out of the game, as it's only going to be a handful of runs. 45 needed from 39. Just feels like a little bit of fizz might have disappeared. But tomorrow, it's all about the finals. So whatever happened in the group stages, for those 4 finalists, the group stages don't mean a thing because the finals will already be set as who's going to play where. And it's up to them to do the best they can do on the day. Shout to catch it. Hat's been removed. That means business. And not taken. Disappointing. Really disappointing. Did the right thing. Took the hat off. Maybe should have kept the hat on. It's an interesting question. Hat on or hat off? 72 for one. 2 still to come. Good over, though, for Sports Car Roche. Only a handful of runs from it. There was a 4, but there's also been a wide and a couple of dots. So, sorry, a couple of singles and a dot. So 7 only off the over. Swung hard. Went like an absolute bullet. Good fielding. Got rid of the ball really quickly too. And Arvind Akhal. I'm just keeping my eyes on Arvind. He's fielding in the white cap in the mid-on area. His role in the club seems to be, I'll give the encouragement and the what we need from the players on this part of the ground. And Rohit, who is the captain, fielding on the other half of the ground. And almost taken. Not good enough, though. Thuran has put it down, and that's going to land at his feet. I think it's gone across the line for 4 runs. Disappointing. Really disappointing. So, Sports Club Roche, unfortunately, unable to make some real impact into this defence here. And Zurich Alpine Warriors doing what we thought they would do, and that is marching on their way. So, Dr. Karanki, he goes for 12. I know he's not a doctor, just that the DR is very sort of distracting, so I keep referring to it as DR, doctor. But he's not well, unless he is a doctor. I'll try and find out if he is a doctor. You never know. If he is, that would be rather fitting. So 77 for 1. 4 overs only have gone. 39 from 36. We're almost down to a runner ball required here. And there's an expectation that Zurich Alpine Warriors will eat this target up pretty quick smart. And then they will have to set themselves for the first match tomorrow morning, which will be the Eliminator. And they'll play that Eliminator against Basel Afghan, who have done pretty well. They've had a funny old series. They started with 2 losses on the first day, bounced back with 2 good wins. And then they had that really good win last night, last match of the day against Alton, which was quite an incredible run chase. It really, really was. I think anyone was expecting that. You put 176 on the board. It's not expected for 179 to be scored in the 10 overs in response, but they did. Exciting game. Very exciting game. Hit hard. Stopped on the boundary line, and just the single doesn't find the gap. There's some captain and vice captain trying to get the attention of some of the fielders out there. You can hear a little bit of yelling coming through the fax mic. That's trying to get the attention and trying to move people around with Ahmad on strike. As Hassan faces up now. Good of square the boundary rope. Together. Always cracks me up when I see comments in the chat where the batting team is 100% on top, but there's always someone who has to say something that a bit negative there. Makes it quite funny. 3 people come together, but the boundary rope beats the lot of them. It's going to fall over the line for 6 Maximo. So congratulations to Hassan Ahmed. He scores himself a half century. He moves up to 52 now with that lofted shot. There's a little bit of danger involved in it with 3 people running in. I'm not sure Arvin would have got to it, but I think the 2 people running in along the boundary line would definitely have a chance of getting that one. He gets to 52 from 16 deliveries. And a bit of a shout out there to Nivi, our camera operator, who just took her eyes off the ball there and moved at the last minute. But Marzi was good on the microphone, on the headset to say, watch it, watch it. And she took a little step inside as Hassan Ahmed's decided that the restaurant booking is important. And he's starting to pick it up now. 94 for 1, 22 from 31 now. Just 22 runs left to go. And that's going to get past the fielder at square. Sticks out a mitt. Might have lost his fingers in the process as well. And this runs required now drop down below 20. And it's 5 full overs to go as well. That's right, folks. We're at the halfway point of the overs, but there's only 18 runs required now. So it's 98 for 1. 5 overs gone, 18 off the next 5 overs. Sports Club Roche are unfortunately going to go winless in this series. But they've been feisty. They've had little moments of inspiration with the bat and the ball, but unfortunately they haven't managed to string them all together into a dominant performance. It's like that Rohit is going to bring himself onto bowl. That's a good move. Maybe just to try to stave off the inevitable. As he's looking to move his fielders a bit more around. And Zabiula with a chance to cover himself in glory. He's hit this. Watch out with the cameras. And yep. Oh, that's almost going to hit our main camera. And goes, I think it's just popped over the fence. It has indeed. So, starts off well, brings up the 100 for the team. And Rohit staring back at the batter after that was struck. Not much you could do about that apart from just say, well, I guess it was a good shot. And it's called a no ball as well. So there you go. It's a no ball 6. So free hit coming. That's been popped up in the air. I wonder if they know it's a no ball. They do, because they get the throw back really quick. Well done. Good awareness there. So the score goes up to just 106 for 1 now. Ten runs to go. Just 10 from 29. And this should be over pretty quickly, I would say. Start into that one. And across the deck and across the boundary rope for 4 runs. So Rope put himself on to try to just stave off the inevitable. But unfortunately, when you get the batters in this mood with only a handful of runs required, it's on a hiding to nothing. And this game is petering out to its logical conclusion. So Ray Tipping says, bring the bus around. Indeed, any of your start the car analogies or euphemisms or anagrams or whatever you want to call it, throw them into the mix because it is time to get those car keys and it's time to start the car. I know if Wardy was in the chat, he would have said this probably a little while ago. I think we said at the start of the innings. Hit down the ground pretty hard and through the hands of the fielder in that long off position. Gets a little bit gun shy as it takes a funny old bounce. That's going to get through him. So we're moments away from the conclusion of this match. The scores, well, not quite level. They're just a little bit short there. So it's 114 for 1. And even the supercomputer has just agreed that it's a 100% chance of the Zurich Alpine Warriors to win this game. It could be with this delivery. 2 required for the win. Well, there's 1. In fact, there's the lot. That's game. He tries to bounce him, and then the keeper misses it and says, well, no point getting that one. And that's game, set, and match. And it's a pretty emphatic win. And unfortunately for Sports Club Roche, that's it. Thank you very much for the competition that you've brought along today and this week. But unfortunately, it is done and dusted, and you will not feature in the finals tomorrow. Not happy about that, but then how it goes. So let's have a quick look. 119 for 1 in response, chasing a very modest total of 116. They get that with 4.5 overs to spare, which means we can probably talk now about the what's going to happen tomorrow. So I think we're good to go. Let's bring you into the commentary area here. Thank you, everyone. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying hello and welcome to the end of the day. And it's the end of the group stages now. We're all done. All 15 matches now have been played. And when you have a look at the standings, go to ecn.cricket and you'll see all the standings information there. And it will tell you the story. That firstly, the eliminated tomorrow will be Basil Afghan taking on the Alpine Warriors, the team that's just beaten Sports Club Roche. That will be the first game tomorrow morning. The second game tomorrow morning will be qualifier 1, and that is going to be the Zurich Mavericks Garwal, who pretty much locked that in by getting the 5 wins from the 5 matches they played. Alton have now got themselves into that with a very good performance with 2 wins today. They did very well today, and they have knocked Basil Afghan out of that position, and they will play qualifier 1. That's going to be the second match tomorrow. So the way the finals work, if you're new to this system, start with the eliminator. The winner of the eliminator, they get to go on and they progress to the next qualifier that comes later on the day. If they lose the eliminator, thank you very much. Great competition, but that's it for you. You're done. Game after that, second match of the game will be qualifier 1. That will be 1 versus 2. So the winner of that straight into the final. The loser of that will meet the winner of the eliminator in the qualifier 2. The winner of that match plays in the final. So 4 big games coming tomorrow. Make sure you join us here for that. It's going to be a very exciting day. We've had some wonderful cricket here at the Embrach Cricket Ground here in Zurich. And I'm looking forward to finishing on a high tomorrow, see who's going to get the championship trophy and the title as well. The big deal. Yes, indeed. So as the players are all marching off, I'm just looking over at the players heading off after the shaking hands, and they're going to head off to the dugout for some refreshments. I think it's time for us to wrap up as well. The group games are done. Thank you to everyone at the ground who's helped us out along the way. We've got one more day to get through. Exciting finals coming. I can't wait for it and hope you can as well. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Paolo Campini, you especially, and Ray Tipping. Thank you for looking after myself and everyone else. James Peel as well, and all the moderators, and not the flies and the wasps in here as well. There's a few still getting around here. But thank you to everyone who's joined us in the chat. So it's wonderful to have your company, and thank you for keeping me company as well, running solo here as we leave for the day. I will see you tomorrow. First game is at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Make sure you're here sharp to see the eliminator. That is going to be the team from Basel Afghan in action against the Zurich Alpine Warriors you saw just then. Looking forward to that one. That is going to be a really hot contested eliminator. And from that point onwards, we'll talk you through the rest of the day and see who's going to raise the trophy at about this time in about 24 hours' time. So we'll see you there. Anyway, you're watching ECS Zurich. This is European Cricket Network. I'm Phil G. I will see you here tomorrow. Thanks for your company today. Have a safe night. I'll see you later.